You tell stories like that to farmers, and they think you're an absolute idiot.
Well,
what are you doing, mate?
You had to learn how to do it some way, but I think
it's just for me. The next day when the truck came to pick them up, they were all happy and healthy, and not covered in brown shit. So but so I'm not really a farmer. So, but I've got land.
You kind of are. No. I mean, that sounds like at least a practicing farmer. I mean, you actually did it.
Yeah, well, we still do, and we still, turn the meat out. But when I looked into it in terms of a business, you have to really have about 25,000 head to make it a business. That covers you for when sometimes the price of meat goes down or whatever, or the costs around culling go up. And I just didn't want to do it that way. Didn't want to have to be responsible in my heart for 25,000 living creatures when I couldn't be absolutely certain they were all being treated well.
Right.
So, and I think that's one of the big mistakes that we've made going into this thing of farms getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, because at the end of the day, the thing that drops off is the duty of care.
Right. And it's also the humanity of it all just gets so distorted when you have these factory farming operations that you're not even allowed. We have ag-gag laws in America, so you're not even allowed to film there because the conditions are sometimes so horrific that it damages the business.
We give grain to our cattle because there is, a nice texture and stuff that comes to the meat beyond being grass-fed, but we never put them into a feeding pen situation. And I think that's also part of the best part of the balance, because, they're still walking around on their home range. This is where they're used to being. And then here's a pile of grain over here. So they supplement their grass with the grain, as opposed to just being fed grain purely to put on size. So what we turn off, man, and I think it's partly to do with the fact that they stay active. We get a natural 7 to 10% fat ratio. Which is the bottom end of the scale, but therefore, to me, you're getting more protein, and therefore, what we're giving you when we give you a steak is like an absolute protein pill. It's a hit.
It's better for you too, physically.
I think so.
It is. Yeah. It's been proven that the nutritional balance of grass-fed animals is just much better.
Right.
They're not supposed to live entirely on grain.
No.
It's just like humans. You're not.
But I think again that balance thing of their life on grass, and then just before you cull them, you give them a little bit of grain. It finishes them off, and gets them sort of, ready to be consumed. But you still have the same benefits of the grass fed because you never stop that.
Right.
But you have the thing of them being fit because you've never made them stand still in a pen.
Right. It's got to be a cool feeling to consume only the animals at your place that you've actually raised. Every step of the way.
We used to, when we occasionally will have a fresh guest that's never been there before. And we'll do things like, you're going to love Buttercup. She was such just an Australian sense of humor. We just, put somebody off their meal just as they're about to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I did used to name them, but I stopped naming them because that was an extra level of pain.
Yeah.
Yeah. And plus, when you've got 20, they can all have a name. But when you have 220, it's a bit difficult.
Well, you don't want to be naming something you're going to eat. It's just too weird. It's weird enough people are so disconnected from where their food comes from already. Just the concept of killing it themselves seems abhorrent. But the concept of living without meat seems terrible too. Just we're completely disconnected from the act
of how it gets to you.
Yeah, we just go and see it wrapped up nicely at the butcher shop, and we pick it up and 16 ounces, thank you, bye. And that's your entire involvement in the death of a living creature.
Yeah, I definitely think people need to, have an awareness of it.
Yeah.
Because we're sharing the planet, and they're helping us survive. So the very least, a little due respect is in order.
Yeah, and that's what we don't get from factory farming. We get the opposite. We get the worst elements of human nature that kind of put into this very bizarre food supply system that we have, where, at every corner in almost every city, there's a place where you can get a quick piece of meat. Quick cooked piece of meat of unknown origin. Who knows how they raised it? Who knows where they got it?
And we just trust in the fact that it's still consumable.
And it's just bizarre that you get a cheeseburger for $1.39. You know, like how much work was involved in this?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that, that's what I mean. It's like, I know the dollar it cost me to produce the steak at that level. And there's just no way on the normal chain of how the business works that it's acceptable to have spent that much to produce it.
Right.
You know.
Do you cook yourself?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My mum was a caterer.
Oh, right.
So I love cooking. Absolutely.
How do you prepare a steak?
With farm steak, I use black pepper and I use Lowry's garlic salt.
Oh.
There's lots of garlic salts around, but that one's good. And it used to be available when I was a kid, and then they stopped selling it in Australia for years. So we'd have to, whenever a friend was coming over, we'd say, "Oh, grab some garlic salt," but you can buy it again there now. But yeah, it's really simple, just salt and pepper. I don't do anything
What kind of grill?
extreme. I'm from flame, and I make it as hot as possible. And I've actually put oil onto the flame to make it go crazy for a while, because I like to have color on the steak.
Mm.
I like this.
Someone teach you this method, or is it just something that you devised over time?
Over time, yeah. I did for a while there. I was a short order cook, and I cooked steaks. That's what I did every Monday night. This was like when I was working in clubs, and my name was in the paper every week, and my photograph was in the paper and stuff. But my mother said, you still have to make a contribution to the family. So if you're in town on a Monday night, you have to cook in the restaurant. So I'd do like cook 150 steaks on a Monday night if I was in town. It just over time, I cook it to my own taste, obviously. So,
you use charcoal, hardwood? What do you use?
I use gas most of the time.
And you throw oil over the gas?
Yeah.
What kind of oil?
Olive oil. Because I just want that absolute heat, so it sears the steak.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly when you first put it on the grill. So it hits the grill and it's actually surrounded in flame.
That's your method.
Yeah, well, that's that only lasts for a few seconds, but that's going to give you the color that you want. Because when I put it down on the grill, I want the color on that side, because generally I'm only going to turn it once. So I want that first hit to sear the outside of the steak, and that's the side that gets presented to the person that's going to.
Are you cooking a thin steak, a thick steak?
Doesn't matter, but normally we only cook, sort of restaurant cuts. So our fillet, I think, is your tenderloin.
Mm-hmm.
Our porterhouse is your New York cut.
We have porterhouse too. It's like one side of the porterhouse is the tenderloin, one side of the with the filet mignon, and the other side is the
see, that's a Scotch fillet.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Funny, we had different names for the same bits of meat, but so New York strip is porterhouse where I come from.
Yeah. Oh, really? Our porterhouse on this side of the pond always has bone in it. Pretty much.
Yeah.
You guys don't? No.
That's a T-bone.
What's your ribeye?
What you call ribeye, I believe, is tenderloin, right?
No.
So that's our eye fillet.
It's rib steak.
Okay.
Yeah. The tenderloin, it's like filet mignon, and then there's beef tenderloin. It's like the stuff that along the back and underneath. And then the rib meat, like right where the rib hits that portion, the very fatty rib steak, and that's the ribeye. And or a tomahawk, you get it with the rib bone on it.
Right.
Tomahawk.
Right. Yeah. Well, our sort of T-bone is half New York steak and half eye fillet.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, we have that too.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I'm not 100% sure over the top of all the different names for meat in America, but they tend to be quite thick cuts. We don't really do any of our steak in a thin cut.
The first time I ever ate a steak in Australia, this was like a long time ago, but before I really understood the difference between grass-fed meat and grain-fed meat, I was like, this is different. It tastes weird. It tasted weird. It tastes like richer. Like,
right.
At the time, I don't even think I liked it. At the time, I was expecting like an American style steak.
Right.
And I got it this rich red grass fed steak. I was like, wow, weird steak.
Right.
Doesn't taste like American meat.
Right.
But
when was the first time you went to Australia?
it was for a UFC. It was quite a few years ago, at least a decade ago.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think of this one championship thing?
It's great. Yeah. Look, I like all of these organizations. I'm happy that there's more options for fighters. The one championship is
I
huge.
started watching a doco about that guy the other day. I didn't finish it though.
Chatri.
I like the idea that he's creating heroes. That's a line he said. That's pretty cool. I got a project that we're going to do at the end of this year. It's called The Beast in Me. And it's about that sort of mixed martial arts fighting.
Really?
And he's come forward as a potential sort of partner and what have you. And he would, hooking up with him will give the film great production values because we'll be able to shoot at one of his fights and stuff. So you'll have a crowd of 15,000 or whatever, that you haven't paid for.
Right.
Which is good for a film. And I did a rewrite on the script last year, and it's really full of heart now. So many times when people approach fighters, particularly in that sort of mixed martial arts, whatever, that everybody's insane. And that's just not really the truth. You know what I mean? There's certainly insane people, but in their hearts, they have their own, reasons for doing things and their own morality. And so they would never think of themselves as insane because they're on a journey, they're on a pursuit.
Right.
And that's why I think the script now has a real beating heart. So I think it's going to be a good project. Daniel McPherson, young Australian actor, he's going to be the lead in that.
Well, this is a good time for a real good MMA film. There's been some real good boxing films. The one that you did.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite experiences, actually. Cinderella.
Yeah, and the story of Braddock, that's an amazing story.
Great story.
Incredible story.
Yeah. We met like funny resistance here with the release that the people couldn't get their heads around the fact that a movie called Cinderella Man was about a boxer.
Fucking America.
it was like, really?
That's funny.
It's that hard to get. Yeah. And it was like
classic Cinderella story is a thing that is always used in sports.
Supposed to be a chick, right?
But it's used for men in sports all the time.
Well, it was some famous American writer, Damon Runyon or whatever, who coined the phrase. Right? He wrote that the story of James J. Braddock is a Cinderella story.
Yeah,
that's where he got the nickname. But I just sometimes you're playing characters that you don't really rate as a person or whatever, or sometimes playing very negative characters. Earlier this year I did Nuremberg, where I played Hermann Goering, so that's going to be coming out soon. Looking forward to people seeing that. But Braddock was such an experience, man, because everything that I read about him, the stories I heard about him, I just liked him more and more, which can be a bit of a dangerous thing. As an actor, I try not to fall in love with the character. What I say is I'm in love with the job, So my job is to show you who that person is, whether it's positive or negative, because it's kind of weird, you can't fall in love with Hitler, what I mean? If you're playing that role, what I mean? So
yeah.
It's sort of like, so that's how I sort of keep the objectivity. But, I met Braddock's family and stuff like that, and they kept telling me stories that just made me like him more and more, So it was, it was an honor to be able to play that role, really, and bring him back to a consciousness because people had forgotten about it.
Yeah. What was the physical training like?
It was Angela, man. It was Angela coming in. Okay, kid.
Angela Dundee.
Yeah, there's one rule around here, and that is you listen to me. That's how we do it, right? I talk and you listen. And that I'm going to teach you to open anybody up like a can of tomatoes. That's what we're going to do, kid. Open them up like a can of tomatoes. Let's go.
Wow.
He was a great guy, man. I mean, what an incredible privilege to be given that beautiful man in my life. With all his experience and his stories and, and his attitude to things, man. He was like, I mean, occasionally, if you asked about somebody that had a negative experience with, you know, he would sort of like see who's around or whatever, and he would just tell you the pure truth. But for the most part, anybody you asked him about, he was like, what a great guy, you know. And I asked him about it one day, and he was like, life's too short for the negatives, man. It's too short to have grudges or, you know, opinions, you know, negative stuff. Like, just let all that go, you know what I mean? So, but, you know, then in reality, he would have an opinion. Yeah. But for the public part of that was to just, like, be positive, you know. And he'd worked with so many fighters and so many different pursuits and under different pressures and what have you, Ali and Sugar Ray, blah, 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 you know, 15 world champions he coached. You know?
Wow.
That's incredible. And the beautiful thing happens, you can see it in Cinderella Man. There's a moment towards the end of the movie, right, where Braddock's won. He's won the world championship. And I'm standing in the ring and I'm walking towards my corner, right? And this little bald man walks towards me, right? And this shot, I start laughing and I bend forward and I kiss him on his head, right? Because he was walking towards me in the ring and he was going,
number 16, baby, number 16.
And that's what he called me for the rest of his life. Whenever I saw him, he would introduce me to people as, this is my friend Russell, number 16.
Wow.
Cool, man, right? But, you know, I mean, a normal day training for that film, you wake up in the morning, you go for a walk, you know, probably about 5Ks, right? Then we'd go and do yoga. Then we'd go and do the first boxing session, which would take us to lunch. We'd have a little bit of lunch. Then we'd do the second boxing session. After the second boxing session, we'd do weights. Then you'd have about 90 minutes off. Then we'd have dinner, and then you go for a walk. And the next day we'd start all over again. You know, it was full on.
Whose idea was the yoga?
His.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. That was the thing about Angelo. You know, all the old stuff, but he was aware of all the new stuff as well. You know, that
yoga is the oldest
like,
stuff.
You know, just sitting. You know, well, I mean,
but for boxing,
we did yoga, but you know, he only thought about stretching. You know, but it was you know, yoga, and it was like he set the schedule and pace on everything for that film.
Wow.
Yeah. Had him in my working life for 6 months, man.
That's incredible.
It's just gold.
Did you think about having a fight?
Oh, we had a few.
Real ones? Yeah. Like in the gym?
There's real ones in the movie, man.
Really?
Yeah. You get to a certain point, 5,500, 6,000 choreographed moves, right? You get to a certain point. How do you accelerate this? How do you change the rhythm? You know, so the fight with Troy, which I think is the last fight before the championship, that's 100% the two of us in the ring beating the piss out of each other.
Really? Yeah. Jamie, see if you can find that.
And he's
what would be the
good.
scene? What would be the scene that we look for?
I'd be right towards the end of the film, and it's just sort of like little sharp cuts. No, that's Mark. Some of those scenes. No, not that one. That's the end fight. So just prior to this, there's he goes through a series of fights. Currently forgetting the man's name. His first name's Troy. I can't remember his surname. He went on to become light heavyweight champion of Canada, and a couple of these guys are Olympians and stuff that were in the fight. But the hardest hit I've ever received is in that fight with Troy, because he was a southpaw and we both went in the same direction. We clashed heads. Fuck me. And then we just had to keep going with the scene, right? But I'm like literally seeing stars. It was like somebody had like put a piece of metal through my temple, you know? We both moved to get out of the way and we just smacked heads. Yeah, this fight, that's all real. There's no choreography.
Wow.
And he was good, man. He was fast and he was like on me all the time.
Dude, you were fit as fuck back then.
A little bit, you know. When I was 40, man. I was 40 at the time. So I weighed the same in the opening sequence of Cinderella Man. I weighed the same as when I left high school.
Wow. It was a great movie, man. You did it justice.
Well, that's the thing. When you're playing somebody that's real, you've got to respect them, man. You've got to, you've got to put that effort in to, to honor them.
Yes. Yeah. Especially someone as legendary as Braddock.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have to dial into his body, his body language. He used to do this little foot flick thing, right, to get himself around, where he always, he would move his front foot first. He wouldn't cross his feet over at all, So he's just sort of crabbing up on somebody and going back, learning that, getting that drilled into my head because it felt so unnatural, but it's there, and after a while you get it. You can move quite fast here, but that natural instinct is to sort of cross your feet over, but that leads to all sorts of problems.
Yeah.
It was a very interesting experience doing that movie. And Ron Howard was the director. I'd worked with him the year before on A Beautiful Mind, and he's a very exacting guy, and he likes to do things over and over again. So when we first started that shoot, I don't know if you know this, but I subluxated my left shoulder. I was doing a little fight with a guy called Wayne Gordon, another Canadian Olympian, and he just caught me on the point of my elbow and just pulled my shoulder out, But because I was so fit at the time and so strong, it went out and back in. But it came back in with such force that it broke the bone. Oh, so I had to go and have an operation. Tore the labrum tissue and broke the bone. So I had an op, and the normal recovery is like 3.5 months or something, right? But I was making a movie. I couldn't do that. So and they were going to cancel the film. They're going to just shut it down and all that. And I was like, no. I've waited for years to do this film. And I've already done the training. So we've got to finish this. Just give me, X amount of weeks.
And you're allergic to cortisone.
Yeah, which was, we're really problematic on that situation, But 20 days on the 21st day of rehab, I stepped in the ring and did 10 3-minute rounds on the 21st day after the operation. So, but that has led to ongoing problems, which the doctor did say at the time. If you try and cut this short, the arthritis you're going to experience when you get older is going to be mind-numbing, and he's absolutely right.
Have you ever gotten stem cells into it?
No, I've been starting to talk. I've got a friend in England. He's actually from.
How long are you in town for after this?
I leave tomorrow morning.
What time tomorrow morning?
About 10 or 11 or something.
I might be able to get you treated before then.
Really?
There's a stem cell clinic I work with in town. Ways to well. Incredible.
This is the thing. I think it's the family of the guy I'm talking about.
Really?
Yeah. I met him here. I don't know if you know this now, but way back in the day, Austin was my place.
Really?
Yeah. We came here in 2000, 2001. August 14 or 15 is 30-odd foot grunt state. As Governor Rick Perry at the time, he declared that because we brought so many tourist dollars into town, in the middle of August, bringing 2,000 plus people who have flown in, got a motel, and they're going to go to a rock and roll show over at Stubbs, that was the thing. And it's funny because we haven't sold out this time. We're here, we play tonight, but we haven't.
Where are you at tonight?
Stubbs.
I love Stubbs.
Yeah.
We did shows there, Dave Chappelle and I, during the pandemic.
Okay.
Yeah, when everything was shut down, we tested the entire crowd and did outside shows. It was awesome.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I went there first just to have some barbecue with and had a conversation with Rodriguez, the director, who lives here. And then, a year and a bit later, I'm walking on that stage. It was unbelievable. I was here to record at Willie Nelson's place, and we said, why don't we do on Fridays? We'll just do little shows in town, right? Cool. So we booked to play at Stubbs because a friend of a friend knew Charles Attal and the boys had set Stubbs up and all that. And while, I was in England working on another thing before coming here, they just said, hey, these tickets are going crazy, so can we go outside? So we came here. I think we were here recording for a month, and every Friday night we'd go and do a full house outside at Stubbs.
Wow.
It's cool. And then we came back the year after in 2001 and raised some money for like an abused girls shelter.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't been here since 2001. Man.
Wow. Lots
The
changed.
place has exploded.
It's exploded.
There's 250,000 people back there.
Yeah.
There's nearly 1 million now.
It's 1 million in the city and another 1 million in the surrounding
Yeah.
areas.
But coming in from the airport, I
Yeah.
was like, I can't even, I don't know where I am. You know?
Yeah.
Your viewpoint on landmarks and everything just completely changed. And, you know, before arriving, just yesterday, you know, I had an absolute picture in my mind of what I was about to experience.
Right.
Because I came here so often in a 2 or 3 year period that, you know, I would tell you that I know the city like the back of my hands. You know? Driving in from the airport, I was like, it's just gone.
Right.
It's not the place that I know.
Well, it's changed a lot in the 4 years that I've been here.
Right.
It's exploded.
Yeah. Look at all the cranes downtown.
It's
man.
crazy.
It's still going.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I think that's a mistake. I think they're kind of fucked. I think they kind of overestimated because the real estate market has cooled down considerably. Yeah, because whoever was going to move here moved here.
Right.
You know, and then it's like everyone was expecting that the boom would keep going,
Right.
but it hasn't kept going. It hasn't kept going at all. It's gotten to
A million's a good size for a city.
It's about perfect.
Yeah, you can get everything you need, and you get it at the speed that you want it at, and there's competition in all areas. So you know, but you can still get around as long as your transport system is good. You can still get around.
Yeah, yeah. The traffic here is so easy. People complain about it. I'm like, you guys are adorable. This traffic is cute. This is cute traffic. Living 25 plus years in LA, I know what real traffic is like. And even LA, I moved there in '94. It was nothing like it is now. Now it's just now it could be 2 o'clock in the morning and you're in bumper to bumper traffic for an hour and a half. It's bananas.
Yeah, but I mean, look at New York now. I mean, I was shooting Beautiful Mind once. We had a late night, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm in a tunnel coming back from Jersey, and we just stopped.
Mobbed.
We're there for an hour.
Yeah.
In the tunnel.
Yeah.
What's going on?
That freaks me out, by the way. Something about that fucking river being right above your head.
Yeah.
Like, I know they know how to fix it. I know they knew how to build it. It's been there forever. I know.
But there's going to be that day, right?
There's going to be one day.
You've seen enough movies to
I've
know.
seen enough movies. It's going to spring a fucking leak, and we're all done in the worst way possible. Fuck. I don't like it. Get me out of here. The moment I'm in the tunnel, I'm holding my breath. I'm like, get me the fuck out of here. Whew, we're on the other side. I don't like it. I'd rather be in a helicopter than be in that fucking tunnel.
But it's funny that you should bring that up, because on that shoot, after that night, I said, if we're going over there all the time, right? I'm living right next to the Liberty helipad in Chelsea, right? Just 10-minute trip.
Yeah.
Get me out of the freaking car.
Yeah.
Because that movie was it was a lot to carry around. The freaking mindset I had to be in all the time for that. And so they ended up agreeing. So I would literally walk to the helicopter pad, jump in a helicopter, 10 minutes.
That's
drop
pretty
me
nice.
off in New Jersey.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
That was a fantastic movie. It really was. Beautiful Mind was one of my favorite movies.
Cool.
Just the mind of a person like that, like playing a guy that's so troubled and brilliant. I mean, how difficult is that to train for? Like, how do you get yourself into that mindset?
The relief when that movie was over was huge, you know, because you do tie yourself in knots a little bit when you're playing a character like that, you know, and that's part of the job, and you just go with that flow, you know. But yeah, I was very, very happy to put all of the detail of those diseases aside, because, you know, the guy that wrote it, his mum and dad, you know, treat people with schizophrenia, so he had a lot of first-hand knowledge that he could pass on to me, you know, and a lot of that was to do with physical tells, and when the physical tells happen in the course of somebody's connection to the disease. You know, the thing about Beautiful Mind is it has a device in the film. The film begins, you believe everything that's unfolding in front of you, and then there's that click when you realize, hold on a second, have I been watching him, or am I inside his head? You know, and then that's the thing that, like, worldwide, that trick works. Every time you know, I saw that movie at a few premieres around the world, and there's this gasp that comes out of the audience, and it's, you know, only 15, 20 minutes in when they go, and they realize that they've been inside the head of a sick man,
right,
as opposed to watching some, spy drama unfold.
right.
That was far out. I read that script here.
Really?
Yes. I was doing the shows, 2000 at Stubbs. I rented a beautiful house on the other side of the river. I don't know why I'm pointing that way. I don't even know which direction the river is from here. But and Jeffrey Katzenberg busted my nuts about reading it. I was like, man, I'm doing the band shows. And I was like, I'm recording with the band. I just want to be in this space because I need you to read it now, And he'd been part of the Gladiator, so, I read it, and I ended up ringing him and thanking him because the experience of reading the script was just fantastic. One of the best scripts I've ever read, and I had that device on the page, so that wasn't a trick added by the filmmakers later. The same experience of reading it is what the experience you have when you're watching in the cinema. Man. So it was about, I don't know, 2:00 in the morning, sitting on the back porch of that house. It was still over 100 degrees. It was really hot, and I read it in one go. I thought to myself when I sat down to read it, I was like, I'll read 10 pages, it'll put me to sleep, right? And it didn't keep me awake. And I remember putting that script down and walking and jumping into the swimming pool, at 3 or 4 in the morning or whatever. Go, I'm absolutely doing that fucking movie.
Wow.
100%.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what you're talking about, the kind of film that just gets in your skin.
Yeah. I've said it, lots of times, but it's a physical response. It's like goosebumps. It's like I'm reading it, and there's just a thing happens, and I'm not even thinking about it. I just pick up a pen and I start writing down what I'm going to change in that bit. So I just start working on it immediately. And if I work on it when I read it, that's the one I'm going to do. And I've stuck true to that. Even, as I was saying before, sometimes it can be a really imperfect document. But there's just a couple of things that resonate, So it's like, okay, you have to do it. My joke is that's in that way I respect the gods of film. It's like I'm only there because I have my reasons and I need to be there, And so, in that way now, it doesn't always work out, but you can do the greatest pedigree movie and it tanks. You can have A-lister number 1, A-lister number 2, A-list director, great subject matter, nobody goes and see it. This is a sort of a type of alchemy, And, I came out of an independent film world, and then suddenly a couple of those independent films got successful, and it led me to another place, But I still like to work in an independent world because, if one hits, that's the one that's going to be fun and important or whatever, if it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So I don't. Studio films, it's great. If it's the right situation. I'm not sort of saying that there's a negative in doing that. If you know what I've done, all sorts of big studio budget films. I'm Superman's dad in DC. I'm Zeus, the god of gods in Disney Marvel. And I'm Craven the Hunter's Russian father in Sony Marvel. So it's like, it's the experience of doing those films is the same for me as other things. I go to work, I have a particular character thing in mind. This is what I'm trying to do. The thing about my job, man, is in reality, most film directors you work with are genius. They're genius people. Male, female, or whatever. It's the person that has worked to the point of getting to helm a feature film where you have to cover all of the aspects, from the production design to the sound to how you're shooting or what lenses you're using, the people that you're working with, where you shoot it, all of those responsibilities come on the film director, So the joke I often make about working with Ridley, it's like I get to hold the paint palette for Titian. While Titian's doing his shit, and he turns to me and he goes, Russell, I need more blue. I go, right you are. I'll give you some blue. It's a good gig, being able to work with super smart people,
That's incredible.
Super creative people.
I'd love the thought of like appeasing the film gods. That attitude is the right attitude.
it's, I know I say it as a sort of a witticism, as a joke, but it's actually what I fundamentally believe.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's real. I think there's something to it.
But if you approach everything like that,
yeah, everything. Yes, yeah. I don't know if they're gods or I don't know what it is, but there's something.
There's something there.
Something real.
Something there. And I've been talking to whatever that is all the way through my life.
Yeah.
All the way through. I actually say this on stage at the moment because I have a song called Michelangelo's God, which relates to an experience I had recently with my mum. I decided that when I heard that they were making another Gladiator, I'm going to take my sons to Rome so they get to experience what I've experienced since that movie came out with the people of Italy and the people in the city of Rome, in terms of the privileges that they give me and the experiences that they give me and the regard and what have you. And I thought, before there's another one and that water's muddy, I'm going to take my kids over so they can really experience it. So I was talking to my mum, and my father had just recently passed away, and I said, why don't you come with us? And initially she said that because she'd only ever been to Rome with my dad, that she didn't want to come because she thought it would just make her sad, because that city connected, her to him. And I said to her, Mum, listen to what you're saying. This is a place that connects you to my father. You have to come, So she came along and we were, doing all the normal family stuff together, touristy stuff, Spanish Steps, Fontana di Trevi. I took the kids to see the old office, the Colosseum, just normal family stuff. And then I got this call from a guy at the Vatican, and this is all based on, that movie, right? Heard you're in town with your family. Would you like to come and walk through the Vatican Museum and the Sistine Chapel by yourselves without any tourists? Wow. Now, I've done the tourist thing, 1,000 new special friends and you in the Sistine Chapel, natural light, I've done that. So the idea that we could walk in there by ourselves, absolutely. So, and I've taken my mum, and because it was such a big walk, she's in a wheelchair, right? So I'm pushing her around, but every corner we get to is something of immense beauty. I can see her remembering when she was there with my dad and what he said, or a friendship he made, or whatever, He was a chatty fella, my old man, he used to make friends very easily, So, we went through that, and I could see it affecting her. And then they took us into the Sistine Chapel. It's unbelievable, man. I'll do it exactly the way I do it on stage for you, man, because it's a funny moment. This guy comes up and goes, Rasta, for you today, I will turn on the lights of the Pope. I said, sorry, like the Pope, he likes to come to the chapel to meditate. He likes to see all the beautiful colors. So we put in some lights, and he turns on those lights. Boom! I mean, that ceiling is amazing natural light. When it's got like 16 spotlights on it, man, and you can see the real color of the light blue of the sky and the reds, and you can almost, with that much light on it, you feel like you can see the paint strokes. So you're there under Michelangelo's genius in the light. And I said to the guy, that was amazing. Why did you do that? And he goes, Rasa, please, Massimo, you are the 8th king of Rome. But so later in that same visit, he took us to this little balcony. And to get onto this balcony, not the one on TV, it's another meditation balcony right on top of the museum. To get there, we have to go in this very small little elevator, So I'm there, just me and my mum. Say, how you going? Enjoying it? And she just starts floods of tears, man, crying. She goes, I can't explain. I just feel your father so close to me. We get up on that balcony, right? In the distance, I can hear some music. So I asked our man, what's the music? And he says, well, it's a Wednesday. The Swiss Guards band is rehearsing. They only play ecclesiastical music. But I can hear what they're playing, and so can my mum. And it's that old Irish folk song, Danny Boy. The reason that comes into the conversation we're just having is we played that at my father's funeral. So here it is, right? This moment, how does that timing work out? Where's the coincidence factor of that? What's the odds of that? You know, they never play anything other than ecclesiastical music. But on the day that we're in a place where we can hear a private rehearsal of the Swiss Guards band, they just happen to be playing the song played at my father's funeral. When I've gone through this whole process of convincing my mom to come with us, and she says she can feel my dad all day, you know, she was saying that and shedding tears from it. And there we had that moment together.
Wow.
You know, so I don't know how it works. I don't know really, you know, what I do feel is that all religions are simply a human way of trying to explain the inexplicable. There is definitely, because I have examples of it in my life, if you offer, and we can call it prayer, or you could call it just an introspective conversation, you know, if you focus on using your imagination and your personal energy to change things around you, they will change. You know, you can do a lot of things with simply the power of your beautiful mind.
Yeah.
So that's where I sit with it. I don't know what it is, but I know it's available, so I use it.
That is as close to a miracle. It's a thing that happens occasionally in a person's life, and that moment will touch them forever. That you almost go, oh, too many things lined up. Too many things lined up so perfectly.
How's this even?
How's it possible? Did you talk to the band? I would want to talk to them.
To the Swiss Guards band?
Yeah. Did you guys ever play this before? Did you guys have a wild thought?
I did actually.
Did you?
They wanted me to go and see their armory. Again, another experience that you would never have, right?
Right.
So I get taken down, and here's the history of the Swiss Guards, you know, and their connection to the Pope. And here's all of the armor that's been worn by the guards over the centuries. Here's all the weapons and the swords and all that sort of stuff. And I did ask them about the Danny Boy, and the first guy I talked to was like, no, they wouldn't have played that. You misheard it. Because they only play ecclesiastical music, you know. But apparently they were building up to some performance for some visiting dignitary, and that was the choice of song for that thing.
It's just too many things.
Too many things, man. The guy called me at that time. We make the thing on that date. I've convinced my mum to come. You know, it was
Pope's
just
lights.
all of that.
The
lights of the Pope.
There's something undeniable about just being in the Vatican itself. There's like St. Peter's Basilica. To this day, it's one of the most incredible experiences I've ever had. Just walking through that place and just trying to imagine the workmanship, the artisan, the artistic ability to duplicate the kind of incredibly intricate designs that are in that ceiling, and how uniform they are, and how gorgeous they are, and how many hundreds of years it took to accomplish. How many people were involved?
The first time that I walked in there, which was 1991, and it probably sounds a bit weird, but I got sort of offended or something. It was so over the top, right? It's so incredible. And I thought about it from the perspective of, this is a group of men trying to build a mountain to show you they're as powerful as God, or something like that. You know what I mean? So I was probably a little more idealistic or whatever at that age. But I remember being like, it was so overwhelming, it shocked me. You know, I was like, holy. And I got kind of pissy about it. I was like, man, that would trick a lot of people. It would trick a lot of people if they walked in there and they saw all that beauty. They go, well, these guys must have a direct connection to whatever's going on. These are the guys I should hang with, you know.
But they probably do, which is how they made it. That is the trick of being a person who walks into there and who's, you know, a devout religious person. You experience something that seems like a representation of the divine,
right?
Because that's what the art looks like. It's so incredible.
Well, you know that there's that I forget the name of it, but there's a statue there. It's carved from marble, and it's like of Mary holding the body of Christ,
Yeah, we were just talking about that the other day.
Right.
Yeah,
And
it's
got like
incredible.
that veil.
Yeah,
It's carved.
yeah,
It's just insane.
unbelievable.
Again, that thing of like the incredible privileges and experiences that the Italian people give me. You know, that's behind glass, and you know you're 20 foot from it. You know, I walk into the chapel, this guy taps me on the shoulder, says, "Come here," and I could stand next to it. He took me inside the room where it's in.
Wow. And it's just when you think, I mean, how old is this? What year was this? 1498, 1499. Unbelievable. And just the level of detail of the anatomy. Like, look at the ankle. Go back to that larger photo again, Jamie. Look at the ankle. I mean, look at all the detail in the toes, everything. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
How do you go about? How do you? And I have this with him with a lot of art. You know, how do you go about looking at a rock, grabbing a chisel and a hammer, and getting to that?
Right.
What the hell? You know? It's like when I see, you know, a painting by Arthur Streeton or something, and he's painted a glass. How do you do that?
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's like it's insane.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane that, well, there's levels to every game, right? And the level of that game is like every other sculptor had to look at that and go, oh my God, what am I doing?
Yeah, you know, it was damaged between the wars, I think, by a Turkish guy who was either born in Australia or had been living in Australia, and he went to Rome. And back then, I used to be able to walk right up to it, you know, and I don't know, he hit it with a hammer or something like that and damaged it. And then, here we go.
I broke the arm off. Did they have to, how did they?
Oh, this is 72, Hungarian. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Hungarian born.
Hungarian born, that's right. I was very fun.
Attacked the sculpture with a geologist's hammer while shouting, I am Jesus Christ, I have risen from the dead. With 15 blows, he removed Mary's arm at the elbow, knocked off a chunk of her nose, and chipped one of her eyelids. How did they repair it?
That's the thing, right? It's perfect now. So,
Wow. Painstaking restore returns. Can you show me the photo of what it looks like now? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine they repaired that. How? Yeah. Good fucking job.
but look at that material, man. Look at that on the bodice of her costume.
It's all of it is incredible. The way his fingers grasp in between the two fingers, grasp a piece of the cloth. Insane.
Yeah, so I was able to just walk right up to it, walk around it, and at one point in time, the guy says you can put your hand on it if you want, so I did.
Wow.
Yeah, but that was, you know, I just wanted my kids to experience a little bit of that because it has been an incredible relationship I've had with that country.
Oh, I'm sure.
Just based on a film.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, but it's based on a fucking amazing film.
It's not a bad one.
It's a fucking amazing film. How much training did you have to do physically for that?
Oh, man, I had to start. So it was heavy because I'd done a film called The Inside with Michael Mann.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that too.
And,
When you started smoking cigarettes, before or after that film?
Oh, way before. And I know all about the negativities involved in the process, and it doesn't stop me. So it just goes to show how potent it is as a drug. Yeah, so and I basically just stopped all exercise to try and sort of get into the shape of the guy that I was playing, you know. And I met Jeffrey Wygand, the guy that I was playing. And it was a funny thing because Michael Mann was convinced that Jeffrey was an expert golfer. And so I'd been doing, you know, these golf sessions and stuff, you know. And I met him at a golf course and took him to the driving range. And he was not an expert golfer. And I asked Michael, where did you get that impression from? He said, well, the way he talks about it. I was like, cool. So I used that too as, you know, as part of the personality of the guy. The guy thought his golf game was way better than it really was. It's just an interesting little, you know, details. So there's one conversation where Dolph comes up and you can see there's like a little color comes up in his cheek because he wants to defend himself or big himself up or whatever. It's just absolute minor details, no concern to anybody else except me, but it amused me. You know. But in that conversation, you know, and I asked him some pretty tough questions, and you know, probably, you know, at my age now, questions I would never ask somebody in that situation, but you know, as you know, younger and you know, had that kind of confidence. And I kind of crossed into some territory that wasn't comfortable for him, and I made him cry. You know, and he didn't want to cry. He was sitting opposite me, and he was sort of like emotionally affected. And I was saying, man, I have to honor this man. I have to put every effort I can into making sure that I tell his story the right way around. You know, so then I met Ridley, and I was coming off that film, and I'd made a decision at the beginning because we kept like cutting my hair and dyeing. We bleached it 7 times, but it wouldn't behave like an old person's hair. You know, we could comb it into place, and then the next day it would go. You know, we took the hairline back, shaving the hair back, and everything. I mean, I just looked so fucking weird. And at a certain point, I just said to Michael Mann, I said, just give me a wig. This is just crazy, you know. I'll shave my hair, just get me a wig. I'll wear the wig because then my hair is going to be exactly right, you know. Mm-hmm. And that's what we did. So when I met Ridley, I was maybe 35 or 40 pounds heavier than I'd been on LA Confidential, which was the last movie that he'd seen me in. I was bald, and I had a really weird sort of suntan because of wearing the wig. So my face had some, but my head was white. You know? And I don't know how he could possibly have ever seen me as the character. But yeah, that first conversation I had with him, and I said, when are you starting? And he's like, January. And I was like, it's about 3 months, you know.
So it's 35 pounds.
Yeah, and fine muscles. You know? So the first thing I did was I went back home and I went on a motorcycle ride for about 10 days. And I sent a guy ahead of me in a van with a cooker. So wherever I decided I was going to stop that night or whatever, I could only eat his food, you know. And it was just really, really basic, just sort of salads and beans and stuff like that, you know. It's changed so much over time, the knowledge we have in nutrition and everything. You know, back then you pretty much, you know, you're working off some really dodgy information. You know, like at one point in my life, man, everybody was told, you know, the Mediterranean diet is the key. So eat pasta every day, just like the Italians do. Cut to a whole bunch of big people. You know, the thing being is the food production process is not the same necessarily in, you know, other countries outside of Italy, right. You know, Italy or France, whatever that, you know, food production methods that are like artisan methods that have been used for a long, long time, and pretty much most of the places you go, that food hasn't necessarily been affected in the same way as it might in a, you know, more westernized country like America, like Australia. You know, we borrow your food production methods, so we've got, you know, corn syrup up the jacksie and everything, you know, as well. So
new wheat, yeah.
But yeah, so I had 3 months to get ready, and that's, you know, I don't think when we started, I don't think I was ready, but by the time we're halfway through the film and the shirt's coming off and all that sort of stuff, I had enough time and enough focus on it to get it to a certain place.
So did you have to train while filming?
Yeah, constantly, you know, because it was, I mean, training in that, you know, at the top step of the third tier of the Colosseum, there's a room that's got gym gear in it, you know, or you're in the middle of the desert and there's an extra tent, and that tent is the gymnasium, you know. And you know, I had to sort of share the space. There's a whole bunch of gladiators, there's a whole bunch of guys that are desperate to work out and everything. So I just let everybody use the space as well, just on the proviso that if I'm coming in and I've got 15 minutes between things and I need to be on the bench, just get off the fucking bench. Right. You know, and then I was like, yeah, you know. So it was quite a, a good collaboration actually with all those guys.
Wow. So had you ever wielded a sword before? Did you have to learn how to do all those moves?
Yeah, I took it upon myself because I didn't get to go to drama school. I just started working. I was working, as I said, in club and stuff like that. When I started moving into doing more acting stuff, so I was born in New Zealand. I moved to Australia when I was 4. Moved back to New Zealand with my parents when I was 14. Then at 21, I moved back to Australia by myself because I considered Australia to be my home. I'd lived there between 4 and 14. It's your formative years, and I never felt like New Zealand, even though it was the land of my birth, it was really home. So I went back to where I felt comfortable. And I went back with the idea that, I've been doing all these clubs and bands and stuff like that, but I'm going to sort of change the priority. I'm going to focus more on acting and put the music, underneath it. And one of the things that I planned on doing was working enough, saving money to then go to night at the National Institute of Dramatic Art and get a piece of paper that says I know how to do my job. Right? So the year was 88, I think. I'd been in Australia for a couple of years by then. I had an agent. Things were going really, really well. Solid work, being able to save money. And I was doing a show at this theatre, and a guy called Bruce Appleball, who had been my brother's biology teacher in high school, but who had become a friend of one of my uncles. And he came to see the show, and he came backstage. And at that point, he was the technical director for the National Institute of Dramatic Art. So he said, "So what's your plan?" And I said, "Well, I've got the money in the bank. I'm auditioning for NIDA in October or whatever it was." And he just, "What? You're going to go to drama school?" I said, "Yeah, I want to." He goes, "I walked into this theatre tonight. As I was walking into the theatre, there's a banner that says the name of the show. Above the name of the show is your name. It's too late for you to go to drama school. You already do what you're supposed to learn at drama school. The only thing that you'll pick up is bad habits." So in that one conversation, this dream I'd harbored for about 4 or 5 years just disappeared, But it was absolutely the right advice for me to receive at that time. It would have been probably a big waste of my time to go into a drama school situation at that point.
Acting is one of the strange things that some people have an ability to do. Like, there's athletes that have gone into films that, just play an athlete in a film and do a fucking amazing job. Like, who was in Uncut Gems? Was it Kevin Durant? No. Kevin Garnett? Amazing.
He's good.
Amazing. Plays a professional basketball player. He is a professional basketball player.
But there's that thing, right? There's a simple thing to understand, that you're just going to inhabit the character.
Yes.
And you kind of operate yourself a little bit like a puppet master emotionally or whatever, And as you're saying, some people can just accept that.
Yeah.
And they're fine with it. Other people find it very hard, and they they put a performance on which does not being driven from inside.
And you feel it.
They're doing something that they've constructed, that they think, people will think I'm that guy if I do this thing over here. But they're not actually experiencing what the character is experiencing. Therefore, it's not coming across as real.
Right. It doesn't resonate.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Whatever it is, and you see it sometimes. Like, you see one actor stand out, like, oh, he's faking it.
Right.
Yeah. And it takes you out of it.
But just like the same way you see the opposite.
Yes.
Where you see that guy walk in the room, turns his head, and you go, "Oh, I'm with that guy." That guy's, is fantastic.
Like, when you're doing a character, whether it's Braddock or the gentleman from The Insider, and you're playing an actual human being, that must come with it's another level of responsibility, right? Because you have, especially The Insider, because that was the first film where I saw that kind of changed my perspective on things and made me openly consider the idea that a corporation would have someone assassinated if they were going to affect their business. And I saw that movie. I remember seeing that movie going, Jesus Christ. And it took me down a rabbit hole of reading about the history of the tobacco industry and lobbyists and what they had done to try to obscure the fact that it was causing cancer and addicting people and all the chemicals they'd put into those things. You're playing a guy who risked his life to tell us, to let everybody else know, hey, there's some nefarious forces involved in this business. It's not as simple as they're just selling you cigarettes. They're doing some shit.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like the responsibility is the right word. You know, that experience I was sharing with you, where I sat in front of him and I asked him some tough questions. I pushed a button emotionally.
What was it
I
about?
could see he was still affected by it. And it was about his family and the question you mean?
Yeah.
It was about the effect of the situation on his family. And that took him to a place, and I could see him just get, emotional. I realized he still, all these years later, is carrying this around. It was a big thing for him to do. As you say, he risked everything in his life, risked his professional reputation, the health and safety of his family, to put that information in front of us. The weird thing for me about all of that is that this legal loophole kind of situation you get into where if you admit something is unsafe, then you're liable for the fact that you peddled something that was unsafe. Because there's a whole lot of things that you can do to make these less potent in terms of how they damage you. You can take out chemicals, you can return the tobacco to its more natural state, but we don't do any of that because that would be admitting that it's an unsafe product. And it opens up a whole bunch of more legal bullshit. But it's a funny thing. I don't want to be an advocate for cigarette smoking, but there is a long, long history of us and wanting to smoke things.
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of great work that was written on nicotine.
Mate,
a lot.
Every major mathematician, every major scientist, they all smoke.
Mm-hmm.
There is something in that nicotine opening new pathways that they might not have access to normally.
I think it's the delivery method too, because there's different ways of doing it. There's pouches, but there's a very different thing that happens when you smoke it.
Right.
Yeah. But all my friends that can't quit cigarettes say the same thing.
Yeah.
Like it's a different thing. Like they'll give you
I use Red Man Plug on long haul flights.
Yeah.
That's how much of a nicotine addict I am, mate. I use chewing tobacco on long haul flights.
I got a great Norm Macdonald story. Norm Macdonald and I, just by luck, sat next to each other on flights on 2 different occasions. Just total dumb luck. Norm's like, Norm, what's up? So we're talking, and he's telling me I quit smoking. He's telling me this whole thing about I quit smoking. Yeah, it was terrible. It was the hardest thing I ever had to kick. Yeah, I loved smoking, but you know what? It's fucking terrible for you. I had to quit. So he's telling me about this. The moment we land, he runs into the gift shop and buys a pack of cigarettes, and he's lighting them before he gets. I go, what are you doing? I thought you quit. He goes, yeah, I did, but then we started talking about it. I wanted a cigarette, and he's lighting it before he even gets out the door. He just couldn't wait to get it back in him.
Well, here's the funny thing, though, right, with that somebody sort of said to me once, and it's a true thing, is like, when you haven't had a cigarette for a while and you get a craving, right? That's all you have to deal with.
Right.
That's
right.
it.
Right. At that moment. Yeah.
It's not like other things that might, get deeper and harder and more difficult or whatever. It's only ever going to be that craving. So you just have to sort of walk past it. But
also to satisfy that craving, when you do satisfy that craving, it's an immediate release of one of the most pressing physical things that's bothering you. The most pressing physical thing that's bothering you is you want a cigarette.
In the times that I've tried to give up, what I've found is that my brain doesn't work the way I want it to work.
Right.
I find it quite hard to make decisions. And so it's sort of like I've had experiences where, for an extended period of time, I'm in this battle of trying to completely get rid of it out of my life. But all of these other things are being negatively affected because I'm not making decisions. My businesses are starting to wobble. My bank account's not looking good. You know what I mean? And so I've just gone, fuck it. Get everything back in line.
Well, it's a significant nootropic. You know, it really is. It does affect in a very positive way cognitive performance.
Yeah.
And it's undeniable.
Yeah. Well, as you said in that film, it breaks through that blood-brain barrier. That's why it's so addictive and so hard.
Yeah. Yeah. And why it's so effective too. It's just too bad it's terrible for you.
Yeah. And I'm feeling it, man. At the age of 60, having smoked since I was a kid, 100%. No, it's like it's a short course for me.
When you were playing Braddock, did you smoke all through the training?
I smoked in the ring. Right? There's photographs. I had a guy because you can't take your gloves off.
Right.
And so I used to just go over to the corner, I'd stick it on my mouth and go, puff.
Wow.
But then we developed a set of gloves that were Velcro. So they had the laces on the outside, but they're actually Velcro. I could get them out so I could have a cigarette. But,
oh, wow.
Yeah, not constantly, but, we'd be, you're doing a shooting day in the ring. You're in the ring all fucking day.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to be in the ring doing boxing stuff for 12 hours. But when we started that film, Ron Howard's idea was to do the first 35 days of boxing and then do the scenes afterwards. But after we did the first fight, which took 6 or 7 days, I said, you've got to rethink that. I'm rehabbing from the shoulder 35 days in a row. It's like, it's going to break down, man.
Right.
We have to. So we redid the schedule and we cycled back into the boxing. So I'd box Mondays and Tuesdays. And then basically Wednesday would be off physically. And then I would start the prep gearing up for the next boxing day, And what was good about it is that it kept me in shape through the whole shoot. If we'd done 35 days of boxing and then stopped, and then done another 30 shooting days where I didn't have to box, James J. Braddock would have changed shape during the course of the film. It was because I was cycling back into the boxing that I stayed in shape and kept improving, because we had gaps in between, so I'd learn a little bit more from Angela or whatever, and would be able to adjust something. So it was a really good choice to make because it made, and it was because of doing that Ron was able to clearly see we need another gear change between now and the championship, and that's when we came up with the idea. Well, the only way we can have a gear change is if we just do it for real,
Wow.
But when I did the real fight, I did it with the fellow Troy. He was a really lovely bloke, great boxer, great athlete, incredible on the ropes, on the skipping rope, just superior. I did it with him because I wanted the challenge of doing it. If we're going to do it for real, I want to do it with him. And we were chasing each other around that ring. It was an incredible experience, but I wasn't. It's just that thing is like, he's a good, solid guy, and I know he was never going to kill me.
Right. Right.
There was a couple of blokes in that cast.
Yeah.
If he gets the opportunity, he's too feral. He'll just take my head off. If I give him half a freaking break, he'll just,
Yeah, there's guys like that out there.
Yeah.
Did you have any experience boxing as a young man?
A little bit. I did martial arts when I was a kid. So I started off with karate Budokan. I would have started that when I was 12. Then I did Zendakai. And then I did like a street martial art thing as well. And I'd get to kind of like, halfway up the belt ladder and then I'd move on to something else,
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny because all of that training comes into play later on in my life, and funnily enough, I always say to people, it's actually my musical theater background and dance routines that make my fight sequences so sharp, because it's sort of like you're working with a rhythm, and if you're working with a camera and the camera's trying to catch something, if you have that rhythm, then you can display your stuff that you want the camera to capture in the audience to see, But it's a lot of people think I'm joking when I say it, but it's for real.
Are you aware of Vasily Lomachenko?
No.
He's a Ukrainian boxer. He's one of the best pound-for-pound fighters
didn't he
in the
just win a
world.
big fight the other day?
Yeah, he beat Kambosos from Australia, who's also an elite fighter. But he he was trained by his father from the time he was very young. His father made him take 2 years off of boxing to learn Ukrainian dance to help his footwork. And he has the greatest footwork of all time. His footwork is impeccable. You have to see, pull up just a highlight reel of the way this guy moves, because it's so bizarre. He moves differently than any other boxer on the planet, and he's by far he has the best footwork and the most elusive. He cuts angles and does movement and misdirects in a way that no one else
that
does.
list wrong. I did Budokan to start with, then I did Serdor, which is a kung fu.
Okay.
And then I did Zendakai after that, which is more of a street fighting thing, which is headbutts and shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, it's like, it's a
Like a Krav Maga type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, let's make this short and sweet.
Yeah.
And just, get it done. Yeah. Who's your favorite boxer over time?
Oh boy, I don't know. I don't know if there is a one. This is Lomachenko. Just watch how this guy moves. Like look at that.
Yeah,
that footwork is fucking insane. There's no one like him. He's so elusive, and the punches come from angles that you don't expect them to come from, and he's moved up multiple weight classes. I think he's the quickest man to ever win. Because he had an unbelievable amateur record. Right. I think he's the quickest man to ever win a world title. I think he won a world title in like 4 bouts. Right. Incredible.
Yeah. I used to love watching Costa Zoo.
Oh, yeah. He was amazing.
Yeah. He's fantastic. And his son, he's got 2 boys, and they're both up-and-comers at the moment.
Yep. Yeah.
Tim just lost for the first time.
I watched that fight.
Nikita.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Crazy fight. Costa Zoo was a murderous puncher.
He was fantastic, man.
Yeah.
He knocked out Zab Judah one time.
I remember that.
Oh, my God. I've never seen that happen before.
And that was when Zab Judah was Zab Judah.
He was the thing.
Yeah, he was the
thing. Everybody was like counting down how many seconds is it going to take for him to end Costa Zoo's life.
Yeah.
And it simply didn't happen.
Well, he was so slick and so elusive himself, and Costa Zoo just planted one on him. Well, he planted a couple on him, but one big one that really rocked him. And he had that little rat tail. That was his thing.
Well, that's the thing with Costa. I think he had, nearly 300 fights or something as an amateur to start with.
He did the consequences of him hitting you. He was just such a murderous puncher that even if a guy was slick, it was just you needed to make one mistake. Boom, there it is. And he got up and his legs were just complete rubber.
That's the only time I've ever seen that in a boxing.
Well, he made a mistake there. He should have just stayed down. It was his ego that made him jump up to his feet. He should have taken the knee, wait to the count of 8, rows, and then he
play that back again, because he's got that one big right, but then it's a 2-punch combination that really puts him into that situation, right?
Yeah.
Bang there.
1, 2, that hurt him, and then bam, that's the big one. Yeah. Yeah, see, if he just stayed down, probably would have got his legs back in 8 seconds.
Then,
right now he's okay. Yeah, exactly. But who knows? He would have probably got caught again. That's the tricky thing about boxing. Yeah. So
I was at the Costa Zoo Ricky Hatton fight when I've got a mate who's a lawyer, so you have to be careful with befriending boxers, right? Because there will be that night when it's just all over.
Yep.
And it was in Manchester, and Hatton was jacked, man. His body was chiseled in a way I'd never seen his body before. And, from my perspective, it looked like he was, laying in some shots under the belt, But in an audience like that in Manchester, which was all about Ricky, they were all for him. He didn't have a lot of dissenting voices. But I was in the dressing room holding Costa over a bucket while he pissed blood for about 20 minutes after the fight. Yeah. And it was like really made me understand what the boxing world is, what it really is.
Yeah. And every one of those takes something away from that fighter forever. They'll never be exactly the same.
I don't think he fought again after that.
Yeah.
Had that big, long, storied career and multiple world championships and all of the things that he achieved. And then, he just knew that was the end of that for him.
Well, good for him for recognizing that. That's one of the hardest things for fighters to recognize when it's over, because their entire identity is based on this one thing that they do. And then who am I if I don't do that thing? and your whole life from the
It's like
time you were
all
young.
sports people, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You
I
have
think
that
for fighters, it's more difficult.
Oh, it's much more intense as a
Yeah.
fight, for sure.
It's also you have to have this ridiculous belief in yourself that you're the best of all the elites out there. You're the number one. You're the guy that can get it done. Yeah. Ricky Hatton in his prime was a bad man.
Yeah, he was great.
Oh, he was a mauler. Mauler, too. Just so hard-nosed.
Yeah.
Just come at you. Just, which is why, some of his losses to Floyd Mayweather, one example, it just shows how great Floyd was.
Right.
He was able to weather that and figure out the openings.
Yeah.
And then Manny Pacquiao after that.
Pacquiao, what a fighter.
He just fought again. He just had an exhibition fight in Japan. Just ridiculous. Didn't look that good.
I used to like watching Oscar De La Hoya.
Oh, in his prime, he was amazing. He's off the reservation now, though. See what he posted on his Instagram today? Him and his girlfriend in their underwear dancing around. And it looks like he's on a pound of cocaine.
Oh, dear.
He's got a jock strap on. He's bouncing his dick around. She's bouncing her ass around. It's something that if somebody else filmed, be like, don't post that.
Right.
Do not post that. Meanwhile, he put it on his own fucking account. See, you got it, Jamie?
It's
been taken down.
Just having a summer.
What do you mean it's been taken? He took it down?
It says that when I looked for it, it's been scrubbed from Instagram, so I found it.
Well, that's it in the corner. In the right-hand corner, you can see what the two of them are doing. So she's dancing. They're blurring him out because he had like some little G-string around where his dingling was bouncing around. She's shaking her enhanced ass. The whole thing is just, what drugs?
He definitely needs to go and do some Ukrainian folk dancing lessons.
Yeah, not the best footwork. In his prime, the guy moved like a butterfly, but things have changed. He was an amazing fighter in his prime.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, it gets overshadowed by activity like we just witnessed.
Right. What do you think of this Jake Paul fellow?
I always say that Jake Paul was not a YouTube star. If people just looked at him like an up-and-coming boxer, you would say this kid's got a lot of fucking talent. He's dangerous. He's dangerous. I think his strength is that people, for whatever stupid reasons, they underestimate him because of what his background was.
Right.
And they think there's no way that some guy who became famous off of YouTube is going to be an actual legit boxer. But if you look at what he's done, the time that he's put into it, and the ability that he has, just the sheer ability, he's a very good boxer.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. And he seems to treat his body the right way too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trains hard.
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of his training footage. I've watched all of his fights. He can fight.
What do you think of the thing with Mike, though?
58 is 58.
Yeah.
No matter what you're taking and what they're doing for you, and you're still 58. But 58-year-old Mike Tyson is not 50-year-old Mike Jones that lives down the street. It's a different kind of human being. He still can knock your fucking head into another dimension if he can catch you.
Yeah.
The thing is, can he catch a 28-year-old guy who's at the top of his career, who's winning legitimate boxing matches? He's beating former UFC world champions like Tyron Woodley. He had that very good fight with Tommy Fury, who's a legitimate boxer, which was a very good fight. He just beat up Mike Perry, who's a bare knuckle champion. He's a real fighter. He can fight. And if Mike Tyson and him are fighting and Mike can't catch him, and Mike has bad knees, if his back's bad, I don't know what's going on with him physically. It's hard to tell from a guy just hitting pads. When he's hitting those pads, it looks great.
Yeah.
If he can do that, if he can actually do that for 8 rounds or 10 rounds, however long this fight is.
Well, that's going to be the key.
Yeah. Can he do that? I don't know if he can do that. He had to pull out the first fight because he had an ulcer.
Yeah.
So it's,
The thing is, I was quite enjoying the second phase of Mike's life. He was terrifying as a boxer.
Yeah.
Terrifying. Even when I met him at one point backstage at the stadium at a fight, and I was like, I'm still terrified of you from watching you, But then that guy he started becoming, where he became more explorative and he was looking into what, the meaning of life and, having a smoke every now and then and stuff like that, I was like, I'm enjoying this, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm liking the evolution. What bothers me with this whole thing is that he's got to kind of, slide back to that warrior, and I'm just not sure he needed to do it.
Yeah. he's the reason why this table's so wide. Because I was going to make the table more narrow and be closer to the guests. I had him on once when he was retired, and he was much heavier, and he was smoking a lot of weed, and he's contemplative and, you know, interesting and philosophical and just a fun guy to hang out with. And then I had him on again when he was about to fight Roy Jones Jr. And he had lost about 60 pounds. He looked shredded. He had muscles bulging in his arms. And he was very intense. It was like a completely different human being. And he was terrifying. Just being in the room was fucking terrifying. And I said, you know what? This table needs to be a little wider.
I'm glad it wasn't only me.
Yeah, I just don't want to be that close to him. He fucking scares me. Like, I felt his energy. It was and even Jamie said it after he left. Jamie was like, that's a totally different person. Because Jamie was here for the first one, the second one. He was so fired up. He had reignited that thing inside of him that existed when he was the best in the world. Yeah. And that force that caused him to try to achieve greatness was back. And he was fit. He was, he was in the middle of training. And he was all in on this Roy Jones Jr. fight. Yeah. And now I just hope for the both of them that it transcends the sort of circus type atmosphere that's around it. You know? Yeah, it's a legit fight, and you both do well, and nobody gets hurt. That would be nice, but it's probably not going to happen. It's probably going to be one of two things. It's either going to be Jake Paul's going to find out that 58-year-old Mike Tyson is still a motherfucker, or we're going to find out that 58-year-old men are 58-year-old men, no matter what they look like. And Jake Paul is a 28-year-old athlete in the prime of his life. It's a really. I mean, if you just do it to yourself, right? Yeah. Me at 60 versus me at 28. Right. Forget about it. Yeah, it's different things. Yeah. Yeah, and also there's an accumulation of injuries that everyone has. Yeah, just no avoiding. But I do want to get you in. I guarantee stem cells will help that. I've had tremendous success with stem cells.
In your shoulder joint?
Yeah. I was told by a doctor that I was going to have shoulder surgery. He said, well, he did all of these exercises to push down on it, and we did an MRI. He's like, it's so torn. He goes, you could try to rehabilitate it. No, it was a little bit of labrum, but it was I had a full-length rotator cuff tear. Okay. And he's like, it's going to have to be repaired. So I had another guy in Vegas, this guy, Dr. Roddy McGee, and he's like, let's try stem cells. And he was doing them for the UFC. And, they could do some pretty potent stuff. This is before some of the new regulations have come into place. That they're constantly trying to regulate this stuff because it's very effective. Well, I went in. He shot me up. I took it easy on it. I did rehab. I started doing all these bands. I used these crossover symmetry bands, and I started doing all these exercises to build my shoulders back up. And then I started feeling pretty good, and I started working out again and just being real careful. As soon as I feel pain, I'm going to stop. I went back to him in 6 months to get an MRI. He said it was the most extraordinary thing he's ever seen. He said the tear is gone. I said, I've never seen this before. Because I've never seen this. All my years of being an orthopedic surgeon, I've never seen a tear in a rotator cuff completely disappear.
Well, what's happened with mine now is that it's full of arthritis, So if they were going to repair it now, right, they've got to cut it. They've got to pop the bone up, shave the top of the femoral head off, cut it off, put, some plastic bit.
Yeah. Don't do that yet.
11 months rehab.
Yeah, don't do that yet. Don't do that yet. This is why I don't do that yet, because there's breakthroughs right now where they're regenerating cartilage. There's several studies. I believe one of them is out of Australia, and another one, my friend Brigham, who runs Ways to Well, I actually sent this to him. I'll send this to you, Jamie. But it is there's a new study that came out that's showing that they're able to regenerate cartilage tissue. And this is very, very promising. So when they're able to do this kind of stuff now, if you could just hang in there, if you could just hang in there for just a year or so, I guarantee you they're going to be implementing this stuff on people.
See, I've got no cartilage in my big toes, no cartilage left. Because of all the sports I used to do, lateral movement toe, but also, sometimes shit goes wrong in a stunt, and you got to stop or you die.
Right. So this is it. Insulin-like growth factor 1 in articular cartilage repair for osteoarthritis treatment. Right. So they're able to do this signaling pathway that's been implicated in articular cartilage repair. IGF-1 is a member of the family of growth factors, structurally closely related to pro-insulin I don't know what that word is, chondrocyte proliferation. enhance matrix production, and inhibit catabolism. Moreover, we discussed the potential role of IGF-1 in OA treatment. Of note, we summarized the recent progress on IGF delivery systems. Optimization of IGF delivery systems can facilitate treatment application and cartilage repair and improve OA treatment efficacy. So there's this, and there's another one that's in Australia where they're using it on sheep right now, and they're able to regrow cartilage on sheep, and they're about to begin human trials on that as well. Here, discovering animal models contributing to new human therapies. So this is the next stage, right? Because right now there's nothing they can do about cartilage. What stem cells have been really effective at is soft tissue injuries, tendon repair, things along those lines, and a lot of neurological disorders that people have, especially IV versions. They've done a lot with Dr. Neil Reardon in Panama, so had some great results with that. And great results. Mel Gibson came in and talked about his experiences with that, and his father. His father was in a wheelchair when he was 80. 10 years later, at 90, was walking around. Right? And this is after stem cells. Okay. It's just, they can do some pretty extraordinary stuff, especially outside of the country, because outside of America, America has the FDA, and the FDA is very strict on this stuff. But you can go to Tijuana. There's a place called the Cellular Performance Institute. They send a lot of UFC fighters down there. They had amazing results. Amazing. They're shooting them into people's discs and growing disc tissue on people that have disc generation issues. It's just we're real close. We're real close to being able to regenerate all kinds of stuff. So just got to hang in there. Yeah. Hang in there. But I guarantee you what the stem cells can do is help heal what can heal in that area, reduce inflammation, give you more range of motion, and give you a much more pain-free experience.
Because I've got that situation with my toes, right? I've got grade 4 tears in both Achilles. I've got shin splints. I've got bone marrow edemas under both knees.
Jesus.
I've got one disintegrating hip.
Oh, boy.
And I know exactly what fall that was from.
What movie?
Gladiator.
Of course.
And then you go on my back. I've got ribs that pop off. I've got, both shoulders are shit, but the left one is particularly shit. And it's like, like even on this tour we've been doing, because we've been traveling like 35,000 kilometers or something on this tour. And, sometimes it's in a plane, but other times it's in a, hopefully a bus, but most of the time just a car, or at one point we were traveling around in a pet transport van.
You're doing it old school.
Yeah, well, the thing is the band doesn't generate cash like my day job.
Right.
So I've got to work to how what the band earns.
Right.
So definitely makes it a little more difficult for sure.
But it's also real. You're doing it like a real touring band. Yeah.
Lining up in funky little airports and
yeah.
And most of the flights have been, once the tour has begun, have been, economy flights and blah blah. So,
well, I'm gonna try to get you in the morning before you take your flight out of here.
Right, cool.
I bet I can. Okay. Yeah, I'm 99%.
They can
sure.
just go bing bang. Right now.
They'll just start injecting you in the morning. They'll give you an IV of stem cells. They'll inject them into the areas that are hurt.
Interesting.
Yeah, it'll help you. Guaranteed it'll help. It sounds like your shoulder's pretty fucked, but like I said, hang in there. This shit's coming.
So I'm kind of probably doesn't look like it to you, but I'm actually in the process of about 10 years of allowing myself to be in a certain shape and playing all sorts of roles for that. But when I finished Nuremberg in April or so, I just said, okay, that decade's over, and I'm going to go back the other way. So I was 126 kilos when I came off Nuremberg. I'm currently 112 and a half.
Nice.
Just slowly.
That's the right way to do it.
But what I'm looking forward to is that all of the guys that are 10 years my junior who are going, mate, you fucking let yourself go, haven't you? Okay, whatever. I'm going to just be passing them on the escalator as I go down. Enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
I feel, even if I start working less, which is something that's also in the back of my mind, if I'm going to spend more time for myself and not working, then I want to be in a particular place, so I can enjoy it a little bit more.
Sure. Yeah. Just physically, you'll feel a lot better just moving around.
But it has been a very interesting decade, and it's funny in my business on how much it can affect your friendships, what you look like.
Really?
For sure. Absolutely for sure.
In what way?
Just who stops calling you and stuff.
They stop calling you if you gain weight?
For sure.
Really? Oh, those aren't real friends.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So it's been a lovely process of
Elimination.
just cleaning a few things out.
How bizarre.
Yeah. I don't know where I'll get to, but in my mind, I'm aiming for about 104, 105.
Nice.
Like that.
You'll get there. Come on,
Yeah, well,
man.
that should be relatively easy.
Yeah.
You know? But for me, fighting weights, 80 kilos. That's,
Can you get there?
I don't think so.
Why not? I bet you can.
Well, it's just the thing is, I can't, because of all the damage everywhere. Because what I used to do is just outrun
Right.
go through a period of, abusing yourself and then just outrun it. And I simply can't do that anymore. I just can't outrun the years of, abuse.
Can you use an Airdyne? An Airdyne bike?
Yeah, I've got them.
Yeah, those are the shit.
Yeah.
I did that stupid thing today. That's
but
torture.
what I'm trying to do is actually make the adjustments without relying on, Olympic level physical preparation. I'm just trying to bring it down purely through diet and the fact that I've been losing weight when I'm on a tour like this, where you don't have consistency in the way you can exercise, and the food that's available to you, 2:00 in the morning after you finish the gig is pretty hairy. The fact that I've actually still been able to come down is amazing. I've never been on a tour with a band in my life, and I've been doing this stuff since the early 80s and lost weight. You go on tour, you gain weight. That's what happens. So it's been I'm really looking forward to being back on the farm where I can be consistent and add a little sort of consistent exercise to it.
I don't know what the rules in Australia are for peptides. Do you know what kind of regulations they have there?
I'm pretty sure that they're available, but you can't use them in a professional sense, which doesn't affect my job. But sports people can't use them.
Right. Sports people can't use them here either, unfortunately. All they do is help you heal, especially things like BPC 157. They just help heal injuries. And they've recently banned that here for some fucking stupid reason. None of it makes any sense. What you can get versus what has not shown any adverse side effects. But then you have to go through this insane process to get it legalized that takes forever and costs insane amounts of money. And just that's what they're in right now. But peptides can help you tremendously. Helps you heal, helps your body regenerate tissue, helps you lose weight. It can help you in a lot of ways. Yeah, there's a lot of different things you do, but I'll connect you with these ways to well people. They can help you a lot. And also, just eat nothing but steak. Eat just eat only your steaks. Get on a carnivore diet. High protein, low carbs.
Right.
You just lose weight quick like that anyway. Your body's easily satisfied.
Right.
If you're only eating meat and protein, you only eat so much, and then you're done. Your body knows how to regulate exactly what you have, and also then you'll be in a state of ketosis.
Yeah.
A lot of
now
times.
that I've made the decision, it's quite interesting what's happening to my just the food intake. Yesterday I was eating a steak. I was really enjoying it, but I didn't finish it. I got to a certain point when actually I'm good.
Yeah.
So it's just a funny thing, we talked before about the power of the imagination or whatever. I've now made the decision that I'm going the other way.
Yeah.
And, as long as I'm, clear about that decision, then things just, you just start to fold in under what the decision you've made.
Right. Yeah, you move into that direction. Yeah.
And I'm just sort of taking the attitude. I'm not slavishly weighing myself every day. I'm not, there's nothing. It's not schedule specific, which has been so much of my life. I'm prepping for a thing that happens on a certain date. You've got X amount of time to get to that place. I'm really taking it on board as a decision I purely made for my own reasons, and that is, when it's summertime, I like taking my shirt off by the pool,
Right.
So it's like, all right, I've had 10 years without doing that, so now I'm going back the other way.
What exercise can you do that doesn't hurt?
Oddly enough, and I would never have thought this, it doesn't seem logical, but when I got to a point with my Achilles that was affecting everything that I was doing, and they set me up, I did, full blood injections, platelet-rich injections, did all of that stuff, And then you're banging yourself with painkillers because it's such a heavy hit when you do that sort of thing, particularly with the Achilles, and moon boot and all that. And it just wasn't working, man. And I was doing rehab exercises and everything, and I could feel that with the rehab exercises that they were re-damaging the area. They weren't making it better, So I kind of said to the guy that I was working with, it's just like, I got to stop. Because every time I see you, then I limp the next day, But if I don't do the exercises, after a certain amount of time, the limp gets less, So I have to come up with some other way of doing it. And you said I was crazy at the time or whatever. Then I started going out with a girl who loves playing tennis. I used to like playing tennis when I was younger, so cool, let's play tennis, Our romance is based on the fact that the first time I played tennis, I couldn't beat her. So, okay, I got to keep you around and play you enough times till I work out how to grind you into the dirt, young lady. But here's the thing with tennis, with short bursts of running, right? And it's sort of like, it's not constant, like 10 Ks on a treadmill or out on a road or whatever. It's just a short burst of run, right? And then you've got a minute while you sort of gather yourself together. You have a break between games or whatever, and then another burst of run, I seem to have rehabbed my Achilles by playing tennis.
Wow. That would be the last thing I would suggest. I would think that springing would be the recipe for disaster.
Yeah, but because it's like a momentary movement. But, with tennis, if you're getting to the ball, you've got to use 100% of yourself. You're going for that ball, and that's all in. But it's 3 or 4 steps,
right?
And then you have a sort of like a little bit of a break, or the next shot you don't have to put so much effort into or whatever. And it just seems to, I had years and years, man. I mean, I'm talking about from 98 onwards, right? So that's through all of those movies we were talking about, like Gladiator, like Martial Commander, like Cinderella Man, Noah, whatever. The problem with my Achilles is always present, but since in the last 5 years, it's gone away. I don't think about it every day, and I walk without a limp now.
Wow.
That's just tennis.
I wonder how much of that is the same thing. It's the direction. You've made this direction to beat this woman at tennis. You got to get good at tennis. Your mind is saying to your body, all right, you got to fix this fucking problem with the Achilles.
I'm going to need those.
Yeah, we're going to need those. We're going to need to fire up all the resources.
It could be also, too, that those platelet-rich injections and stuff that they were doing in the timeline that they were considering to be the right timeline is incorrect. The timeline is, in fact, a lot longer. Perhaps.
Yeah.
And I think if you look at the tennis thing, it actually recreates the rehab exercises.
Sure.
But you're not doing, 5 sets of 10.
Right.
You're doing a little bit, and then the next day you might do that same move again or whatever, but it's not wearing it down at the same time. Right. That's what I found with the rehab exercises, that it felt to me, as I said, I think that I was re-injured. They would stretch to a certain point. That's good. Then you do that one set of them too many, and you feel that little click again, and you know that it's retorn.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like limited plyometrics. That's what it's like. It does make sense. But it's funny that that's the thing that got you healthy again.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, so opposite of what I think anybody would recommend.
It doesn't seem to bear logic, but here it is, sort of. And I've started riding bicycles again now and everything, because it got to the point, man, with the pain. If you went on a mountain bike for 15 or 20 Ks, it's just white hot pain in the back of my heels.
Ugh.
Yeah,
that can't be.
But now I'm enjoying it again, having fun with it. So it's cool.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. So love.
Yeah, love, and the ability to decide that you want to beat this person.
Yeah, and I did. I ended up. There was one time in Melbourne we played indoors on the practice course they have for the Open. 6 love, and I never let her forget it. She still beat me quite regularly, but I do have that one pure moment of victory that I recall for her.
That's hilarious. The motivation. It's interesting how motivation is such a massive factor in success. Like, what are you actually enthusiastic about? It's just that the direction that your mind will put your body through when you've made a decision like that.
Have you got kids?
Yes.
Yeah. What are their ages?
I have a 28-year-old.
Oh.
I have a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And that you dig being a dad? I mean, that's
I
a
love
silly
it.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre education in who you are as a human being, and the reflection you have on
But possibly their greatest human privilege.
Yeah. I used to think differently about it. I used to think that everybody should. When I first started having kids, I felt like everybody should have kids. I don't think that now anymore, but I think that for me, it's been one of the most impactful and powerful things ever in my life. It's changed me as a human being in so many different ways. Dave Chappelle has a great phrase about it that I always repeat. He said, not only did it increase the amount of love I have, it increased my capacity for love. And for me, it also made me change the way I think about people. Right? Because I used to think if I met a guy and he was 50 years old, I was like, that's a 50-year-old guy. Now I meet him, I go, he used to be a baby. I used to be a kid. I used to be a little kid. I think of the whole path of that person becoming an adult now. I never used to do that before.
Yeah.
I did.
Well, I'm at that place now where my eldest is in university and my youngest is about to finish high school. And we've, it's just, it's amazing. We had a funky life in that, there was divorce involved and things like that. So we haven't always been together, but I can honestly say that my two favorite people to spend time with in the world, and the things that we can do now, with this little head that was nothing but just a bundle of blankets, I can now have these incredible discussions with, my eldest went into university to do an arts degree, right? Didn't find it challenging. So without any discussion, just flipped his degree and he's now doing Latin and ancient Greek.
Whoa.
Yeah. And I'm like, that's a big change. And he's like, well, I just worked out how to make the education system work for me. And I'm like, this guy, wow, he's so impressive, And it's like, I remember the first time he said a word, and now he has the intellectual capacity to realize that, this is a moment in his life. If he grabs what he can in terms of his education, and he's looked at Latin and Greek and gone, if I can nail Latin and Greek, every language is available to me. So it's like, it's just, to sit back and be impressed with your kids. That's
amazing.
Yeah. And look, I think they're both really creative, but the navigation aspect, how you help your children navigate the world.
Don't know too much.
Yeah, but how do you explain some of the bullshit that goes on politically and stuff? Because I remember being extremely idealistic when I was like, my teen years and very politically focused. And I just got to a point where I was like, everyone's a bullshit artist. Yeah. There's not one of these guys that I can really say that, I'd follow into battle. So I'll just stop worrying about politics and go into something else, But you see the same processes going on with them. They're trying to reach out to something to believe in. Mm-hmm. And somebody that they believed in, that has a policy or whatever that, is completely abhorrent to the way of thinking. So you can see them having to come to grips with, it's very hard to find a hero.
Yeah.
Particularly in that world.
It's particularly in that world. But that world is set up for fools. It's set up for people that can just become a figurehead.
Well, I don't know who said it first, but it was used in the Andrew Logo, the Tim Rice musical Evita. Politics is the art of the possible. So it's not not really connected to anything. It's like, what can we get away with?
Right. What can we tell you that we're going to do and then never do it?
It's the art of the possible.
Well, you're seeing that now in American politics more than ever because the person that's actually in office is saying what she's going to do if she gets in office.
Right.
Which is just like,
you're there.
You're there. This is madness. Like, this is, and people are like, yeah, she's going to do it. Like, she's been in there for 3 fucking years. Like, what are you talking about? This is crazy. but people want to believe so badly. We want someone to be the person that rescues us from whatever situation we're currently in, and that's always been the case.
And the unfortunate thing is, and it affects, Australia as much as it affects here. We have such an aggressive media situation and media's need for new information, new stories, whatever that that timeline is. You're just not going to get people of quality stepping into that world anymore.
No. Who'd want to put themselves through that?
There's probably hundreds of potentially incredible presidents.
Oh yeah,
in this country, but they're too smart to walk that way.
Yeah, it's a real problem. It's a real problem. It's only going to get worse. And our desire and our hunger for bullshit, and to focus on what did he do when he was in high school?
Right.
What did she say when she was on Twitter when she was 22? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, we have to put that shit aside. Recognize that people are just human beings, and stop dragging out old shit just to make your party win, because it ruins the entire system.
Yeah, well, that is the thing, isn't it? It's just like picking a color, and no matter what happens under the banner of that color, you're just sticking with the color.
Yep.
It's like, well, that's not really going to help any of us.
No.
That's not the way it's going to be.
I don't know what your political system's like, but we're completely trapped in this two-party system.
Yeah, we have the same sort of situation. But we have a very interesting thing that's happening in Australia at the moment, which is the rise of independence. And it's happened federally and also at a state level too, but also in city government as well, where non-party affiliated people are standing. And so now you have a situation where in the parliament you have a group of them. There's, I don't know the exact numbers, 10 or 15 or something independent. So, the main party has to deal with the fact that those independents are going to bring a non-party line series of points to the argument. And it's working well. It's working for us in that it's making both of the main parties re-examine who they are and what they stand for.
Yeah, we could use that here for sure.
Because people are just so sick of that.
Yeah.
Color choice.
Yeah.
They're reaching for something else.
Well, it's also people recognize that a lot of us that claim to be on one side or the other really are somewhere in the middle. Most people have opinions that are a little bit of a conglomeration of both conservative and liberal perspectives, especially like liberal, socially, fiscally conservative. There's a lot of people like that. And they're not represented.
Not at the moment.
No, not at the moment. And in this country, it's the worst that's ever been in terms of the polarization of the two sides. And you think of the other side as an idiot, no matter what. No matter what, that person's got to be a moron. They think differently than I do, or they support this side, I support that side, and I'm all in on my team, and they're all in. It's a tribal thing, as tribal as any other thing that we have in the world. And in this country, it just doesn't work, and we just get captivated by corporations because of that. And it's also the money in politics are so extraordinary, which is something that should never be allowed to happen.
Yeah, the old, those campaign fundraising situations, and the amount of money they just pour into, but also the rules around the engagement. The rules of, what you can say in an ad that's negative about the other person. It's like, come on, this is ridiculous. It's like these apocalyptic 2-minute blasts that come out of your television. It's just all bullshit. But if you're leaning that way, then, that helps your outrage. And it helps you confirm that, yes, well, that's, I'm against that. But when it's just a series of exaggerations and lies, it just doesn't help anybody.
Well, in this country, Kamala Harris recently got caught because the campaign was using articles, and they changed the article. They changed the titles of the article. They put out fake positive articles. Right. And the fact that you can do something like that, you can persuade people to think that people are writing about something when you're actually putting it out there, which is just bananas. It's just a complete manipulation of the zeitgeist.
We've got a situation in Australia at the moment where politicians are suing people for what they say is the loss of their reputation or whatever, right? Because that person might have commented somewhere on social media or something and said, X person is X, and so now, they've worked. Certain politicians have worked out, I can make money out of this.
Oh, geez.
So they're using their privileged position to then go and destroy somebody's life who might have called them a name on social media.
Jesus Christ.
Really, mate? Bit much.
Yeah, you got to put a stop to that. If you're in the public eye, you got to recognize people are going to throw rocks.
Absolutely, man. If you're standing for Parliament or Congress or whatever, it goes for the territory, man.
Yeah, and it stifles free speech because it scares people into censorship.
Right, and that's where it gets really dark.
Yeah.
So now you're saying that you can't make a negative comment about somebody who's in power because they will now take your house away.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's dark. Yeah. Well, in the UK, there's a lot of people that are getting jailed too. It's a very bizarre time for free speech when we should have the most. We have the most access to information that's ever been available, and because of that, people are now weaponizing that access. Right? Instead of it's not like there's someone in the pub listening to you say something negative about a politician, but when you say something on Twitter or on Facebook to your group of friends, you think of it as the same as you saying something in a pub. Like, this is my opinion, fuck that guy. And all of a sudden you're in a lawsuit with that guy, and you don't have any money, and you're like, oh, Jesus.
Do you use Twitter and things like that?
Occasionally. Yeah, I do what I call post and ghost. I post it and I don't read nothing about what I said. Just get out of there. I don't want to be involved in anybody else's opinions.
I used to like it, man. I was probably a relatively early adopter, of it. But for a while there, it was like, oh, this is the thing that we've been looking for, in that I can put a post up here saying that I'm going to do a show in Germany and I don't have to spend $1 on advertising,
right?
Or do the interviews and stuff, And for a while there, it was really potent, but it's definitely dropped off. It seems like there's a whole lot of people, the people that you'd want to be reading your stuff, that have just decided, my life's a lot better if I don't.
Yeah, that's the problem.
If I just get away from this negativity.
Well, there's so much negativity because, first of all, the algorithms. So the algorithms enhance what you get involved with, and for the most part, people like to get involved with things that infuriate them. They like to get involved with things that make them upset. That's what it distracts them from their daily life, or maybe it's the thing that they think is an existential threat, and so it's consumed them, and so they want to talk about it constantly, and so that's all you get.
I feel we've got so many people around the world, places like Australia, like New Zealand, like England, like here, whose anger is all based on misinformation. They're sort of like, they've had their morality rewired because they've been pummeled so much by stuff, but by somebody who doesn't care what their response is, doesn't care whether what they're publishing is true. They just don't care. I mean, I don't know if you ever saw it, but I played Roger Ailes in a TV series called The Loudest Voice, which basically is the beginning of Fox. And Roger had been a political pundit. He'd worked on television in the 60s, but then he met Richard Nixon and became an advisor to Nixon. And he tried to set up, a White House news service back in the late 60s. Tried it again in the 70s, tried it again in the early 80s, but the technology just wasn't there and the money wasn't there. But then he met Rupert Murdoch and explained to Rupert that all you need to do to attract 50% of the news audience is just make a decision politically. Because that's half the available audience.
Yeah.
And the way, I can't remember all the figures and everything, but the way he set up Fox News, it just became an absolute cash cranking machine, because they got it into the affiliates and stuff like that by offering it at a lower price. And then, got to his, subscriber numbers that still had it making money between advertisers and subscribers at that lower price. So when that first deal then changed after 10 years and people were then charged, subscribers were paying a regular price, all of that was profit. because he already had it working at the lower price. I think it's something like, it was $10 a head in an atmosphere where it was normally 33. So then when that first contract finished and it went to a normal subscriber rate, you've got that difference in 77 million subscribers times an extra $23.
And that's the beginning of opinion-based news coverage.
Fox is,
Yeah, because that's when
where
things
truth
get very
is
polarized.
one publishable option.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you have a real problem today on social media where you have bots, where there's a really an unknown number of entities that are commenting constantly in one way or another about political issues that aren't even real people.
Right.
It's computer bot farms.
It gives the impression
Exactly.
that there's more people for a particular situation than there is in fact in actual reality.
There was an FBI analyst that he made an estimation that it could be as many as 80% of the people on Twitter are bots.
This makes the whole thing useless then, doesn't it?
It kind of does in a way, but also there are real people. You just got to find those real people. And there's plenty of interesting people to find, and anything that's free and open is going to be messy, and that's
what I used to do is just if anybody got on my timeline and chucked in some negative shit, I'd just block them.
Yeah.
Just get them out of there,
That's a good move.
And for a long time, it kept that sort of village of people in a sort of a comfortable place because they just get rid of, those voices. But now you have a situation where, there's ads running and stuff on your timeline and you're not allowed to block it anymore. You can't stop yourself.
Can't stop the ads.
Yeah. But it's not, it's funny because they're running like ads or they're popping up as ads, but it's kind of, it'll have something dark in there. That then because it's on the timeline will attract more darkness, but you can't get rid of it anymore. You can't just block it and check it out. I mean, you can do it with individuals, but that's just a strange little thing that's happened.
Yeah, it is a strange little thing that's happened. I like I said, I just don't engage. I only post things.
I never got into Facebook. So I don't understand it. And I don't really understand Instagram either, though. We use it for stuff to inform people about gigs with the band, but Twitter was the only one that I was interested in because it was whack, it was funny, and it was like, and you're connecting to people all over the world. And I've had some really funny situations arise, because of something I commented on, and then somebody gave me another piece of information about or whatever, So I've learned a hell of a lot out of it, but just the last year or two, it's gotten worse. But it's gotten to a kind of a harsh place.
Yeah, it's going to continue in that way too. That's how you get engagement, unfortunately. There's also a lot of fun stuff. I mean, memes. I laugh harder at things that I find online today. I mean, I think there's more comedy online today than there's ever been before. There's more funny memes. I mean, it's like a completely new form of art.
Yeah.
The images with funny titles and funny captions.
Yeah, there's a few of me around.
Yeah, I'm sure.
There's one particular one that comes up all the time. There's a shot from Les Mis where I'm looking in this doorway and I'm in, police uniform at the time. And I just kind of go sliding down this doorway. And people apply it to so many different situations.
The animated GIF, like when Homer Simpson melts into the bushes.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, there's a ton of those. I think it's fascinating because it's a new thing. I think all this information that's being exchanged online, even though it's messy, even though it's kind of negative, I'm very hopeful because I think we're going to figure all that stuff out eventually if we don't kill ourselves. And it's going to get to a better place of understanding human beings because you're going to be human beings just interacting with human beings in a pure sense without forming our narratives from mass media, without forming our narratives from television. You're going to get dissenting opinions, people that give more nuanced perspective on things. And if you follow the right people and you read the right things and you do kind of shy away from a lot of the more polarizing arguments and the ideological stuff, you can learn a lot of shit. I think I'm very hopeful about it.
Right.
But
yeah, well, I always, I try not to see us at our worst. There's always sort of something that I can find that gives me a little bit of hope for people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's it's just funny because to me it felt like the beginning of the future.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that we were now connected and the information exchange was open, and I thought this is going to lead to great changes, and it has led to changes, but they're not so great.
Yeah.
And it's like, even with a little operation like my band, somebody just pops up, they start selling fake tickets, fake meet and greet experiences.
Yep.
They take money and orders for merchandise that they're never going to produce. It's crazy. I mean, and there's nothing in there stopping them from doing it.
Right. That is a problem. Yeah. I'm optimistic. And even in the face of all this stuff, I'm optimistic. I think we're moving to a greater place of understanding each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to be a wild ride,
right. Full contact by 2027, is that what they say?
I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But I like reading all that stuff.
Yeah, I do too. I get too involved in it.
But I try and shy away from coming up with a definitive opinion because then you're sort of out on the edge of that limb and you're going, well, it looked like that to me.
Yeah, exactly.
But it just would be, it'll be interesting in the next couple of years for sure. I think I'm a little worried about America in the next little while. I haven't been here for 5 years now. 2019, I finished The Loudest Voice, and I went home, and then COVID hit, and I had kind of an incredible experience where, I said to my boys, look, you're cool in the city with your mom and everything, but I might go up to the bush and be with my parents because, they're older and everything's going to change for them and stuff like that. So I ended up, I've owned my place in the bush since 96, but 2020 was the first time I'd seen all 4 seasons of the same year at the farm, and I got this thing where, my dad dies in March 2021. And so often you talk to people and they say, I wish I had one more dinner, one more hug, one more conversation or whatever, But when I looked at it, because it was a surprise when he died, it wasn't expected. He's 85, but he seemed to be quite healthy, And in reality, when I looked at it, it's like, well, I got a whole year. Of like, having dinner pretty much every night with my mum and dad and asked him a million questions and stuff, not because I thought he was about to pass away. It was just because, we had the time together, and I took him on a few adventures, like I was digging a huge dam on my place to try and make it, drought proof, So I now have a 17 megaliter lake in the middle of my place, which gives me enough water to feed the cattle and stuff for 7 years, something like that, And, like one day I went out to show him this, what was basically a hole in the ground at the time, about a football field size hole in the ground. And I took him out in a buggy, and the clouds came over and it started pissing down with rain. So I've got, 83-year-old old man who fucking, doesn't move too fast or whatever. I've got to put him back in the buggy and drive. And by the time we got like halfway back to the house, it was absolutely torrential rain, just like getting covered in it. I was so worried. I thought, oh my God, I'm going to make him sick or whatever. I got him back to the house. And I said, I'm so sorry about that. He said, are you kidding? That's the most fun I've had in years. These people, referring to my mother and the other people that, are there to sort of like, help him out. He goes, these people don't let me do anything. So we just had little moments like that where we, just got to share some stuff. But, and then my schedule has been extremely busy since COVID, but I've been working in other places, Thailand, Malta, Hungary, England, just constantly working. But because of what we learned with COVID in terms of being able to just drop in on a TV show, my studio on the farm, we now push a few buttons and I can be live on, a New York Tonight Show, So I've restructured what I do with press. I do my junkets at my house, and I might have a nice shirt here, but just like today, I've got shorts on underneath and I walk out of, a day of press and I'm in the bush.
Nice.
I got the horses and the cows and the dogs and I'm, cool. So it's still changed my life, but it's meant I haven't been here. So it's been a 5-year gap, to flying into New York the other day. And there's a palpable difference in the way, people regard each other and the way they talk and the fears they express. Surprisingly, New York felt friendlier.
Really?
Yeah. And it
Interesting.
might have something to do with the weed shops. Everybody was just a little more chill, But there's a fear in everybody at the moment here, and I'm just not sure where that's going to go. It doesn't feel healthy.
Yeah, it doesn't feel healthy for me either. Listen, man,
Here's the thing with America, right? You've got to remember that it is the beacon of freedom for everybody in the world. It's a huge responsibility, And if people are looking for something to change in their life or something positive, the vast majority of people will look towards America and say, well, that's the beacon. I want to live like that, where people can say what's on their mind and people can have differing opinions. People can be of all different, races, religions, or whatever, and still be in the same community. It's so important that America remains healthy into the future for everyone, not just for Americans.
Agreed. Thank you very much, man. Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed our conversation.
My pleasure.
It was beautiful. Thank you for
my
everything.
son, Tennyson, is going to be so happy that when he sees my name come up on the list of things, he's going to be very happy. And I want to just thank you on his behalf, for being a voice that accepts different opinions, and doesn't push a particular agenda. You definitely helped his brain expand and helped him become curious. And so thanks for that.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Cool.
Thanks for everything.
Cheers.
Say hi to your son. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, man? Good to see you.
Glad to be on the show.
My pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. What's cracking? How you doing?
Doing all right.
We were
Doing
just
all right.
talking about how you're still trapped in LA.
I'm still trapped in LA. I know.
You're friends with a lot of people out here. Have you thought about jettisoning?
I talk about it all the time, and it's always talk is often a substitute for action. It's always does it
Right.
lead to action, or does it
Right.
end up substituting for action? And
That's a good point.
But I have endless conversations about leaving. And moved from San Francisco to LA back in 2018. That felt about as big a move away as possible. And I keep the extreme thing I keep saying, and you have to keep in mind talk as a substitute for action. The extreme thing I keep saying is I can't decide whether to leave the state or the country.
Oh boy!
And
If you went out of the country, where would you go?
man, I've it's tough to find places because there are a lot of problems in the U.S. and most places are doing so much worse.
Yeah,
So,
it's not a good move to leave here.
but
As fucked up as this place is.
but I keep thinking I shouldn't move twice. So I can't decide whether I should move to Florida or should move to New
Costa
Zealand
Rica.
or Costa Rica or something like that.
Yeah. You go full John McAfee.
And so but can't decide between those two. So I end up stuck in California.
Well, Australia is okay, but they're even worse when it comes to rule of law and what they decide to make you do, and the way they're cracking down on people now for online speech, and it's very sketchy in other countries.
But somehow the relative outperformance of the U.S. and the absolute stagnation decline of the U.S. They're actually related things because the way the conversation's grouped. Every time I tell someone, I'm thinking about leaving the country, they'll do what you say, and they'll say, well, every place is worse, and then that somehow distracts us from all the problems in this country, and then we can't talk about what's gone wrong in the U.S. because everything's so much worse.
Well, I think most people know what's gone wrong. but they don't know if they're on the side of the government that's currently in power. They don't know how to criticize it. They don't know exactly what to say, what should be done.
Right.
And they're ideologically connected to this group being correct.
Right.
So they try to do mental gymnastics to try to support some of the things that are going on. I think that's a part of the problem. I don't think it's necessarily we don't know what the problems are. We know what the problems are, but we don't have clear solutions as to how to fix them, nor do we understand the real mechanisms of how they got there in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, so there are a lot that are pretty obvious to articulate, and they're much easier to describe than solve. Like, we have a crazy budget deficit.
Yeah.
And presumably you have to do one of three things. You have to raise taxes a lot, you have to cut spending a lot, or you're just going to keep borrowing money.
Isn't there like some enormous amount of our taxes that just go to the deficit?
It's not that high, but it's gone up a lot. And
Like, what is it? What is it? I thought it was like 34%.
It peaked at 3.1% of GDP, which is maybe 15-20% of the budget. Peaked at 3.1% of GDP in 1991. And then it went all the way down to something like 1.5% in the mid 2010s. And now it's crept back up to 3.1, 3.2%. And so we are at all time highs as a percentage of GDP. And the way to understand the basic math is the debt went up a crazy amount, but the interest rates went down. And from 2008 to 2021, for 13 years, we basically had zero interest rates with one brief blip under Powell, but it was basically zero rates. And then you could borrow way more money, and it wouldn't show up in servicing the debt because you just paid 0% interest on the T-bills. And the thing that's very dangerous, seeming to me, about the current fiscal situation is the interest rates have gone back to positive, like they were in the 90s and early 2000s, mid 2000s, and it's just this incredibly large debt, and so we now have a real runaway deficit problem. But people have been talking about this for 40 years and crying wolf for 40 years, so it's very hard for people to take it seriously.
Most people don't even understand what it means. Like, when you say there's a deficit, we owe money. Okay, to who? How's that work? It's to people who bought the bonds, and it's a lot of it's to Americans. Some of them are held by the Federal Reserve. Decent amount are held by foreigners at this point, because it's in some ways it's the opposite of the trade current account deficits. The U.S. has been running these big current account deficits, and then the foreigners end up with way more dollars than they want to spend on American goods or services, and so they have to reinvest them in the U.S. Some put it into houses or stocks, but a lot of it just goes into government debt. So it's in some ways it's a function of the chronic trade imbalances, chronic trade deficits. Well, if you had supreme power, if Peter Thiel was the ruler of the world and you could fix this, what would you do?
And I always find that hypothetical. It's a ridiculous hypothetical.
It is ridiculous.
Hypotheticals, you get ridiculous answers.
I want a ridiculous answer. That's what I like.
But
but what could be done? Like, what could be done? First of all, what could be done to mitigate it, and what could be done to solve it?
I think my answers are probably all in the very libertarian direction. So it would be sort of figure out ways to have smaller governments, figure out ways, to increase the age on Social Security, means test Social Security so not everyone gets it. Just figure out ways to gradually dial back, a lot of these government benefits. And then that's insanely unpopular. So it's completely unrealistic on that level.
That bothers people that need Social Security.
Well, I said means tested.
Means tested, so people who don't need it don't get it.
Right.
So Social Security, like, even if you're very wealthy, I don't even know how it works. Do you still get it?
Yeah, basically pretty much everyone gets it, because it was originally rationalized as sort of a pension system, not as a welfare system. And so the fiction was you pay Social Security taxes, and then you're entitled to get a pension out in the form of Social Security.
Right.
And because it was we told this fiction that it was a form of the pension system instead of an intergenerational Ponzi scheme or something like that. The fiction means everybody gets paid Social Security because it's a pension system. Whereas if we were more honest and said it's just a welfare system, maybe you could start dialing. You could probably rationalize in a lot of ways.
And it's not related to how much you put into it, right? Like, how does Social Security work?
It's partially. I think it's partially related. So I think there is. I'm not a total expert on this stuff, but I think there's some guaranteed minimum you get, and then if you put more in, you get somewhat more, and then it's capped at a certain amount. And that's why Social Security taxes are capped at something like $150,000 a year. And then this is one of the really big tax increase proposals that's out there is to uncap it, which would effectively be a 12.4% income tax hike. On all your income.
Just to Social Security?
Sure, because the argument is the sort of progressive left Democrat argument is that it's why should you have a regressive Social Security tax? Why should you pay 12.4% or whatever the Social Security tax is? Which half gets paid by you, half gets paid by your employer, but then it's capped at like 140, 150K, some level like that. And why should be regressive? Or if you make 500K or $1 million a year, you pay zero tax on your marginal income. And that makes no sense if it's a welfare program. If it's a retirement savings program and your payout's capped, then if you don't need to put in more than you get out.
Well, that's logical, but there's not a lot of logic going on with the way people are talking about taxes today. Like California just jacked their taxes up to 14. What was it? 14.4?
Something like that. Yeah, 14.3, I think.
Which is
maybe
hilarious.
More. Yeah, 49. Something. Yeah.
I mean, you want more money for doing a terrible job and having more people leave for the first time ever in like the history of the state.
Yeah, but it gets away with it.
I know.
And
well,
so
people are forced with no choice. What are you going to do?
It is. I mean, there are people at the margins who leave, but the state government still collects more and more in revenue. So it's you get 10% more revenues, and 5% of the people leave. You still increase the amount of revenues you're getting. It's inelastic enough that you're actually able to increase the revenues. I mean, this is sort of the crazy thing about California is there's always sort of a right-wing or libertarian critique of California that it's such a ridiculous place. It should just collapse under its own ridiculousness, and it doesn't quite happen. The macroeconomics are pretty good. 40 million people. The GDP is around 4 trillion. It's about the same as Germany with 80 million or Japan with 125 million. Japan has 3 times the population of California. Same GDP means 1/3 the per capita GDP. So there's some level on which California as a whole is working, even though it doesn't work from a governance point of view, doesn't work for a lot of the people who live there. And the rough model I have for how to think of California is that it's kind of like Saudi Arabia. And you have a crazy religion, wokeism in California, Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia. Not that many people believe it, but it distorts everything. And then you have like oil fields in Saudi Arabia, and you have the big tech companies in California, and the oil pays for everything. And then you have a completely bloated, inefficient government sector, and you have sort of all sorts of distortions in the real estate market, where people also make lots of money. And sort of the government and real estate are ways you redistribute the oil wealth or the big tech money in California. And it's not the way you might want to design a system from scratch, but it's pretty stable. People have been saying Saudi Arabia is ridiculous. It's going to collapse any year now. They've been saying that for 40 or 50 years, but if you have a giant oil field, you can pay for a lot of ridiculousness. I think that's the way you have to think of California.
Well, the other thing is there's
things about it that are ridiculous, but there's something about it that it doesn't naturally self-destruct overnight.
Well, there's a lot of kick-ass people there, and there's a lot of people that are still generating enormous amounts of wealth there, and it's too difficult to just pack up and leave.
I think it's something like 4 of the 8 or 9 companies with market capitalizations over $1 trillion are based in California. So
That's amazing.
it's Google, Apple, now NVIDIA, Meta. I think Broadcom's close to that.
And there's no ideal place to live either. It's not like California sucks, so there's a place that's got it totally dialed in with also that has an enormous GDP, also has an enormous population. There's not like one big city that's really dialed in.
Well, there are things that work. So I looked at all the zero tax states in the U.S. and it's always I think the way you ask the question gets at it, which is you don't live in a, in theory, a lot of stuff happens on a state level, but you don't live in a state, you live in a city. And so if you're somewhat biased towards living in at least a moderately sized city, okay, I think there are 4 states where there are no cities: Alaska, Wyoming, South Dakota, New Hampshire. There's zero tax, but no cities to speak of. And then you have Washington State with Seattle, where the weather is the worst in the country. You have Nevada with Las Vegas, which I'm not that big a fan of. And then that leaves three zero tax states. You have Texas, which I like as a state, but I'm not that big a fan of Austin, Dallas, or Houston. It's a sort of Houston is just sort of an oil town, which is good if you're in that business, but otherwise not. Dallas has sort of an inferiority complex to LA and New York. Just not the healthiest attitude. And then, I don't know, Austin's a government town and a college town and a wannabe hipster San Francisco town. So, my book's sort of 3 strikes and you're kind of out too. And then that leaves Nashville, Tennessee, and then or Miami, South Florida. And those would be my 2 top choices.
Miami's fun, but I wouldn't want to live there. It's a fun place to visit. It's a little too crazy, a little too chaotic, a little too cocaine fueled, a little too party.
I think it's pretty segmented from the tourist strip from everything else. It probably is. There probably is something a little bit paradoxical about any place that gets lots of tourists, where it's in some sense of the case. There's some things that are great about it because so many tourists go, but then in some sense, it creates a weird aesthetic because the day-to-day vibe is that you don't work and you're just having fun or something like that.
Right, because so many people are going there just to do that.
And that's probably a little bit off with the South Florida thing, but I think it's and then I think Nashville is also sort of its own real place.
Nashville's great. Yeah.
So those are the top 2.
I could live in Nashville, no problem. Yeah.
I'm always too 5th grade onward since 77 I lived in California, and so I'm just a sucker for the weather, and I think there is no place besides coastal California where you have really good weather year round in the U.S. Maybe Hawaii's pretty good.
Coastal California is tough to beat,
and
you're 2 hours from the mountains.
Man, it's like it's mid-August here in Austin. It's just brutal.
Is it?
I think so.
Really? That was too hot for you?
It was too hot.
Today's mild. What is it out there? Like 80?
All right.
85? 96?
You're
I
proving
do
my point.
so much sauna that I literally don't even notice it. I'm outside for hours every day shooting arrows, and I don't even notice it.
Well, that's I don't know if you're a representative of the average Austrian
I don't know, but I think you get accustomed to it. To me, it's so much better than too cold. Too cold, you can die. I know you can die from the heat, but you probably won't, especially if you have water. You'll be okay. But you could die from the cold. Cold's real. So really cold places, there's 5 months out of the year where your life's in danger, where you could do something wrong. Like if you live in Wyoming and you break down somewhere and there's no one on the road, You could die out there. That's real. You could die from exposure.
Sure, there's probably some very deep reason there's been a net migration of people to the west and the south in the U.S. over
California,
the
you
last
can do
5
no
decades.
wrong. As long as the earth doesn't move, you're good. As long as there's no tsunamis, you're good. It is a perfect environment, virtually year-round. It gets a little hot in the summer, but again, coastal, not at all. If you get an 80-degree day in Malibu, it's unusual. You know, it's wonderful.
Right.
You got a beautiful breeze coming off the ocean, sun's out, everybody's pretty.
And then it's correlated with confiscatory taxation. It's all sort of a package deal.
Well, it's a scam. You know, they know you don't want to leave. I didn't want to leave California. It's fucking great.
I appreciate you left. I always have the fantasy that if enough people like you leave, it will put pressure on you. But it's never quite enough.
Never quite enough, and it's not going to be. It's too difficult for most people. It was very difficult for me, and I had a bunch of people working for me that were willing to pack up and leave, like young Jamie over there. But it was tricky. You're taking your whole business, and my business is talking to people. That's part of my business. And my other business is stand-up comedy. So
you left during COVID, or
I left at the very beginning. As soon as they started locking things down, I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers remember letting
March,
us out.
April, May, 2020.
In May, I started looking at houses.
Cool.
That's when I came to Austin first.
I got a place in Miami in September of 2020, and spent the last 4 winters there. So I'm sort of always on the cusp of moving to Florida. Hard to get out of California. But the thing that's gotten a lot harder about moving relative to 4 years ago, and I'd say I think my real estate purchases have generally not been great over the years. I mean, it's done okay, but certainly not the way I've been able to make money at all. But with the one exception was Miami. Bought it in September 2020, and probably fast forward 4 years, it's up like 100%.
Wow.
Or something like that. But then paradoxically, this also means it's gotten much harder to move there or Austin or any of these places. If I relocated my office in LA, the people who own houses, you have to buy a place in Florida. It costs twice as much as it did 4 years ago, and then the interest rates have also doubled. So you get a 30-year mortgage, you could have locked that in for 3% in 2020. Now it's maybe 6.5%, 7%. So the prices have doubled, the mortgages have doubled. So it costs you 4 times as much to buy a house. And so so there was a moment where people could move during COVID, and it's gotten dramatically harder than what it was 4 years ago.
What up, Vanessa?
Well, the Austin real estate market
living, girl?
went crazy, and then it came back down a little bit. It's in
All
that
right, well, that's cool.
down a little bit spot right
You do
now,
you, baby.
where there's a lot of like high-end
You do
properties
you.
that are still for sale. They can't move. It's different, There's not a lot of people moving here now like there was in the boom because everything's open everywhere.
Well, I somehow think Austin was linked to California, and Miami was linked a little bit more to New York. And it was a little bit, all these differences, but Austin was kind of, a big part of the move were people from tech, from California that moved to Austin. There's a part of the Miami, South Florida thing, which was people from finance in New York City that moved to Florida. And the finance industry is less networked on New York City. So I think it is possible for people, if you run a private equity fund, or if you work at a bank, it's possible for some of those functions to easily be moved to a different state. The tech industry is crazily networked on California. Like there's probably some way to do it. It's not that easy.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense too. It's just the sheer numbers. I mean, when you're talking about all those corporations that are established and based in California, there's so many. They're so big. There's the sheer numbers of human beings that live there and work there that are involved in tech.
Sure. If it wasn't as networked, you could probably just move. And maybe these things are networked till they're not. Detroit was very networked. The car industry was super networked on Detroit for decades and decades, and Michigan got more and more mismanaged, and people thought the network sort of protected them because the big 3 car companies were in Detroit, but then you had all the supply chains were also in Detroit. And then eventually it was just so ridiculous. People moved, started moving the factories outside of that area, and it sort of unraveled. So that's, it can also happen with California. It'll just take a lot.
That would be insane if they just abandoned all the tech companies in California. I mean, just look at what happened at Flint, Michigan, when all the auto factories pulled out.
Well, it's look, I think you can, there are all these paradoxical histories. The internet, the point of the internet, in some sense, was to eliminate the tyranny of place. And that was sort of the idea. And then one of the paradoxes about the internet history of the internet was that the internet companies, we're all centered in California, and there have been different waves of how networked, how non-networked they were. I think probably 2021, sort of the COVID moving away from California. The big thing in tech was crypto, and crypto had this conceit of alternate currency, decentralized, away from the central banks, but also the crypto companies, the crypto protocols. You could do those from anywhere. You could do them outside the U.S. You could do them from Miami, and so crypto was something where the tech could naturally move out of California. And today, probably the core tech narrative is completely flipped to AI. And then there's something about AI that's very centralized. I had this one-liner years ago where it was if we say that crypto is libertarian, can we also say that AI is communist, or something like this, where the natural structure for an AI company looks like it's a big company, and then somehow the AI stuff feels like it's going to be dominated by the big tech companies in the San Francisco Bay Area. And so that's the future. That's the future of tech.
Yeah.
The scale, the natural scale of the industry, tells you that it's going to be extremely hard to get out of the San Francisco Bay Area.
When you look to the future and you try to just make a guess as to how all this is going to turn out with AI, what do you think we're looking at over the next 5 years?
Man, I think I should start by being modest in answering that question and saying that nobody has a clue.
Right, which is true. Which pretty much all the experts say.
I would say, let me do sort of a history. The riff I always had on this was that I can't stand any of the buzzwords, and I felt AI. There's all this big data, cloud computing. There were all these crazy buzzwords people had, and they always were ways to sort of abstract things and get away from reality somehow. And were not good ways of talking about things. And I thought AI was this incredible abstraction, because it can mean the next generation of computers. It can mean the last generation of computers. It can mean anything in between. And if you think about the AI discussion in the 2010s, pre-OpenAI, ChatGPT, and the revolution of the last 2 years, but the 2010s AI discussion, maybe it was, so I'll start with the history before I get to the future, but the history of it was maybe anchored on two visions of what AI meant. And one was Nick Bostrom, Oxford prof, wrote this book, Super Intelligence, 2014. And it was basically AI was going to be this super duper intelligent thing, way godlike intelligence, way smarter than any human being. And then there was sort of the CCP, Chinese Communist rebuttal, the Kai-Fu Lee book from 2018, AI Superpowers. I think the subtitle was something like The Race for AI Between Silicon Valley and China, or something like this. And it was sort of, it defined AI as, it was fairly low tech. It was just surveillance, facial recognition technology. We would just have this sort of totalitarian Stalinist monitoring. It didn't require very much innovation. It just required that you apply things. And basically the subtext was China is going to win because we have no ethical qualms in China about applying this sort of basic machine learning to sort of measuring or controlling the population. And those were sort of like, say, two extreme competing visions of what AI would mean in the 2010s, and sort of maybe were sort of the anchors of the AI debate. And then what happened in some sense with ChatGPT in late 22, early 23 was that the achievement you got, you did not get super intelligence. It was not just surveillance tech, but it was you actually got to the holy grail of what people would have defined AI as from 1950 to 2010. For the previous 60 years, before the 2010s, people have always said AI, the definition of AI is passing the Turing test. And the Turing test, it basically means that the computer can fool you into thinking that it's a human being. And it's a somewhat fuzzy test because, obviously you can have an expert on the computer, a non-expert. Does it fool you all the time or some of the time? How good is it? But to first approximation, the Turing test, we weren't even close to passing it in 2021. And then, ChatGPT basically passes the Turing test, at least for let's say an IQ 100 average person. It's passed the Turing test. And that was the holy grail. That was the holy grail of AI research for the previous 60 years. And so there's probably some psychological or sociological history where you can say that this weird debate between Bostrom about superintelligence and Kai-Fu Lee about surveillance tech was like this almost like psychological suppression people had, where they were not thinking, they lost track of the Turing test, of the holy grail, because it was about to happen. And it was such a significant, such an important thing that you didn't even want to think about. So I'm tempted to give almost a psychological repression theory of the 2010s debates. But be that as it may, the Turing test gets passed, and that's an extraordinary achievement. And then, maybe, and then where does it go from here? There probably are ways you can refine these. It's still going to be a long time to apply it. There's a question. There's this AGI discussion. Will we get artificial general intelligence, which is a hopelessly vague concept, which general intelligence could be just a generally smart human being. So is that just a person with an IQ of 130? Or is it super intelligence? Is it godlike intelligence? So it's sort of an ambiguous thing. But I keep thinking that maybe the AGI question is less important than passing the Turing test. If we got AGI, if we got, let's say, super intelligence, that would be interesting to Mr. God, because you'd have competition for being God. But surely the Turing test is more important for us humans, because it's either a complement or a substitute to humans. And so it's going to rearrange the economic, cultural, political structure of our society in extremely dramatic ways. And I think maybe what's already happened is much more important than anything else that's going to be done. And then it's just going to be a long ways in applying it. One last thought. The analogy I'm always tempted to go to, these things are never, historical analogies are never perfect, but it's that maybe AI in 2023, 24 is like the internet in 1999, where on one level, it's clear the internet's going to be big and get a lot bigger. It's going to dominate the economy. It's going to rearrange the society in the 21st century. And then at the same time, it was a complete bubble, and people had no idea how the business models worked. Almost everything blew up. It took, it didn't take that long in the scheme of things. It took, 15, 20 years for it to become super dominant. But it didn't happen sort of in 18 months as people fantasized in 1999. and maybe what we have in AI is something like this. It's figuring out how to actually apply it, in sort of all these different ways is going to take something like 2 decades, but that doesn't distract from it being a really big deal.
It is a really big deal. I think you're right about the Turing test. Do you think that the lack of acknowledgement or the public celebration, or at least this like mainstream discussion, like which I think should be everywhere, that we passed the Turing test, do you think it's connected to the fact that this stuff accelerates so rapidly that even though we've essentially breached this new territory, we still know that GPT-5 is going to be better, GPT-6 is going to be insane, and then they're working on these right now, and the change is happening so quickly, we're almost a little reluctant to acknowledge where we're at.
Yeah, I've often, probably for 15 years or so, often been on the side that there isn't that much progress in science or tech, or not as much as Silicon Valley likes to claim. And even on the AI level, I think it's a massive technical achievement. It's still an open question. Is it actually going to lead to much higher living standards for everybody? The internet was a massive achievement. How much did it raise people's living standards? Much trickier question. But in this world where not much has happened, one of the paradoxes of an era of relative tech stagnation is that when something does happen, we don't even know how to process it. So I think Bitcoin was a big invention, whether it was good or bad, but it was a pretty big deal, and it was systematically underestimated for at least the first 10, 11 years. And you could trade it. It went up smoothly for 10, 11 years. It didn't get repriced all at once because we're in a world where nothing big ever happens, and so we have no way of processing it when something pretty big happens. The internet was pretty big in '99. Bitcoin was moderately big. The internet was really big. Bitcoin was moderately big, and I'd say passing the Turing test is really big. It's on the same scale as the internet, and because our lived experience is that so little has felt like it's been changing for the last 2 decades. We're probably underestimating it.
It's interesting that you say that so little, we feel like so little has changed, because if you're a person, how old are you?
Same age you were, born 1967.
So in our age, we've seen all the change, right? We saw the end of the Cold War, we saw answering machines, we saw VHS tapes, then we saw the internet, and then where we're at right now, which is like this bizarre moment in time where people carry the internet around with them in their pocket every day. And these super sophisticated computers that are ubiquitous. Everybody has one. There's incredible technology that's being ramped up every year. They're getting better all the time. And now there's AI. There's AI on your phone. You could access ChatGPT, a bunch of different programs on your phone. And I think that's an insane change. I think that's one of the most, especially with the use of social media, it's one of the most bizarre changes I think our culture has ever.
It could be a big change culturally or politically, but the kinds of questions I'd ask is, how do you measure it economically? How much does it change GDP? How much does it change productivity? And certainly the story I would generally tell for the last 50 years, since the 1970s, early 70s, is that we've been not absolute stagnation, we've been in an era of relative stagnation where there has been very limited progress in the world of atoms, the world of physical things. And there has been a lot of progress in the world of bits, information, computers, internet, mobile internet, now AI.
What are you referring to when you say the world of physical things?
It's any, if we had defined technology, if we were sitting here in 1967, the year we were born, and we had a discussion about technology, what technology would have meant? It would have meant computers. It would have also meant rockets. It would have meant supersonic airplanes. It would have meant new medicines. It would have meant the green revolution in agriculture, maybe underwater cities. It sort of had, because technology simply gets defined as that which is changing, that which is progressing. And so there was progress on all these fronts. Today, last 20 years, when you talk about technology, you're normally just talking about information technology. Technology has been reduced to meaning computers. And that tells you that the structure of progress has been weird. There's been this narrow cone of very intense progress around the world of bits, around the world of computers, and then all the other areas have been relatively stagnant. We're not moving any faster. The Concorde got decommissioned in 2003 or whatever. And then with all the low-tech airport security measures, it takes even longer to fly, to get through all of them from one city to the next. The highways have gone backwards because there are more traffic jams. We haven't figured out ways around those. So we're literally moving slower than we were 40 or 50 years ago. And then and that's sort of the and then of course there's also a sense in which the screens, the devices, have this effect of distracting us from this. So when you're riding a 100-year-old subway in New York City, and you're looking at your iPhone, you can look at, wow, this is this cool new gadget, but you're also being distracted from the fact that your lived environment hasn't changed, in 100 years, and so there's a question: how important is this world of bits versus the world of atoms? I would say, as human beings, we're physically embodied in a material world. And so I would always say this world of atoms is pretty important. And when that's pretty stagnant, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. I was an undergraduate at Stanford, late 80s. And at the time, in retrospect, every engineering area would have been a bad thing to go into. Mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, all these engineering fields where you're tinkering, trying to do new things, because these things turned out to be stuck. They were regulated, couldn't come up with new things to do. Nuclear engineering, aeroastro engineering, people already knew those were really bad ones to go into. They were outlawed. They weren't going to make any progress in nuclear reactor designs or stuff like that. Electrical engineering, which was the one that's sort of adjacent to making semiconductors, that one was still okay. And then the only field that was actually going to progress a lot was computer science. And again, it's been very powerful, but that was not the felt sense in the 1980s. In the 1980s, computer science was this ridiculous, inferior subject. I always, the linguistic cut is always when people use the word science. I'm in favor of science. I'm not in favor of science in quotes. And when it's always a tell that it's not real science. And so when we call it climate science or political science or social science, you're just sort of making it up, and you have an inferiority complex to real science or something like physics or chemistry. And computer science was in the same category as social science or political science. It was a fake field for people who found electrical engineering or math way too hard, and it sort of dropped out of the real science and real engineering fields.
You don't feel that climate science is a real science?
It is. Well, there's several different things one could say. It's possible climate change is happening. It's possible we don't have great accounts of why that's going on. So I'm not questioning any of those things, but how scientific it is, I don't think it's a place where we have really vigorous debates. Maybe the climate is increasing because of carbon dioxide emissions, temperatures are going up. Maybe it's methane. Maybe it's people are eating too much steak. It's the cows flatulating, and you have to measure how much is methane a greenhouse gas versus carbon dioxide. I don't think they're rigorously doing that stuff scientifically. I think the fact that it's called climate science tells you that it's more dogmatic than anything that's truly science should be.
Why is that?
Dogma doesn't mean it's wrong, but
why is the fact that it's called climate science mean that it's more dogmatic? Because if you said nuclear science, you wouldn't question it, right?
But no one calls it nuclear science. They call it nuclear engineering. Because I'm just the only thing is I'm just making a narrow linguistic point.
That is legitimately science.
Well, at this point, people say computer science has worked, but
right
in the 1980s. All I'm saying is it was in the same category as, let's say, social science, political science. It was a tell that the people doing it kind of deep down knew they weren't doing real science.
Well, there's certainly ideology that's connected to climate science, and then there's certainly corporations that are invested in this this prospect of green energy, and the concept of green energy, and they're profiting off of it and pushing these different things, whether it be electric car mandates or whatever it is. Like California, I think it's 2035, they have a mandate that all new vehicles have to be electric, which is hilarious when you're connected to a grid that can't support the electric cars it currently has. After they said that, within a month or two, Gavin Newsom asked people to not charge their Teslas because it was summer and the grid was fucked.
Yeah, look, it was all linked into all these ideological projects in all these ways, and there's an environmental project which is and maybe it shouldn't be scientific. There's the hardcore environmentalist argument is we only have one planet. And we don't have time to do science. If we have to do rigorous science, you can prove that we're overheating, it'll be too late. And so if you're a hardcore environmentalist, you don't want to have as high a standard of science. Yeah, my intuition is certainly when you go away from that, you end up with things that are too dogmatic, too ideological. Maybe it doesn't even work, even if the planet's getting warmer. Maybe climate science is not, like, my question is maybe methane is a worse, is it more dangerous greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide? We're not even capable of measuring that.
Well, we're also ignoring certain things like regenerative farms that sequester carbon. And then you have people like Bill Gates saying that planting trees to deal with carbon is ridiculous. That's a ridiculous way to do it. Like, how is that ridiculous? They literally turn carbon dioxide into oxygen. It is their food. That's what the food of plants is. That's what powers the whole plant life and the way we have the symbiotic relationship with them. And the more carbon dioxide is, the greener it is, which is why it's greener today on Earth than it has been in 100 years. Sure, these are all facts that are inconvenient to people that have a very specific, narrow window of how to approach this.
Sure, although there probably are ways to steelman the other side too, where maybe the original 1970s. I think the manifesto that's always very interesting from the other side was this book by the Club of Rome, 1972, The Limits of Growth. And we need to head towards a society in which there's 0%, there's very limited growth. Because if you have unlimited growth, you're going to run out of resources. If you don't run out of resources, you'll hit a pollution constraint. But in the 1970s, it was you're going to have overpopulation. You're going to run out of oil. We had the oil shocks, and then by the 90s, it sort of morphed into more of the pollution problem with carbon dioxide, climate change, other environmental things. But there is sort of there's been some improvement in oil, carbon fuels with fracking, things like this in Texas. It's not at the scale that's been enough to give an American standard of living to the whole planet. Do we consume 100 million barrels of oil a day globally? Maybe fracking can add 10%, 10 million to that. If everybody on this planet has an American standard of living, it's something like 300, 400 million barrels of oil. And I don't think that's there. So that's kind of, I always wondered whether that was the real environmental argument, is we can't have an American standard of living for the whole planet. We somehow can't justify this degree of inequality. And therefore, we have to figure out ways to dial back and tax the carbon, restrict it, and maybe that's there's some sort of a Malthusian calculus that's more about resources than about pollution.
How much of that could the demand for oil could be mitigated by nuclear?
You probably could mitigate it a lot. There's a question why the nuclear thing has gone so wrong. It's especially if you have electric vehicles, right? If you know, it's combustion engines probably hard to get nuclear to work, but if you shift to electric vehicles, you can charge them, you know, your Tesla cars at night, and that would seemingly work. And there's definitely a history of energy where it was always in the direction of, you know, more intense use. It went from wood to coal to oil, which is a more compact form of energy, and in a way it takes up less of the environment. And then if we move from oil to uranium, that's even, you know, it's even smaller. And so in a sense, the smaller, the more dense the energy is, the less of the environment it takes up. And when we go from oil to natural gas, which takes up more space, and from natural gas to solar or wind, you have to pollute the whole environment by putting up windmills everywhere, or you have to, you have to cover the whole desert with solar panels.
And that is a good way to look at it, because it is a form of pollution.
And so there was a way that nuclear was supposed to be the energy mode of the 21st century. And then there are these historical questions. Why did it get stopped? Why did we not go down that route? The standard explanation of why it stopped was that there were all these dangers. We had 3 Mile Island in 1979, Chernobyl in 1986, and then the Fukushima one in Japan, I think 2011. And you had these various accidents. My alternate theory on why nuclear energy really stopped is that it was sort of dystopian or even apocalyptic, because it turned out that it was all it turned out to be very dual use. If you build nuclear power plants, it's only sort of one step away from building nuclear weapons, and it turned out to be a lot trickier to separate those two things out than it looked. And I think the signature moment was 1974 or 75 when India gets the nuclear bomb, and the U.S. I believe had transferred the nuclear reactor technology to India. We thought they couldn't weaponize it, and then it turned out it was pretty easy to weaponize. And then sort of the geopolitical problem with nuclear power was you either you need a double standard where we have nuclear power in the U.S., but we don't allow other countries to have nuclear power because the U.S. gets to keep its nuclear weapons. We don't let 100 other countries have nuclear weapons, and that's an extreme double standard, probably a little bit hard to justify. Or you need some kind of really effective global governance where you have a one world government that regulates all this stuff, which doesn't sound that good either. And then sort of the compromise was just to regulate it so much that maybe the nuclear plants got grandfathered in, but it became too expensive to build new ones.
Jeez.
Like even China, which is the country where they're building the most nuclear power plants, they built way less than people expected a decade ago, because they don't trust their own designs, and so they have to copy the over safety, overprotected designs from the West. And the nuclear power costs too much money. It's cheaper to do coal.
Wow.
So I'm not getting the numbers exactly right, but if you look at what percent of Chinese electricity was nuclear, it wasn't that high. It was like maybe 4 or 5% in 2013, 2014, and the percent hasn't gone up in 10 years because they've maybe doubled the amount of electricity they use, and maybe they doubled the nuclear, but the relative percentage is still is still a pretty small part of the mix because it's just more expensive when you have these, over safety designed reactors. There are probably ways to build small reactors that are way cheaper, but then you still have this dual use thing. Do you create plutonium? Are there ways you can create a pathway to building more nuclear weapons?
And if there was innovation, if nuclear engineering had gotten to a point where, let's say there wasn't 3 Mile Island or Chernobyl didn't happen, do you think that it would have gotten to a much more efficient and much more effective version by now?
Well, my understanding is we have way more efficient designs. We have you can do small reactor designs, which are, you don't need this giant containment structure, so it costs much less per kilowatt hour of electricity you produce. So I think we have those designs. They're just not allowed. But then I think the problem is that if you were able to build them in all these countries all over the world, you still have this dual use problem.
Right.
And again, my alternate history of what really went wrong with nuclear power, it wasn't 3 Mile Island, it wasn't Chernobyl. That's the official story. The real story was India getting the bomb.
Wow, that makes sense. That completely makes sense. Jeez Louise.
And then this is always the question about there's always a big picture question. People ask me, if I'm right about this picture of this slowdown in tech, this sort of stagnation in many dimensions, and then there's always a question, why did this happen? And my cop-out answer is always why questions are overdetermined, because it can be, there are multiple reasons. So it could be why it could be we became a more feminized, risk-averse society. It could be that the education system worked less well. It could be that we were just out of ideas. The easy ideas have been found. The hard ideas, nature's cupboard was bare. The low-hanging fruit had been picked. So that it can be overdetermined. But I think one dimension that's not to be underrated for the science and tech stagnation was that an awful lot of science and technology had this dystopian or apocalyptic dimension, and probably what happened at Los Alamos in 1945, and then with the thermonuclear weapons in the early 50s. It took a while for it to really seep in, but it had this sort of delayed effect where maybe a stagnant world in which the physicists don't get to do anything and they have to putter around with DEI, and you're not, but you don't build weapons that blow up the world anymore. Is that a feature or a bug? And so the stagnation was sort of like this response. And so it sucks that we've lived in this world for 50 years where a lot of stuff has been inert. But if we had a world that was still accelerating on all these dimensions with supersonic and hypersonic planes and hypersonic weapons and modular nuclear reactors, maybe we wouldn't be sitting here and the whole world would have already blown up. And so we're in the stagnant path of the multiverse because it had this partially protective thing, even though in all these other ways I feel it's deeply deranged our society.
That's a very interesting perspective, and it makes a lot of sense. It really does. And particularly the dual use thing with nuclear power, and especially distributing that to other countries. When you talk about the stagnation in this country, like, I don't know how much you followed this whole UAP nonsense. I know we met, what's that guy's name at your place? The guy who did Chariots of the Gods?
Oh, Von Daniken.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you thought he was too crazy. You like Hancock, but you don't like Von Daniken.
So I didn't think he's too crazy. He just willfully, in my opinion, ignores evidence that would show that some of the things that he's saying have already been solved. And I think his hypothesis is all related to this concept that we have been visited, and that's how all these things were built, and that this technology was brought here from another world. And I think he's very ideologically locked into these ideas. And I think a much more compelling idea is that there were very advanced cultures for some reason 10,000 years ago. whatever it was, whatever the year was where they built some of the insane structures. It's 4,500 years ago. They roughly think the pyramids were built. Like whatever the fuck was going on there. I think those were human beings. I think those were human beings in that place, in that time. And I think they had some sort of very sophisticated technology that was lost. And things can get lost. Things can get lost in cataclysms. Things can get lost in disease and famine, and there's all sorts of war, all sorts of reasons. The burning of the Library of Alexandria. There's all sorts of ways that technology gets lost forever. And you can have today someone living in Los Angeles in the most sophisticated high-tech society the world has ever known, while you still have people that live in the Amazon that live in the same way that they've lived for thousands of years. So those things can happen in the same planet at the same time. And I think while the rest of the world was essentially operating at a much lower vibration, there were people in Egypt that were doing some extraordinary things. I don't know how they got the information. Maybe they did get it from visitors. Maybe they did, but there's no real compelling evidence that they did. I think there's much more compelling evidence that a cataclysm happened. When you look at the Younger Dryas impact theory, it's all entirely based on science. It's entirely based on core samples, iridium content, and also massive changes in the environment over a very short period of time, particularly the melting of the ice caps in North America, and just impact craters all around the world that we know something happened roughly 11,000 years ago, and probably again 10,000 years ago. I think it's a regular occurrence on this planet that things go sideways and there's massive natural disasters, and I think that it's very likely that
there's the Bronze Age civilization collapse somewhere in the mid 12th century BC, and probably the in some ways the one in which we have the best history is the fall of the Roman Empire, which was obviously the culmination of the classical world, and it's somehow extremely unraveled. So I think my view on it is probably somewhere between yours and the
Von Daniken?
No, not Von Daniken. I'm more on the other side. Let me try to define why this. Let me agree on why this is so important today. It's not just of antiquarian interest, and the reason it matters today is because the alternative. If you say civilization has seen great rises and falls. It's gone through these great cycles. Maybe the Bronze Age civilizations were very advanced, but someone came up with iron weapons. So there's just one dimension where they progressed, but then everything else they could destroy. And so, or the fall of the Roman Empire was again this pretty cataclysmic thing where there were diseases and then there were political things that unraveled, but somehow, it was a massive regression for 400, 500, 600 years into the Dark Ages, and the sort of naive, the progressive views, things always just got monotonically better, and there's sort of this revisionist, purely progressive history where even the Roman Empire didn't decline, and even this one sort of stupid way to quantify this stuff is with pure demographics. And so it's the question, how many people lived in the past? And the rises and falls of civilization story is there were more people who lived in the Roman Empire because it was more advanced, it could support a larger population, and then the population declined. The city of Rome maybe had 1 million people at its peak, and then by 650 AD, it's down to 10,000 people or less. You have this complete collapse in population, and then the sort of alternate, purely progressive view is the population has always just been monotonically increasing because it's a measure of how, in some sense, things in aggregate have always been getting better. So I am definitely on your side that population had great rises and falls, civilizations had great rises and falls. And so that part of it, I agree with you, or even some variant of what Hancock or Von Daniken say. the place where I would say I think things are different is I don't think and therefore it seems possible something could happen to our civilization. That's always the upshot of it. If it had been monotonically always progressing, then there's nothing we should worry about. Nothing can possibly go wrong. And then certainly the thing, the sort of alternate Hancock, Von Daniken, Joe Rogan history of the world tells us is that we shouldn't take our civilization for granted. There's things that can go really haywire. I agree with that. The one place where I differ is I do think our civilization today is on some dimensions way more advanced than any of these past civilizations. I don't think any of them had nuclear weapons. I don't think any of them had spaceships or anything like that. And so the failure mode is likely to be somewhat different from these past ones.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think technology progressed in a different direction. That's what I think. I think structural technology, building technology, had somehow or another achieved levels of competence that's not available today. When you look at the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, there's 2,300,000 stones in it. The whole thing points to due north, south, east, and west. It's an incredible achievement. The stones, some of them were moved from a quarry that was 500 miles away through the mountains. They have no idea how they did it. Massive stones. The ones inside the king's chamber, but they're like the biggest ones are like 80 tons. It's crazy. The whole thing's crazy. Like, how did they do that? Like, whatever they did without machines, supposedly. They did without the use of the combustion engine. They didn't have electricity. And yet they were able to do something that stands the test of time, not just so you could look at it. Like you can go to the Acropolis and see the Parthenon. It's gorgeous. It's amazing. It's incredible. But I can understand how people could have built it. The pyramids is one of those things that you just look at, you go, what the fuck was going on here? What was going on here? And none of these people are still around. You have this strange culture now that's entirely based around, you have Cairo and an enormous population of visitors, right? Which is a lot of it. People just going to stare at these ancient relics. What was going on that those people were so much more advanced than anyone anywhere else in the world?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would anchor on the technological part, but I think the piece that is very hard for us to comprehend is what motivated them culturally.
Well, how did they do it physically?
Why did they do it? Why were you motivated?
So why, but also how? How is a big one. Because it's really difficult to solve. There's no traditional, conventional explanations for the construction, the movement of the stones, the amount of time that it would take. And if you move 10 stones a day, I believe it takes 664 years to make one of those pyramids. So how many people were involved? How long did it take? How'd they get them there? How'd they figure out how to do it? How come the shittier pyramids seem to be dated later? Like what was going on in that particular period of time where they figured out how to do something so extraordinary that even today, 4,500 years later, we stare at it and we go, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they did.
I haven't studied it carefully enough. I'll trust you that it's very hard. I would say the real mystery is why were they motivated? And it's because you can't live in a pyramid. It's just it was just the afterlife of the pharaoh.
There's some debate about that. Christopher Dunn is an engineer who believes that it was some sort of a power plant. He's got this very bizarre theory that there was a chamber that exists. If you see the structure of the pyramid, the inside of it, there's a chamber that's subterranean. And he believes this subterranean chamber was pounding on the surface of the earth and of the walls of the thing, creating this very specific vibration. They had shafts that came down into the queen's chamber. These shafts, they would pour chemicals into these shafts, and then there was limestone at the end of it. This is all his theory, not mine. The end of it, there was this limestone, which is permeable, right? So the limestone, which is porous, these gases come through and creates this hydrogen that's inside of this chamber. Then there are these shafts inside the king's chamber that are they're getting energy from space, gamma rays and all the shit from space. And then it's going through these chambers, which are very specifically designed to target this these gases and put them into this chamber where they would interact with this energy, and he believes it's enough to create electricity.
Man,
It's a crazy theory, but
look, I'm always too fast to debunk all these things, but like just coming back to our earlier conversation, it must have been a crazy power plant to have a containment structure much bigger than a nuclear reactor.
yeah, well, it's ridiculous, but it's also a different kind of technology, right? If nuclear technology was completely not on the table, they didn't understand atoms at all, but they did understand that there's rays that come from space and that you could somehow harness the energy of these things with specific gases and through some method convert that into some form of electricity.
But if it takes so much power to put all these rocks on the pyramid, you have to always look at how efficient the power plant is. So it can't just be it has to be like the craziest reaction ever to justify such a big containment structure, because even nuclear power plants don't work economically. Barely work.
Well, they didn't do a lot of them. They only did this one in Giza. And then there was other pyramids that he thinks had different functions that were smaller. But the whole purpose of it is, or the whole point of it is, we don't know what the fuck it is. We don't know why they did it. We have a group of new archaeologists that are looking at it from a completely different theory. They're not looking at it like it's a tomb. The established archaeologists have insisted that this is a tomb for the pharaoh. The newer established archaeologists are looking at it and considering whether or not there were some other uses for this thing. And one of them is the concept of the pharaoh planet.
I'm always, I don't know if this is an alternate history theory, but I'm always into the James Fraser, Golden Bough, Rene Girard, violence, sacred history, where you have always this question about the origins of monarchy and kingship, and the sort of Girard Fraser intuition is that it's something like if every king is a kind of living God, then we have to also believe the opposite, that maybe every god is a dead or murdered king, and that somehow societies were organized around scapegoats. The scapegoats were, there was sort of a crisis in the archaic community. It got blamed on a scapegoat. The scapegoat was attributed all these powers, and then at some point, the scapegoat, before he gets executed, figures out a way to postpone his execution and turn the power into something real. So there's sort of this very weird adjacency between the monarch and the scapegoat, and then I don't know. The sort of riff would be that the first pyramid did not need to be invented. It was just the stones that were thrown on a victim, and then it somehow, and that's the original. The original
stones
form
that were thrown on a victim.
A community stones a victim to death. The tribe runs after a victim. You stone him to death. You throw stones on the victim. That's how you create the first tomb. And then
as it gets more complicated, you create a tomb that's 2 million stones.
And you get a pharaoh. You get a pharaoh who figures out a way to postpone his own execution or something like this. I think there's I'm going to blank on the name of this ritual, but I believe in the old Egyptian kingdoms, which were sort of around the time of the Great Pyramids or even before. It was something like in the 30th year of the reign of the pharaoh gets transformed into a living god, and then this perhaps dates to a time where in the 30th year of the pharaoh's reign, the pharaoh would get ritually sacrificed or killed. You have all these societies where the kings were allowed to rule for an allotted time. You become king and you draw a number of pebbles out of a vase, and that corresponds to how many years.
Was this Jamie?
The Sed Festival.
Heb said, Festival of Tales, an ancient Egyptian ceremony to celebrate the continued rule of Pharaoh. The name was taken from the name of the Egyptian wolf god, one of whose name was
This is what I'm talking about.
or Sed, the less formal feast name The Feast of the Tail is derived.
So, yeah, next paragraph's the one to start.
Okay.
No, that one right there. The ancient festival might perhaps have been instituted to replace a ritual of murdering a pharaoh who was unable to continue to rule effectively because of age or condition.
Interesting. So you can't kill him now.
And then eventually, said festivals were jubilees. Several of the rulers had the throne for 30 years.
And then every 3 to 4 years after that.
So when it becomes unthinkable to kill the pharaoh gets turned into a living god. Before that, the pharaoh gets murdered and then gets worshipped as a dead pharaoh or distant god.
That's interesting, but it still doesn't solve the engineering puzzle. The engineering puzzle is the biggest one. How do they do that?
Well, the one I'm focusing on is the motivational puzzle.
Yeah, why even if you have all the motivation in the world, if you want to build a structure that's insane to build today, and you're doing it 4,500 years ago, we're dealing with a massive puzzle.
I think the motivational part's the harder one to solve. If you can figure out the motivation, you'll figure out a way to organize the whole society, and if you get the whole society working on it, you can probably do it.
But don't you think that his grasp of power was in peril in the first place, which is why they decided to come up with this idea of turning them into a living god? So to have the amount of resources and power, and then the engineering, and then the understanding of whatever methods they use to shape and move these things.
Well, this is always the anthropological debate between Voltaire, the Enlightenment thinker of the 18th century, and Durkheim, the 19th century anthropologist. And Voltaire believes that religion originates as a conspiracy of the priests to maintain power. And so politics comes first. The politicians invent religion. And then Durkheim says the causation is the other way around, that somehow religion came first, and then politics somehow came out of it. Of course, once the politics comes out of it, the priests, the religious authorities have political power. They figure out ways to manipulate it, things like this. But I find the Durkheim story far more plausible than the Voltaire one. I think the religious categories are primary, and the political categories are secondary.
So you think the religion came first? But what about if we emanated from tribal societies? Tribal societies have always had leaders. When you have leaders, you're going to have dissent, you're going to have challenges, you're going to have politicking. You have people negotiating to try to maintain power, keep everything organized. That's the origin of politics, correct?
I think that's a whitewashed Enlightenment rationalist description of the origin of politics.
What do you think the origin of politics is?
I think it's far more violent than that. What you're giving me is
it's very vile. The control and power and maintaining power involves murder and sabotage.
Well, that's more like it.
Yeah.
But what you gave me a minute ago sounds more like a social contract theory, in which people sit down, negotiate, and have a nice legal chit chat to draw up the social contract. That is a complete fiction.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that there was probably various levels of civility that were achieved when agriculture and when establishments were constructed that were near resources, where they didn't have to worry as much about food and water and things along those lines. Things probably got a little bit more civil. But I think that the origins of it are like the origins of all human conflict. It's filled with murder.
Well, I think at the beginning was madness and murder.
Yeah, madness and murder.
And I don't know. I don't know if it got that much more rational. I don't know if it's that much more rational today.
Well,
so
in some ways it's not, right?
This is again back to the the progressive conception. Have we really progressed? How much have we really progressed from that? But yeah, my version would be that it was much more. It was organized around acts of mass violence, like maybe you externalize it onto a mastodon or hunting some big animal or something like this. But the real problem of violence, it wasn't external. It was mostly internal. It was violence with people who were near you, proximate to you. It wasn't even natural cataclysms or other tribes. It was sort of much more the internal stuff. And it's very different. I think that the human situation is somehow very, very different from something like, I don't know, an ape primate hierarchy, where in an ape context you have an alpha male. He's the strongest, and there's some sort of natural dominance, and you don't need to have a fight to the death typically, because you know who's the strongest, and you don't need to push it all the way. In a human context, it's always possible for 2 or 3 guys to gang up on the alpha male. So it's somehow the culture is more important, and if they can talk to each other, and you get language, and then they can coordinate, and they can gang up on the leader, and then you have to stop them from ganging up on the leader. And how do you do that? And so there's some sort of radical difference between a human and let's say a pre-human world.
Have you seen Chimp Empire?
No.
Chimp Empire is a fascinating documentary series on Netflix where these scientists had been embedded with this tribe of chimpanzees for decades. And so because they were embedded, they had very specific rules. You have to maintain at least 20 yards from you and any of the chimps. No food. You can never have food, and don't look them in the eyes. And as long as you do that, they don't feel you're a threat, and they think of you as a natural part of their environment, almost like you don't exist. They behave completely naturally. Well, it shows in that sometimes it's not the largest, strongest one, and that some chimps form bonds with other chimps, and they form coalitions. And they do have some sort of politics, and they do help each other. They groom each other. They do specific things for each other. And then one of the things that happens also, they get invaded by other chimps, and that chimps leave and they go on patrol, and other chimps gang up on them and kill them, and they try to fight and battle over resources. So it's not nearly as cut and dry as the strongest chimp prevails, because one of the chimps that was dominant was an older chimp, and he was smaller than some of the other chimps, but he had formed a coalition with all these other chimps, and they all respected him, and they all knew that they would be treated fairly. And being treated fairly is a very important thing with chimpanzees. They get very jealous if they think that things are not fair, which is why that guy was attacked. And that guy who had a pet chimpanzee, he brought it a birthday cake. The other chimps weren't getting a piece of the cake, and someone had fucked up and left the door open. They got out and mauled this guy because he didn't give them some of the cake.
Yeah, so I find all of that quite plausible, but I think both of us can be correct. So there's the true story of hominization, of how we became humans. There's a way to tell it where it's continuous with our animal past, and where it's just, there's things like this with the chimpanzees or the baboons or, other primates. And then there is a part of the story that I think is also more discontinuous. My judgment is we probably, in a Darwinian context, we always stress the continuity. I'm always a little bit the contrarian, and so I believe in Darwin's theory, but I think we should also be skeptical of ways it's too dogmatic, and Darwin's theories make us gloss over the discontinuities. And I think the one type of thing that doesn't happen overnight, one type of fairly dramatic discontinuity is that is that humans have something like language. And even though chimpanzees probably have an IQ of 80, they're pretty smart, but when you don't have a rich symbolic system, that leads to sort of a very, very different kind of structure. And there's something about language and the kind of coordination that allows, and the ways that it enables you to coordinate on violence, and then it encourages you to channel violence in certain sacred religious directions. I think creates something radically different about human society. We differ. Humans tell each other stories. A lot of the stories are not true; they're myths. But I think that's some sort of a very important difference from even our closest primate relatives. But this is sort of like another way of getting at what's so crazy about ChatGPT and passing the Turing test. Because if we had sat here 2 years ago, if you asked me, what is the distinctive feature of a human being? What makes someone a human? And how, and in a way that differs from everybody else, It's not perfect, but my go-to answer would have been language. You're a 3-year-old, you're an 80-year-old. Just about all humans can speak languages. Just about all non-humans cannot speak languages. It's this binary thing, and then that's sort of a way of telling us again why passing the Turing test was way more important than super intelligence or anything else.
Yeah, I could see that.
What do you think? I don't want to go back to that tangent.
No, it's a good tangent. Great. Keep tangenting off. Have fun. It's great. Do you think, what do you think the factor was? There's a lot of debate about this. Like the factor was that separated us from these animals and why we became what we became. Because we're so vastly different than any other primate. Like, so what do you think took place? Like the doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years is one of the greatest mysteries in the entire fossil record. We don't know what the fuck happened. There's a lot of theories. Throwing arm, cooking meat. There's a lot of theories. But we really have no idea.
Well, again, if we do sort of linguistic riff, I think Aristotelian Darwinian biology, Aristotle, you always differ things by put them in categories. And man, I think the line Aristotle has is something: man differs from the other animals in his greater aptitude for imitation. And I would say that we are these giant imitating machines. And of course, the Darwinian riff on this is, to imitate is to ape. And so we differ from the ape. We're more ape-like than the apes. We are far better at aping each other than the apes are. To a first cut, I would say our brains are giant imitation machines. That's how you learn language as a kid. You imitate your parents. And that's how culture gets transmitted. But then there are a lot of dimensions of imitation that are also very dangerous, because imitation doesn't just happen on this symbolic linguistic level. It's also, you imitate things you want. You want a banana, I want a banana. You want a blue ball, I can have a red ball. I want a blue ball because you have a blue ball. And so there's something about imitation that creates culture, that is incredibly important pedagogically. Learning, it's how you master something, how you, in all these different ways. And then a lot of it has this incredibly conflictual dimension as well. And then there's, so I think that was sort of core to the things that are both great and troubled about humanity, and that was in some ways the problem that needed to be solved.
So you think that the motivation of imitation is the essential first steps that led us to become human?
There's some story like, and again, this is a one-dimensional, one explanation fits all. But yeah, the explanation I would go with is that it was something like, our brains got bigger, and so we were more powerful imitation machines. And there were things about that were, that made us a lot more powerful, and we could learn things and we could remember things, and there was cultural transmission that happened. But then it also, we could build better weapons, and we became more violent, and it also had a very, very destructive element. And then somehow the imitation, had to be channeled in these sort of ritualized, religious, kinds of ways. And that's why I think all these things sort of somehow came up together in parallel.
What about the physical adaptation? Like, what would be the motivation of the animal to change form and to have its brain grow so large and to lose all its hair and to become soft and fleshy like we are, as opposed to like rough and durable like almost every other primate is?
Well, you can always tell these retrospective just so stories and how this all worked out, but it would seem the naive retrospective story would be that there are a lot of ways that humans are, less strong than the other apes, or all these ways where we're in some sense weaker physically, but maybe it was just this basic trade-off. More of your energy went into your mind and into your brain, and then your fist wasn't as strong, but you could build a better axe, and that made you stronger than an ape. And that's where a brain with less energy was spent on growing a hair to keep warm in the winter, and then you use your brain to build an axe and skin a bear and get some fur for the winter, or something like that.
Yeah, I guess it's just such a leap. It's such a leap and different than any other animal. What was the primary motivating factor? Like, what was the thing? McKenna believes it was psilocybin. I'm sure you ever heard that theory, McKenna's stoned ape theory, which is a fascinating one. But there's a lot of different theories about what took place. But
the one I would go on was that there was this dimension of increased imitation. There was some kind of cultural linguistic dimension that was incredibly important. It probably was also, somehow linked to dealing with all the violence that came with it, all the conflicts that came with it. I'd be more open to the stoned ape theory. People, I had this conversation with the other guy, Murescu, the immortality key guy, and I always feel they whitewash it too much.
How so?
It's like if you had these crazy Dionysian rituals in which people, there's probably lots of crazy sex, there's probably lots of crazy violence that was tied to it, and so maybe you'd be out of your mind to be hunting a woolly mammoth, and maybe you can't be completely,
But they weren't hunting woolly mammoths during the Eleusinian mysteries.
No, but you went to war to fight the neighboring tribe. It's probably more dangerous than hunting.
Right, but they also did absolutely have these rituals, and they have absolutely found trace elements of.
I don't question that.
Okay.
I don't question that at all. I just think they probably part of it was also was a way to channel violence. It's probably whenever, I don't know, is there some degree to which whenever you went to war, you were on drugs.
Oh yeah. Well, we know about the Vikings. The Vikings most certainly took mushrooms before they went into battle.
And maybe it makes you less coordinated or something. But
no.
if you're less scared,
it doesn't make you less coordinated.
If you're just a little bit less scared, that's probably super important.
It increases visual acuity. There's a lot of benefits that would happen physically, especially if you got the dose right. It increases visual acuity, edge detection's better, it makes people more sensitive, probably more aware, probably a better hunter. And
but I'm sympathetic to all these mushrooms, psychedelic drug, historical usage theories. I suspect was very widespread. I just think a lot of it was in these contexts that were pretty transgressive.
Yeah, I think they're not mutually exclusive. I think just giving the way the world was back then, for sure, violence was everywhere. Violence was a part of daily life. Violence was a part of how society was kept together. Violence was entertainment in Rome, right? For sure, violence was everything. It was a big part of it. And I think release and the anxiety of that violence also led people to want to be intoxicated and do different things that separated them from a normal state of consciousness. But I do think it's also probably where democracy came from. I think having those Eleusinian mystery rituals where they would get together and do psychedelics and under this very controlled set and setting, I think that's the birthplace of a lot of very interesting and innovative ideas. I think a lot of interesting and innovative ideas currently are being at least dreamt up, thought of, they have their roots in some sort of altered conscious experience.
Well, it's, man, I don't know. I think this stuff is very powerful. I think it is, I definitely think it shouldn't be outlawed. You know, pretty hardcore libertarian on all the drug legalization stuff. And then I do wonder, I do wonder exactly how these things work. It probably, probably the classical world version of it was that it was something that you did in a fairly controlled setting. You didn't do it every day, and it was some way. I imagine to get a very different perspective on your 9-to-5 job or whatever you want to call it, but you didn't necessarily want to really decamp to the other world altogether.
Oh, for sure, it's too dangerous to do. I don't think anybody thinks they did. I think that was part of the whole thing.
Where do you think that line is? Like, should everyone do one ayahuasca trip, or if you do an ayahuasca trip a year, is that
I don't
too
think
much?
everyone has to do anything, and I think everyone has their own requirements. And I think as you do, that everything like this, especially psychedelics. One of the more disappointing things recently was that the FDA had denied. They did these MDMA trials for about all this.
Yep.
Yeah, very, very disappointing. That they wanted to make MDMA therapy available to veterans and people with severe PTSD, and it has extreme benefits, clinical benefits, known documented benefits, and for whatever reason the FDA decided that they have to go through a whole new series of trials to try to get this stuff legalized, which is very disappointing. And
yeah, I was very bullish on this stuff happening, and the way I thought about it 4 or 5 years ago was that it was a hack to doing a double-blind study, and because the FDA always has this concept that you need to do a double-blind study, you give one third of the people you give a sugar pill, and 2/3 you give the real drug, and you have to, and no one knows whether they have the sugar pill or the real drug,
right.
and then you see how it works. The science requires a double-blind study. And then my anti-double-blind study theory is, if it really works, you don't need a double-blind study. It should just work. And there's something sociopathic about doing double-blind studies, because 1/3 of the people who have this bad disease are getting a sugar pill. We shouldn't even be, like, maybe it's immoral to do double-blind studies.
Well, double-blind studies on unique and novel things make sense. This is not unique nor novel. It's been around long. Well, unique, yes. But.
Well, my claim is, if it actually works, you shouldn't need to do a double-blind study at all. But and then my hope was that MDMA, psychedelics, all these things, they were a hack on the double-blind study, because you knew whether you got the real thing or the sugar pill. And so this would be a way to hack through this ridiculous double-blind criterion and just get the study done. And then what I think part of it, probably just an anti-drug ideology by the FDA, but the other part that happened on the sort of scientific establishment level is they think you need a double-blind study. Joe, we know you're hacking this double-blind study because people will know whether they got the sugar pill or not.
What is this horseshit?
And that's why we're going to arbitrarily change the goalposts and set them at way, way harder, because we know there's no way you can do a double-blind study. And if it's not a double-blind study, it's no good, because that's what our ideology of science tells us. And that's sort of what I think was part of what went sort of politically haywire with this stuff.
Well, I also think that it's Pandora's box. I think that's a real issue, and that if they do find extreme benefit in using MDMA therapy, particularly for veterans, if they start doing that and it starts becoming very effective and it becomes well known and widespread, then it will open up the door to all these other psychedelic compounds. And I think that's a real threat to the powers that be. It's a real threat to the establishment. If you have people thinking in a completely alternative way, I mean, we saw what happened during the 1960s, and that's one of the reasons why they threw water on everything and had it become Schedule 1 and locked the country down in terms of the access to psychedelics. All that stuff happened out of a reaction to the way society and culture was changing in the 1960s. If that happened today, it would throw a giant monkey wrench in our political system, in our cultural system, the way we govern, the way we, just the way allocation of resources, all of that would change.
If I just to articulate the alternate version on this, there's always a, there's a part. I'm looking at how to get this. There's a question whether this shift to interiority is it a complement or a substitute? Like what I said about talk and action, is it a complement or a substitute to changing the outside world? So we focus on changing ourselves. Is this the first step to changing the world, or is it sort of a hypnotic way in which our attention is being redirected from outer space to inner space? So I know the one-liner I had years ago was, we landed on the moon in July of 1969, and 3 weeks later Woodstock started, and that's when the hippies took over the country, and we stopped going to outer space. We started going to inner space, and so there's sort of a question, how much, it worked as an activator or as a deactivator in a way. There are all these different modalities of interiority. There's psychological therapy, there's meditation, there's yoga, there was a sexual revolution. There were, gradually, you have incels living in their parents' basement playing video games. So there's the navel gazing, that is identity politics. There's a range of psychedelic things, and I think all of these things. I wonder whether the interiority ended up acting as a substitute. So, because the alternate history in the 1960s is that the hippies were anti-political, and it was sort of that the drugs happened at the end of the 60s, and that's when people depoliticized. And it was like, I don't know, the Beatles song, "You're carrying around pictures of Sharon Maui, not going to make with anyone anyhow." It's like, that's what after they did LSD, and it was just the sort of insane politics no longer matters. So you have the civil rights, Vietnam War, and then with the drugs, the thing that motivated it, was that the thing where it actually those things started to de-escalate?
I think they were happening at the same time, and I think the Vietnam War coinciding with the psychedelic drug movement of the 1960s, it was one of the reasons why it was so dangerous to the establishment. Because these people were far less likely to buy into this idea that they needed to fly to Vietnam and go kill people they didn't know. And they were far less likely to support any war. And I think there was this sort of bizarre movement that we had never seen before, this flower children movement that we know that they plotted against. I mean, if you read Chaos by Tom O'Neill, fantastic book. It shows you what they were trying to do to demonize these hippies. And,
well, it was, or the part of it that I thought was interesting was the MK Ultra,
which is a part of it,
where there was a predecessor version where we thought of there was you think of it as we had an arms race with the fascists, the communists, and they were very good at brainwashing people. The Goebbels propaganda, North Koreans brainwashing our soldiers in the Korean War, our POWs, and we needed to have an arms race to program and reprogram and deprogram people, and LSD was sort of the MK Ultra shortcut. So I think there was, and then it's so hard to reconstruct it, but my suspicion is that the MK Ultra thing was a lot bigger than we realized, and that it was the LSD movement both in the Harvard form and the Stanford form. It started as an MKUltra project. Timothy Leary at Harvard, Ken Kesey at Stanford. I knew Tom Wolfe, the American novelist. I still think his greatest novel was the Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, which is sort of this history of the LSD counterculture movement. Starts at Stanford, moves to Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco, and but it starts with Ken Kesey, as a grad student at Stanford, circa 1958, and you get an extra $75 a day if you go to the Menlo Park Veterans Hospital, and they give you some random drug, and you got extra $75 as a grad student in English doing LSD. And Tom Wolfe writes this, iconic fictionalized novel, very realistic, 1968, about this. And Wolfe could not have imagined that the whole thing started as some CIA mind control project.
Right.
Menlo Park Veterans Hospital, that was deep state adjacent.
Sure. Well, Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, run by the CIA.
I'm sure that's even crazier.
The whole thing's crazy.
The
whole thing's
Jolly
crazy.
West guy, yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing's crazy, which leads me to, what do you think they're doing today? If they were doing that then, I do not believe that they abandoned this idea of programming people. I do not believe that. I don't think they would, because I know it's effective. Look, people join cults every day. We're well aware that people can be ideologically captured. We're well aware. We're well aware people will buy into crazy ideas as long as it's supported by whatever community they associate with. That's just a natural aspect of being a human being. Maybe it's part of what you're saying, this imitation thing that we have. It leads us to do this. If they have that knowledge and that understanding, for sure, they're probably doing things similar today, which is one of the things that I think about a lot when I think about this guy that tried to shoot Trump. I want to know what happened. And I don't think we're getting a very detailed explanation at all as to how this person achieved how they got on the roof, how they got to that position, how they trained, who were they in contact with, who was teaching them, why did they do it, what was going on. We are in the dark, and I wonder, there was always the Manchurian Candidate idea, right? This idea that we trained assassins. And
what's the RFK dad assassination, 1960?
Sirhan,
where he, again, maybe you shouldn't believe him, but he claimed that he didn't even know what he was doing. He was in some hypnotic trance or whatever, and it was like the assassin in the Manchurian Candidate.
Yeah. I mean, that is possible. I don't know if he's telling the truth. He could have just had a psychotic break. Who knows?
Well, obviously, also convenient.
Yeah, very convenient. But it's a possibility that should be considered. I mean, this Crooks kid that did this, that shot at the president. What? How? What happened? I want to know what happened.
Man, I probably veer in the direction that there were, on the sort of conspiracy theory of history, I veer in the direction that there was a lot of crazy stuff like this that was going on in the U.S. first half of the 20th century, overdrive 1940s. You had the Manhattan Project, was this giant secret project, 1950s, 1960s, and then somehow the last 50 years, I think not sure disturbing perspective I have is these institutions are less functional. I don't think the CIA is doing anything quite like MKUltra anymore.
Why do you think that?
I think you had the Church Commission hearings in the late 70s, and somehow things got exposed, and then when bureaucracy is forced to be formalized, it probably becomes a lot less functional. There was or like the 2000s version. There was, I think, it was a lot of crazy stuff that we did in black sites, torturing people, that the CIA ran, in the war on terror, waterboarding, all sorts of batshit crazy stuff that happened. But then, once John Yoo in the Bush 43 administration writes the torture memos, it sort of formalizes this is how many times you can water dunk someone without it being torture, et cetera, et cetera. Once you formalize it, people somehow know that it's on its way out because, it doesn't quite work anymore. So by 2007, at Guantanamo, I think the inmates were running the asylum. The inmates and the defense lawyers were running it. You were way safer as a Muslim terrorist in Guantanamo than as a, let's say, suspected cop killer in Manhattan. There was still an informal process in Manhattan. We were suspected cop killers. They'd figure out some way to deal with you outside the formal judicial process. But I think there was a sort of formalization that happened. There was the post J. Edgar Hoover FBI, where Hoover was, a law unto himself. It was completely out of control. CIA even more so. And then, once it all gets exposed, and it probably is a lot harder to do. The NSA, NSA probably held up longer as a deep state entity, where it at least had the virtue. I think the 1980s was still referred to as no such agency. So it was still far more obscure. So the necessary condition is that if some part of the deep state's doing it, we can barely know what's going on with them. And then, I don't know, the 2000s, 2010s history on I think the Patriot Act empowered all these FISA courts, and I think there probably were ways the NSA FISA court process was weaponized in a really, really crazy way. And it culminated in 2016 with all the the crazy Russia conspiracy theories against Trump. But I think even that, I'm not sure they can do anymore because it got exposed. Can't do that anymore.
But a small program that is top secret, that is designed under the auspices of protecting American lives, extracting information from people.
Well, I'm agreeing with you. The NSA FISA court process is one where you had a pretty out of control process from, let's say, circa 2003 to 2017, 2018. So that's relatively recent history. Mm-hmm. I don't know. There are all the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theories, which I'm probably too fascinated by, because it felt like there was some crazy stuff going on that they were able to cover up,
and still are.
Doesn't the fact that we're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein tell us how hard it is to come up with anything else?
No, because there's no answers for the Jeffrey Epstein thing. There's been no consequences other than Ghislaine Maxwell going to jail and Jeffrey Epstein allegedly committing suicide, which I don't think he did. Mm-hmm. Other than that, what are the consequences? They were able to pull off this thing, some sort of operation. Who knows who was behind it? Who knows what was the motivation? But it clearly has something to do with compromising people, which is an age-old strategy for getting people to do what you want them to do. You have things on them, you use those things as leverage, and then next thing you know, you've got people saying things that you want them to say, and it moves policy, changes things, get things done. That they did that.
Yes.
And and we know they did that, and yet no one is asking for the tapes, no one's asking for the client list. We're in the dark still.
And probably, I don't know, man, I spend too much time thinking about all the Epstein variants. It probably probably the sex stuff is overdone and everything else is underdone. It's like a limited hangout. We get to talk about the crazy underage sex and not about all the other questions. It's like when Alex Acosta testified for Labor Secretary, and he was the DA who prosecuted Epstein in 08, 09, and got him served a very light 13-month or whatever sentence. And it was a South Florida DA or whatever he was. And Acosta was asked, why did he get off so easily? And the congressional testimony was up for Labor Secretary 2017. It was he belonged to intelligence. That's and then and so it's the question isn't about the sex with the underage women. The question is really about why was he so protected? And then I went down all these rabbit holes, was working for the Israelis or the Mossad or all this sort of stuff, and I've come to think that was very secondary. It was just the U.S. If you're working for Israel, you don't get protected. And we had Jonathan Pollard. He went to jail for 25 years or whatever.
But unrelated, right?
Understood, but
this is one particular operation.
It was if it was an intelligence operation, the question we should be asking is what part of the U.S. intelligence system was he working for? Was he working for
But don't you think that's an effective strategy for controlling politicians? Getting them involved in sex scandals? I mean, it's always been one of the worst things that can happen to a politician. Look at Monica Lewinsky. A very simple one. Consensual, inappropriate sexual relationship between a president and a staffer, and it almost takes down the presidency. It causes him to get impeached. It's powerful motivators. The shame of it all, also the illegal activity, the fact that it's one of the most disgusting things that we think of, people having sex with underage people.
I'm sure that was part of it. I suspect there are a lot of other questions that one should also
most certainly. But I would think that is one of the best motivators that we have, is having dirt on people like that, especially something that could ruin your career. Especially people that are deeply embedded in this system of people knowing things about people and using those at their advantage. I mean, that's an age-old strategy in politics. That was J. Edgar Hoover's entire modus operandi.
Yeah, my riff on it was always that it's a little bit different from the J. Edgar Hoover thing, and the question was always whether the people doing it knew they were getting compromised. And so it's the vibe is not that you somehow got compromised. It was more you were joining this secret club.
Right.
You got to be made. You're a made man in the mafia,
and you get to do crazy things.
No. It's only if we have compromise on you do you get ahead.
Right.
It's like I don't know. It's one of these
Skull and bones
closet. Yeah, the closet of the Vatican. Right. The claim is 80% of the cardinals in the Catholic Church are gay. Not sure if that's true, but directionally it's probably correct. And the basic thesis is you don't get promoted to a cardinal if you're straight, because we need to have, and so you need to be compromised, and then you're under control, but you also get ahead.
Completely makes sense in the way to do that, but especially all these politicians who are essentially like bad actors. A lot of them, they're just people that want power and people that want control. A lot of them, and those kind of guys, they want to party. I mean, that has been. You've got two types of leaders that are presidents. You've got pussy hounds and warmongers. Sometimes they have both, but generally you don't. And guys like Clinton and JFK were anti-war. And then you have guys like Bush, who you don't think of at all as a pussy hound, but most certainly you think of as a warmonger.
Do you do you have a theory on what was Bill Gates' complicity with Epstein?
I think he likes pussy. I think he's a man. I think he likes power. He likes monopoly. I mean, he's incredibly effective with Microsoft. And for the longest time, he was thought of as a villain, right? He was this antitrust villain. He was this guy who was monopolizing this operating system and controlling just this incredible empire. And he had a real bad rap. And then I think he wisely turned towards philanthropy. And
do you think that he needed Epstein?
I think it's very difficult for a very famous, very high-profile person to fuck around. I think it's very difficult. I think you have to worry about people telling people. You worry about it taking you down if you're having affairs. If you're running some philanthropy organization, you're supposed to be thought of as this guy who's like this wonderful person who's trying to really fix all the problems in the world, but really you're just flying around and banging all these different chicks. You have to figure out a way to pull that off. And this is what Eric Weinstein and we've had discussions about this. And Eric's position is that there are people in this world that can provide experiences for you and safely for people that are in that kind of a group. And that makes sense. It makes sense that if you pay people enough and you have people motivated in order to like establish these relationships and make sure that these things happen. When you get very high profile, you can't just be on a fucking dating app. And if you're a guy that likes to bang chicks, what are you going to do?
All of that might be true, but I wonder if there are more straightforward alternate conspiracy theories on Epstein that we're missing. So let me do an alternate one on Bill Gates, where the things just looking at what's hiding in plain sight. He supposedly talked to Epstein early on about how his marriage wasn't doing that well. And then Epstein suggested that he should get a divorce circa 2010, 2011. And Gates told him something like, that doesn't quite work. Presumably because he didn't have a prenup. So there's one part of Epstein as a marriage counselor, which is sort of disturbing. But then the second thing that we know that Gates talked to Epstein about was all this sort of collaborating on funding, setting up this philanthropy, all this sort of this somewhat corrupt left-wing philanthropy structures. And so there's a question, and then my sort of straightforward alternate conspiracy theory is should we combine those two? And was there and I don't have all the details of this figured out, but it would be something like Bill and Melinda get married in 1994. They don't sign a prenup, and something's going wrong with the marriage, and maybe Melinda can get half the money. In a divorce, he doesn't want her to get half the money. What do you do? And then the alternate plan is something like you commit the marital assets to this nonprofit, and then it sort of locks Melinda into not complaining about the marriage for a long, long time. And it's some kind of a and so there's something about the left-wing philanthropy world that was it was some sort of boomer way to control their crazy wives or something like this. And that's
also an effective way to whitewash your past, right?
Sure, there are all these, and he talked to Epstein about. He got Epstein to meet with the head of the Nobel Prize Foundation. So it was Bill Gates wanted to get a Nobel Prize.
Wow.
Right. So this is all straightforward. This is all known.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying what you're saying about.
Do you know the history of the Nobel Prize? That's the ultimate whitewash.
Sure, it was for inventing dynamite.
Yeah, that's Peter Berg told me the story. I was blown away. He originally, someone said that he died, and it was printed that he died, but he didn't die. And in the stories, they were calling him the Merchant of Death because he was the guy that invented dynamite. And he realized that, oh my God, this is my reputation. This is how people think about me. I have to do something to turn this around. So he invented the Nobel Prize, and he started then now the name Nobel is automatically connected in most people's eyes to the greatest people amongst us, the people that have contributed the most to society and science and art and peace and all these different things. Nobel Prize for Medicine. Or to the guy who invented ivermectin, by the way.
Super crazy history.
Yeah, it's a crazy history, but it's the ultimate whitewash. It's the same thing. Like, he came up with that prize because he wanted to change his image publicly.
And
so it's ironic that Bill Gates would want to get a Nobel Prize.
Or not ironic, or it's ironic, but understandable and ironic. But I think, but then if and so there's a underage sex version of the Epstein story, and then there is a crazy status Nobel Prize history of it, and there is a corrupt left-wing philanthropy one, and there is a boomers who didn't sign prenuptial agreements with their wives story,
right?
And I think all of those are worth exploring more.
I think you're right. What about these left-wing philanthropy ventures do you think is uniquely corrupt?
Sorry, which one do I think is most corrupt? Or
what about them? These when you said corrupt?
Yeah. Well, man, it's there's something about, maybe it's just my hermeneutic of suspicion. There's something about, there's something about the virtue signaling, and what does it mean? And I always think this is sort of a America versus Europe difference, where in America, we're told that that philanthropy is something a good person does, and if you're a Rockefeller or and you start giving away all your money, this is just what a good person does, and it shows how good you are. And then I think sort of the European intuition on it is something like, wow. That's only something a very evil person does. And if you start giving away all your money in Europe, it's like, Joe, you must have murdered somebody. You must be covering up for something. And so there are these two very different intuitions, and I think the European one is more correct than the American one. And probably there's some history where the sort of left-wing philanthropy peaked in 2007, 2010, 2012, and there's these subtle ways, we've become more European in our sensibilities as a society, and so it has this very different valence from what it did 12 or 14 years ago. But it's all we ask all these questions like we're asking right now about Bill Gates, where it's like, okay, it was like all the testimony in the Microsoft antitrust trial in the 90s, where he's cutting off the air supply, he wants to strangle people, and he's kind of a sociopathic guy, it seems. And then it's this giant whitewashing operation, and then somehow the whitewashing has been made too transparent, and it gets deconstructed and exposed by the internet or whatever.
But I think most people are still unaware of how much whitewashing actually took place, including donating somewhere in the neighborhood of $300+ million to media corporations, essentially buying favorable reviews about him. And then there's this very public philanthropy. It's not just philanthropy; it's philanthropy mixed with public relations, because he's constantly doing interviews about it. This is not like a guy who is just silently donating his incredible wealth to all these causes. He's advocating for it on various talk shows. He's constantly talking about it and how we need to do things. I mean, during the pandemic, he was a very vocal voice. He was the guy telling us somehow or another, he became a public health expert. And no one questioned why we were taking public health advice from someone who has a financial interest in this one very particular remedy.
Yeah, or there are all these alternate versions I can give. But yeah, I think it's always so hard to know what's really going on in our culture, though. So I think all what you say is true, but I also think it's not working as well as it used to.
I agree.
And there's a way people see through this. It's not always as articulate as you just articulated it, but there's some vague intuition that when Mr. Gates is just wearing sweaters and looks like Mr. Rogers, that something fishy is going on.
Right.
People have that sort of intuition.
They trust Jeff Bezos in his tight shirt, hanging out with his girlfriend on the yacht more.
Or Elon Musk. The vice signaling is safer than virtue signaling.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you're virtue signaling, our intuition is something really, really, really sketchy.
Suspicious. We get suspicious, and I think rightly so. I think especially when someone's doing something so public, I think rightly we should be suspicious. Especially when, with Gates, it's like, the history of the guy. I mean, you know what he was involved with before. You know how he ran Microsoft. It just kind of makes sense that it's a clever move. It's a clever move to pay the media. It's a clever move.
Again, my alternate one, which is not incompatible with yours on Gates, is that Melinda finally files for divorce in early 21. I think she told Bill she wanted one late 2019. So 2020, the year where Bill Gates goes into overdrive on COVID, all this stuff. Part of it, maybe it's self-dealing and he's trying to make money from the drug company or something like this. But, isn't the other really big thing? He needs to box Melinda in and force her not to get that much out, because all the money's going to the foundation anyway. Melinda has to say, why do you want half the money? It's all going to the Gates Foundation anyway. We're not leaving our kids anything. And then when you lean into COVID, how does that work in the, it's somehow, in theory, Melinda has a really strong hand. She should get half. That's what you get in the divorce with no prenuptial. But then if you make it go overdrive on COVID, Melinda, are you like some crazy anti-science person?
I am. I'm talking
right.
And
so people with him,
I don't know. My reconstruction is that you should not underestimate how much of it was, about just controlling his ex-wife and not about controlling the whole society.
Makes sense. It makes sense that
they can both be true. They can both be correct.
Sure, there's many factors.
But mine lines up really well with the timeline.
Well, we're probably talking about $100 million or $100 billion, one way or the other.
Well, I think she got like 1/10.
Really interesting.
And she should have gotten half. As far as it's amazing you got it down that much.
Wow. Interesting.
But it was just, I think she was just boxed in. Every time he went on TV talking about COVID, she was boxed in with all of her left-wing friends.
That is an interesting philosophy. That's an interesting way to approach a problem if you're him. Very wise, very clever. I mean, if you're just looking at just for personal benefit, the genius move. And the guy's a genius, clearly, brilliant guy. That makes sense. Makes sense he would do that.
I don't know.
I would do that.
Probably should have had a prenup, but yeah.
Yeah, well, that's kind of crazy. That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't consider that.
Don't tell me what
but
to
it makes
do,
sense.
period. I've been
And she's,
in
she's been kind of pretty vocal, unfortunately for him, about his ties to Epstein being one of the primary reasons why she wanted out.
But again, it's what was he having extramarital affairs through Epstein? Or maybe Epstein was, from Melinda's point of view, would it be worse for Epstein to facilitate an extramarital affair, or would it be worse for Epstein to be advising Gates on how to ditch Melinda without giving her any money?
What do you think he was?
I think that would be much, much worse from Melinda's point of view.
Yeah, makes sense. It totally makes sense. Do you think that he was a legitimate financial advisor? Like you could give him advice on how to do those things? If Gates wouldn't have more effective people? I mean, when you're at that level of wealth, I'm sure you have wealth management people that are very high level. Because that's one of the things that Eric said about him. He said when he met him, he was like, "This guy's a fraud. Like this, he doesn't know enough about what he's talking about." And Eric is.
I met Epstein a few times as well, and I think
How'd you get introduced?
it was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically and I didn't check, didn't ask enough questions about it. But I think there were sort of a lot of things where it was fraudulent. I do think Epstein knew a lot about taxes, and
Your server
and there
is
were
out of
probably
control,
these
you need to get it
complicated
under control.
ways you could
People to enjoy themselves.
structure a nonprofit organization, especially as a way in a marital context that I think Epstein might have known a decent amount about.
How, when you were introduced
So
to him?
I don't think Epstein would have been able to comment on super string theory or
Right.
something like that.
Right.
But I think this sort of thing he might have actually been pretty expert on.
When you were introduced to him, how was he described to
You
you?
told me I could stream.
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world,
Interesting.
and I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
And this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
Which was like
07, 08.
Okay. And so,
But you assume he didn't go to jail for that long.
right.
It was probably not as serious as alleged. There was certainly the illusion that there were all these other people that I trusted. Reid, who introduced us, was he started LinkedIn. He was maybe too focused on business networking, but
Right.
but I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the shit went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, were you like, ugh, well, there you go.
I've thought about it. I thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Jesus Christ. Well, he tricked a lot of people. I know a lot of people that met that guy.
And in DMs from the chat.
He got a lot of
Yep.
celebrities
That is
come to his
exactly
house
what
for
you're
parties
supposed
and
to do.
things.
Well, I
You
think
guys are
it
picking
was.
on me.
I think a lot of it was this strange commentary on, I don't know, there's some secret club, secret society you could be part of.
Right.
And
of course.
Again, it wasn't explicit, but that was the vague vibe of the whole thing.
People love those stupid things. They love like exclusive clubs that very few people. Look at the fucking Soho House. Like, look at that stupid thing. I mean, you just go to a place that you have to be a member to go to, and everybody wants to be a member. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And then you get like the Malibu
Yeah.
Soho House. It's different from the other ones. You have to have membership only there. Ooh, do you have membership there? People love that kind of shit. Socially, they love being a part of a walled garden. They love it. They love it. And if you're a guy like Bill Gates or similarly wealthy, you probably have a very small amount of people that you can relate to, very small amount of people that you can trust. Probably very difficult to form new friendships.
Yeah, I think there were probably different things that were pitched for different people.
Sure.
I was pitched on the taxes. I think, there were probably other people that were, more prone to the social club
Debauchery,
part.
yeah.
And then there were probably people, and there was probably a fairly limited group where it was, off the charts bad.
Wouldn't it be wonderful to know what the fuck was really going on? And maybe one day we will. Maybe one day some Whitney Webb type character will break it all down to us and explain to us in great detail exactly how this is formulated and what they were doing and how they were getting information out of people. But I think people have to age out. They have to die.
And we still don't have it on the Kennedy assassination.
That's-
JFK.
Well, one of the wildest things that Trump said was that if they told you what they told me, you wouldn't tell people either. Which is like, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? I don't think legally he can tell you, right? Because I think those things are above top secret. If they did inform him of something, there must be some sort of prerequisite to keeping this a secret.
I haven't studied that one that carefully, but isn't, there are all these alternate conspiracy theories on who killed JFK. It's the CIA and the mafia and the Russians and the Cubans, and there's an LBJ version since he's the one who benefited. So all these happened in Texas. You have all these alternate theories on some level. It's
people in the VC.
I always think it's just a commentary where 1963 America wasn't like Leave It to Beaver. It was like a really crazy country underneath the surface, and
Absolutely.
And even though probably most of the conspiracy theories are wrong, it was like Murder on the Orient Express, and all these people sort of had different reasons for wanting Kennedy dead, and that's what the theories are right, even if they're wrong on the level of factual detail. And then the sort of more minimal one that I'm open to, and I think there's some evidence in this from the stuff that has come out, is Oswald was talking to
in the VC,
parts of the U.S. deep state, and so even if Oswald was the lone assassin, someone get the magic bullet theory and all that stuff to work. Let's say Oswald was the lone assassin. Did he tell someone in the FBI or CIA, I'm gonna go kill Kennedy, and then maybe the CIA didn't have to kill him; they just had to do nothing, just had to sit on it, or maybe he was too incompetent and didn't go up the bureaucracy, and so it's I think we sort of know that they talked to Oswald a fair amount before it happened, and so there's at least something that was grossly incompetent.
I think people have a problem
minimum.
with two stories being mutually exclusive. The two stories being a lone gunman or the CIA killed Kennedy, and that they're not connected. I think Lee Harvey Oswald was a part of it. I think he probably did shoot that cop. There's some evidence that when he was on the run and he was confronted, there was a cop that got shot, and they were alleging he might have done it. He might have taken a shot at Kennedy. He might have even hit him. I don't think he was the only one shooting. I think there was an enormous amount of people that heard sounds coming from the grassy knoll. They heard gunfire. They reportedly saw people. The amount of people that were witnesses to the Kennedy assassination that died mysterious deaths is pretty shocking.
Jack Ruby.
Well, Jack Ruby, that's a weird one, right?
Oswald.
Yeah, Jack Ruby walks up to Oswald, shoots him, and then Jack Ruby, with no previous history of mental illness, becomes completely insane after getting visited by Jolly West, which is nuts. Like, why is the guy who's the head of MK Ultra visiting the guy who shot the assassin of the president, and why is he left alone with them? What happens? What does he give him that this guy is screaming out, they're burning Jews alive, and just crazy shit he was yelling out. He went nuts.
Like some amount of LSD that's dangerous for you.
Enormous amount. They
Some
probably
amount
gave
is
him a
dangerous for you.
fucking glass of it. They probably gave him a glass of it and told him it was water. Drink this, and who fucking knows? But the point is, I think it's very possible that Oswald was a part of it, and the way they did it, and the way they just shot Oswald in, and then they write the Warren Commission. We don't even see the Zapruder film until 12 years later, when Geraldo Rivera, when they play it on television, when Dick Gregory brought it to Geraldo Rivera, which is wild. A comedian brings the video, the actual film rather, of the assassination from a different angle. When you actually see the video of him getting shot, his head snaps back into the left, and everybody's like, "What the fuck is going on here?" When you look at all that stuff, this mirrors what happened with this Crooks kid. This Crooks kid, somehow or another, gets to the top of the roof, is spotted by these people. They know he's there. They know he has a rifle. They see him walking around the crime scene half an hour before with a rangefinder. The whole thing is bananas. And then they go to his house after he's killed. It's completely scrubbed. There's no silverware there. They know that there's ad data that shows that a phone that's coming from the FBI offices in D.C. had visited him on multiple occasions because they tracked ad data. And if he shot Trump and Trump got murdered and then they shot him, it would be the Kennedy assassination all over again. Everybody would go, what the fuck happened? What happened? What was the motivation? What was he on any drugs? What's the toxicology report? How did he get up there? Who knew he was up there? How did they not shoot him quicker? Like, what the fuck happened? How was he able to get off 3 shots? What happened?
They are.
And I think there's like a slightly
You are right.
less crazy version that might still be true, which is just
No one is
that
going to wanna be
people
there if you can't
in
get
the
them
Secret
under
Service, in the Biden administration, don't like Trump, and they didn't have full intention to kill him, but it's just
They didn't protect him.
we're just no, we're gonna understaff it. We don't have to do as good a job coordinating with the local police. There's all these ways,
To make someone less safe.
Yeah,
but it seems
and then
more
it's-
than that. If they knew that the guy was on the roof with a rifle, that seems a little
no
more.
idea what
It's
I'm
always a
doing.
question
I'm
who
meeting people here
they
just
is.
like everyone
Right.
else.
Well, if I'm a sniper and I'm
I
on
mean, people in the audience, there were people there telling it to people.
right, but I think the authorities knew this guy was on the roof before as well.
Well, I suspect some of the Secret Service people were told
Two
that,
people,
and then
at least.
who knows how that got relayed or
I'll send
who
you-
all
Well,
who
didn't
all
the
is they.
snipers already have eye on him? I believe the snipers already had eye on him.
I don't know.
Find out if that's true.
Um,
Jamie, find out if the snipers had eye on
Secret
Crooks.
Service, but I don't know about the snipers.
I don't know about the thing. I don't have a good sense on with shooting, and maybe you'd have a better feel for this. Is my sense that it was a pretty straightforward shot for the guy in the Trump would-be assassin. I think the Oswald shot was a much harder one because Kennedy's moving.
Yes and
And
no. Yes and no. Okay, because Oswald had a scope. So Oswald had a rifle, the Marcano rifle. Let's say one of the snipers stationed inside the building reported first saw Crooks outside and looking up to the roof of the building before the suspect left the scene. Crooks later came back and sat down while looking at his phone near the building. CBS News reported that the sniper took a photo of the suspect when he returned, but I think they saw him on the roof though. Crooks then took out a rangefinder, like right then. Arrest that guy. You got a fucking rangefinder? About the suspect's action, Crooks then disappeared again and returned to the building with a backpack. Again, arrest him. Secret Service snipers again alerted their command post about Crooks' actions. According to the source who spoke with CBS News, Crooks had already climbed to the top of the building in question by the time the additional officers arrived at the scene for backup. The suspect also positioned himself above and behind the snipers inside the building. By the time the police started rushing the scene and other officers attempted to get onto the roof, the source told CBS News that a different Secret Service sniper had killed Crooks. Okay. So it seems like they fucking bumbled it at every step of the way. If they knew that guy was there, if they knew he had a rangefinder, returns to the backpack, he gets onto the roof. All that's insane. That is at the very least horrific incompetence. At the very least.
Let me go back. Yeah, okay, but back to Mike. Was it? I thought it was a much easier shot.
It's not an easy headshot. He's shooting at his head.
But why was shooting at the head the right thing? Shouldn't you be shooting it?
Well, you don't know if he's wearing a vest, right? He could be wearing a vest, which you have to have plates. You'd have to have ceramic plates in order to stop a rifle round. So was it a 308? What did he have? What kind of rifle did he have? I think he had an AR-15. So
And are the scopes a lot better today than
he didn't have a scope. We're pretty sure he
How
didn't
good
have a
was
scope.
how good was Oswald's scope?
It was good. They said it was off. This is one of the conspiracy theories. The scope was off. But that doesn't mean anything because scopes can get off when you pick it up. If you knock it against the wall, when he drops it, if he makes the shot and then drops the scope and the scope hits the windowsill and then bounces off, that's excuse me, that scope's off. Anytime
Was there
you knock
anything about the high angle from Oswald made it harder?
No, not a difficult shot. It's very difficult to get off 3 shots very quickly. So that was the thing that they had attributed 3 shots to Oswald. The reason why they had attributed 3 shots is because one of them had hit a ricochet. One of them had gone into the underpass, ricocheted off the curb, and hit a man who was treated at a hospital. They found that. They found out where it hit, the bullet had hit. So they knew that one bullet missed Kennedy, hit that curb, which would have indicated that someone shot from a similar position as Lee Harvey Oswald. So then they had the one wound that Kennedy had to the head, of course, and then they had another wound that Kennedy had through his neck.
That's the magic bullet theory.
Right. This is why they had to come up with the magic bullet theory, because they had to attribute all these wounds to one bullet. And then they find this pristine bullet They find it in the gurney when they're bringing Governor Connolly in. Nonsense. It's total nonsense. The bullet is undeformed. A bullet that goes through two people and leaves more fragments of the bullet in Connolly's wrist that are missing from the bullet itself. And then the bullet's not deformed after shattering bone. All that's crazy. All that defies logic. That doesn't make any sense. If you know anything about bullets, and if you shoot bullets into things, they distort. It's just one of the things that happen. That bullet looks like someone shot it into a swimming pool. That's what it looks like. When they would do ballistics on bullets and they try to figure out like if it was this guy's gun or that guy's gun, and by the rifling of the round, they can get similar markings on bullets. When they do that, that's how they do it. They do it so the bullet doesn't distort. So they shoot that bullet into water or something like that. Now that bullet was metal jacketed, right? If you look at the bullet, the top of it is fucked up, but the shape of the bullet looks pretty perfect. It doesn't look like something that shattered bones. And then you have to account rather for the amount of, there's little fragments of the bullet that you could see that they found in Connolly's wrist. The whole thing's nuts. The whole thing's nuts that you're only saying that this one guy did it because that's convenient. And the Warren Commission's report,
the Warren Commission whitewashed everything.
Nuts.
So
the whole thing's nuts. It's much more likely that there were people in the grassy knoll, and then
with the
Oswald
umbrellas
shooting.
as the pointers or whatever.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know about what. All I know is you got a guy in a convertible, which is fucking crazy, who is the president of the United States, and he's going slowly down a road. Now, if you are in a prone position, so Oswald is on the windowsill, right, which is a great place to shoot, by the way. It's a great place to shoot because you rest that gun on the windowsill. And if you rest it on the windowsill, there's no movement, right? So you wrap your arm around the sling, if it had a sling. I'm not sure if it did. So you get a nice tight grip. You shove it up against your shoulder. You rest it on the windowsill, and all you have to do is you have a round already racked, and you have a scope, and so the scope's magnified. All you have to do is wait until he's there. You lead him just a little bit and squeeze one off, and then boom, boom. You could do that pretty quick. It's not outside of the realm of possibility that he did get off 3 shots. What doesn't make sense is the back and to the left. It doesn't make sense that all these other people saw people shooting from the grassy knoll. There's all these people that saw people running away. They saw smoke. There's smoke in some photographs of it. It looks like there was more than one shooter, and it looks like they tried to hide that. They tried to hide that in the Warren Commission report. The shot to Kennedy's neck initially was when they brought him in Dallas, before they shipped him to Bethesda. They said that was an entry wound. When he got to Bethesda, then it became a tracheotomy. Why do you give a tracheotomy to a guy who doesn't have a head? You don't. I mean, none of it makes any sense. They altered the autopsy. This is a part of David Lifton's book, Best Evidence. Kennedy's brain wasn't even in his body when they buried him. Like the whole thing is very strange.
But then, do you get to anything more concrete than my Murder on the Orient Express, where they're just, it could have been a lot of people. Could have been the Russians, the Cubans,
no one even got
mafia.
suspicious for 12 years.
I think people were suspicious.
Sure,
There were a lot of people
sort of,
suspicious.
kind of. But what do you have to go on? You don't have to go on anything. Like this Crooks kid. We don't have anything to go on. We're just going to be left out here just like we're left out here with the Epstein information. No one knows. The people that whoever organized it, if anyone did, you're never going to hear about it. It's just going to go away. The news cycle is just going to keep flooded with more nonsense. And I think there's probably a bunch of people that wanted Kennedy dead. I think there's more than one group of people that wanted Kennedy dead. I think there's probably collusion between groups that wanted Kennedy dead. And I think there's a lot of people that have vested interest in ending his presidency. And I think he was dangerous. He was dangerous to a lot of powers that be. He was dangerous. His famous speech about secret societies, crazy speech. The guy has this speech and then gets murdered right afterwards. Kind of nuts. Like the whole thing's nuts. He wanted to get rid of the CIA. He wanted to. I mean, there's so many things that Kennedy wanted to do.
There were also a lot of crazy things Kennedy was doing.
Yes.
For
sure.
The Cuba version of the assassination theory was, we had the Cuban Missile Crisis in '62, about a year earlier, and then the deal that we struck with the Soviets was, they take the missiles out of Cuba, and we promised we wouldn't try to overthrow the government in Cuba. And I guess we we no longer did, no longer did Bay of Pigs type covert stuff like that. But I think there were still something like 4 or 5 assassination plots on Fidel.
Yeah, actual attempts.
And then I think there was, I'm going to get this garbled. I think a month or 2 before the JFK assassination, Castro said something like, there might be repercussions if you keep doing this.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm sure there's a lot of people that wanted that guy dead, and I'm sure they would coordinate. I mean, if you knew that Cuba wanted Kennedy dead, and you knew that Cuba can get you assassins or that they could help in any way, I'm sure they would want as many people that knew for a fact they wanted him dead and had communicated that. I mean, back then they were doing wild shit, man. I mean, this is when they were doing Operation Northwoods.
But this again, where I think it is. I don't think we're in a world where zero stuff is happening.
Right.
I still the place where I directionally have a different feel for it is I think so much less of this stuff is going on, and it's so much harder in this internet world for people to hide
With whistleblowers as well.
and their legacy programs, their internal records that are being kept, and I don't know this for sure, but I think even the NSA FISA court stuff, which was an out of control deep state thing, was going on through about 2016, 2017. I suspect even that at this point, can't quite work because people know that they're being watched, they know they're being recorded, and it's just, you can't do waterboarding in Guantanamo if you have lawyers running all over the place.
I hope you're correct.
And
I hope you're correct, but it brings me back to this whole idea of getting dirt.
But then I think there's, and then on the other hand, I think there's also, a degree to which our government, our deep state, across the board is shockingly less competent, less functional, and it's less capable of this. And this is where I'm not even sure whether this is an improvement. Right. So it's sort of like, maybe the 1963 U.S., where let's go with the craziest version, where our deep state is capable of knocking off the president. Maybe that's actually a higher functioning society than the crazy version where they're incapable of doing it.
Right, and they're bogged down with DEI.
They can't get the gunman even to have a scope on his rifle or whatever.
Yeah, we haven't really figured
it's
out
like
if he had a scope on his rifle, but I don't believe he did.
Man, it's like much bigger loser. Can you find someone as competent as Oswald,
right,
or something like that?
So it's a good point. It's a good point. And
so I view more to the explanation that it's gross incompetence.
Go back to
but
junior high. You're messing with the best.
I think they weren't as competent, right? Because they only had one guy doing it, and he wasn't effective. If you had the same, if you had much better organization, you wouldn't have it just one guy. I mean, there's people out there that I know that can kill someone from a mile away.
But it's very effective. You can do things as a solo actor. It's hard to organize because everything gets recorded.
Everything does get recorded. That is a fact. But it brings me back to that thing about having dirt on people that you were talking about, with why the Epstein information doesn't get released and why they probably did it in the first place. They did it in the first place. You have dirt on people, then those people are not going to tell on you.
And that is still a strange counterpoint to my thesis. Why has the dirt not come out? And so somehow there's some way the container is still kind of working.
Yeah, it's kind of working. It's just everyone is aware that it's working, and then they're frustrated that nothing happens. Like Julian Assange being arrested and spending so much time locked up in the embassy, like finally recently released. But didn't he have to delete like a bunch of emails in order to be released?
But in the again, just to take the other side of this, both in the Assange Snowden stuff. It showed an out of control deep state. It was just hoovering up all the data in the world. Right. And then we weren't it didn't show like James Bond times 100. There weren't like exploding cigar assassination. There was none of it. We're doing so little with this. is
Well, it seems like
that's
they don't
or at least that's the but I think there's so much less agency in the CIA, in the Central Intelligence Agency. It's so much less agentic.
I hope you're right.
Again, I don't know if that's
incorrect with how they deal with overseas stuff. I hope they're really good at that. That brings me to this whole UAP thing, because one of my primary theories about the UAP thing is it's stuff that we have. I think that's a lot of what people are saying. I think there's secret programs that are beyond congressional oversight that have done some things with propulsion that's outside of our understanding. Our current, the conventional understanding that most people have about rockets and all these different things being the only way to propel things through the sky. I think they figured out some other stuff. I think they're drones. And I think they have drones that can use some sort of, whether it's anti-gravity propulsion system or some,
So that's your placeholder theory, or that's what you think more than space aliens, or do you think both space aliens and that, or which version is
the latter? I think both.
You think both?
Yeah, I don't think we haven't been visited. I think we have. I think if life exists elsewhere, and it most certainly should. It just makes sense.
But do you think the UFO sightings from the 50s and 60s were already drone programs? Were they already that advanced?
No, those are the ones that give me pause. That's why, when I named my comedy club, the Comedy Mothership, it's all UFO themed. Our rooms are named after Batman and Little Boy. Our rooms are named after nuclear bombs, because those nuclear bombs, when they drop them, that's when everybody starts seeing these things. And I think if I was a sophisticated society from another planet, and I recognized that there is an intelligent species that has developed nuclear power and has started using it as bombs, I would immediately start visiting, and I would let them know, hey, motherfuckers, like there's something way more advanced than you. I would hover over the nuclear bases and shut down the missiles. I would do all the things that supposedly the UFOs did, just to keep the government in check, just to say, hey, you're going through a transitionary period that all intelligent species do, when they have the ability to harness incredible power, and yet they still have these primate brains. They have these territorial ape brains, but yet now with the ability to literally harness the power of stars and drop them on cities. I think that's when I would start visiting. And I think all throughout human history, before that even, there's been very bizarre accounts of these things, all the way back to Ezekiel in the Bible. Very bizarre accounts of these things that are flying through space. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's the Vimanas in the ancient Hindu texts. There's so many of these things that you got to wonder. And you got to think that if we send drones to Mars, and we do, we have a fucking rover running around on Mars right now collecting data. Do we send the James Webb Telescope into space? Of course we do. We have a lot of stuff that we send into space. If we lived another 1,000,000 years without blowing ourselves up, which is just a blink of an eye in terms of the life of some of the planets in the universe, how much more advanced would we be? And if we were interstellar, and if we were intergalactic travelers, and we found out that there was a primitive species that was coming of age, I think we would start visiting.
Let me think what I hear everything you're saying. I'm strangely undermotivated by it.
Me too.
Even if it's plausible.
Me too. Believe it or not.
I guess on the space aliens, which is the wilder, more interesting one in a way. I don't know. Roswell was 77 years ago, 1947, and if the phenomenon is real and it's from another world, it's space aliens, space robots, whatever, probably one of the key features is its ephemerality, or its cloaking, and they are really good at hiding it, at cloaking it, at scrambling people's brains after they see them, or stuff like this.
Right.
And then, if you're a researcher, you have to pick fields where you can make progress. And so this is, it's not a promising field. And, academia is messed up, but even if academia were not messed up, this would not be a good field in which to try to make a career, because there's been so little progress in 77 years. And so,
if you think of it from the
point of view of I don't know, Jacques Vallée, or some of these people who've been working on this for 50 years. And yeah, it feels like there's something there, and but then it's just as soon as you feel like you have something almost that's graspable, TikTok videos, whatever, it's just always at the margin of recognition. It's the ephemerality is a key feature, and then maybe I think you have to have some theory of why is this about to change, and then it's always I don't know, the abstract mathematical formulation would be something doesn't happen for time interval 0 to t and time interval t plus 1, next minute, next year. How likely is it? And maybe there's a chance something will happen. You're waiting at the airport, your luggage hasn't shown up. It's more and more likely it shows up in the next minute, but after an hour, at some point the luggage is lost. And if you're still waiting at the airport a year later, that's a dumb idea. At some point the luggage is lost.
Right.
And I don't know, 77 years, it's like 77 minutes at the airport.
Mm-hmm.
That's at 77 minutes you should start, I'd start getting very demotivated waiting for my luggage.
Perhaps. Let me give you an alternative theory. Now, if you were a highly sophisticated society that understood the progression of technology and understood the biological evolution that these animals were going through, and you realized that they had reached a level of intelligence that required them to be monitored, or maybe you've even helped them along the way. This is some of Diana Pasulka's work, who works with Gary Nolan on these things. They claim that they have recovered these crashed vehicles that defy any conventional understanding of how to construct things, propulsion systems, and they believe that these things are donations. That's literally how they describe them, as donations. If you knew that this is a long road, you can't just show up and give people time machines. It's a long road for these people to develop the sophistication, the cultural advancement, the intellectual capacity to understand their place in the universe, and that they're not there yet, and they're still engaging in lies and manipulation and propaganda. Their entire society is built on a ship of fools. If you looked at that, you would say they're not ready. This is what we do. We slowly introduce ourselves, slowly over time, make it more and more common. And that's what you're seeing. What you're seeing is when you have things like the TikTok, the Commander David Fravor incident off of the coast of San Diego in 2004, and then you have the stuff that they found off the East Coast, where they were seeing these cubes within a circle that were hovering motionless in 120 knot winds and taking off at the same rate of speed, and that they only discovered them in 2014 when they started upgrading the systems on these jets. What is all that? What are those things? And if you wanted to slowly integrate yourself into the consciousness, much like we're doing with, AI is quicker, right? But it's also a thing that's become commonplace. We think of it now, it's normal. ChatGPT is a normal thing. Even though it's passed the Turing test, we're not freaking out. You have to slowly integrate these sort of things in the human consciousness. You have to slowly introduce them to the zeitgeist. And for it to not be some sort of a complete disruption of society where everything shuts down and we just wait for Space Daddy to come and rescue us, it has to become a thing where we slowly accept the fact that we are not alone. And I would think psychologically that would be the very best tactic to play on human beings as I know and understand them from being one. I do not think that we would be able to handle just an immediate invasion of aliens. I think it would break down society in a way that would be catastrophic to everything, to all businesses, to all social ideas. Religion would fall apart. Everything would be fucked.
It would be pretty crazy.
It would be beyond crazy. It would be beyond fucked. And then,
although you could say that's what ChatGPT is.
It could be.
It's like an alien intelligence. But
I think that's what ultimately they are.
But I think there's so many parts of it that I find puzzling or disturbing. Let me go down one other rabbit hole along this with you, which is I always wonder, and again, this is a little bit too simplistic an argument, but I always wonder, that I'm not to give, but what the alien civilization can be like. And if you have faster than light travel, if you have warp drive, which is probably what you really need to cover interstellar distances.
Hilarious. These guys suck so much
what that
fucking
means for
dick.
military technology is that you can send weapons at warp speed, and they will hit you before you see them coming. And there is no defense against a warp speed weapon. And you can sort of take over the whole universe before anybody could see you coming. This, by the way, this is sort of a weird plot hole in Star Wars, Star Trek, where they can travel in hyperspace, but then you're flying in the canyon.
They shoot so slow you can see the bullets.
Yeah, it's like you're doing this theatrical Klingons versus Captain Kirk at 10 miles per hour or 20 miles per hour, or whatever. Right?
It's funny when you put it that
It's
way.
an absurd plot.
Yeah.
And so it tells us that I think that if you have faster than light travel, there's something really crazy that has to be true on a cultural, political, social level. And there may be other solutions, but I'll give you my two. One of them is that you need complete totalitarian controls. And the individuals, they might not be perfect, they might be demons, doesn't matter, but you have a demonic totalitarian control of your society where it's like you have like parapsychological mind meld with everybody, and no one can act independently of anybody else. No one can ever launch a warp drive weapon, and everybody who has that ability is in like a mind meld link with everybody else, or something like that. You can't have libertarian, individualistic free agency.
Right.
And then I think the other version, socially and culturally, is they have to be like perfectly altruistic, non-self-interest. They have to be angels. And so the Pazulka literal thing I come to is the aliens. It's not that they might be demons or angels. They must be demons or angels if you have faster than light travel. And both of those seem pretty crazy to me.
Well, they're definitely pretty crazy, but so are human beings.
Well, they're crazy in a very different way.
Yeah, but not crazy in a different way. You compare us to a mouse. Compare us to a mouse and what we're capable of, and then from us to them. They're not much of a leap. And here's my question.
It is a very big leap on a, if we say that something like evolution says that there's no such thing as a purely altruistic being. Right? If you were purely altruistic, if you only cared about other people, you don't survive.
Well, no, but why would you necessarily think that they think that?
Because then beings that are not perfectly altruistic are somewhat dangerous. And then the danger level gets correlated to the level of technology. And if you have faster than light travel, it is infinitely dangerous.
Let me address
Even
that.
if the probabilities are very low.
Here's my thing. I think that what human beings are, the fatal flaw that we have, is that we're still animals, and that we still have all these biological limitations and needs. So this is what leads to violence. This is what leads to jealousy, imitation. This is what leads to war. So it leads to all these things. As AI becomes more and more powerful, we will integrate. Once we integrate with AI, if we do it like now, and then we look at 1,000, we scale it up exponentially 1,000 years from now, whatever it's going to be, we will have no need for any of these biological features that have motivated us to get to the point where we're creating AI. All the things that are wrong in society, whether it's inequity, theft, violence, pollution, all these things are essentially poor allocation of resources combined with human instincts that are ancient. We have ancient tribal primate instincts, and all of these things lead us to believe that this is the only way to achieve dominance and control, allocation of resources, the creation of technology. New technology eventually reaches a point where it becomes far more intelligent than us, and we have two choices. Either we integrate or it becomes independent and it has no need for us anymore, and then that becomes a superior life form in the universe. And then that life form seeks out other life forms to do the same process and create it, just like it exists and it can travel. Biological life might not be what we're experiencing. These things might be a form of intelligence that is artificial, that has progressed to an infinite point where things that are unimaginable to us today in terms of propulsion and travel, and to them it's commonplace and normal.
I know that you're trying to be reassuring. I find that monologue super non-reassuring.
It's not reassuring.
There's so many steps in it, and every single step has to work just the way you described.
Not necessarily. It just has to work. One sentient artificial intelligence. That's it, and we're on the track to that 100%.
But it has to be almost otherworldly in its non-selfishness and its non-humanness.
But what is selfishness, though? What is all that stuff? But all that stuff is attached to us. It's all attached to biological limitations.
Yeah, but it's I don't think it's fundamentally about scarcity. Scarcity is what exists in nature. It's fundamentally about cultural, positional goods within society. It's a scarcity that's created culture. Are you familiar with this 90s spoof movie on Star Trek called Galaxy Quest?
Yeah, I remember that movie.
So this was sort of a silly PayPal digression story from 1999, and we had sort of this. The business model idea we had in 99 was to use Palm Pilots to gain money. Voted one of the 10 worst business ideas of 99. But we this sort of infrared port could beam people money, and we had this idea around December 99 as a media promotional thing to hire James Doohan, who played Scotty in the original Star Trek. And he was going to do this media promo event for us. And it was like an 80-something older Scotty character who was horrifically overweight. And this was like this terrible spokesperson. Our tagline was, he used to beam people, now he's beaming something much more important, he's beaming money. And it was this complete flop of media event, December 99, we did. It was the reporters couldn't get there because the traffic was too bad in San Francisco. So the tech wasn't working. It was much lower tech level. But
I'm watching a concert.
But anyway,
to watch
we had a bunch of people
along.
from
I'm
our
not
company,
AFK. I'm live on camera.
Where one of them, William Shatner played James T. Kirk, the captain of the original Star Trek, who was already doing Priceline commercials and making a lot of money off of Priceline, doing commercials for them. And as one of the people asked James Doohan, the Scotty character, what do you think of William Shatner doing commercials for Priceline? At which point, Doohan's agent stood up and screamed at the top of his voice, "That is the forbidden question. That is a forbidden question. That is a forbidden question." And you sort of realized, because the conceit of Star Trek, the '60s show, was that it was a post-scarcity world. The transporter technology, you could reconfigure matter into anything you wanted. There was no scarcity. There was no need for money. The people who wanted money were weirdly mentally screwed up people. You only need money in a world of scarcity. It's a post-scarcity. It's sort of the communist world. But Galaxy Quest was more correct. It's a spoof on Star Trek that gets made in the mid-90s, where and the Galaxy Quest, so it's discombobulated way I'm telling the story, but Galaxy Quest is this movie where you have these retread Star Trek actors, and Mr. Spock opens a furniture store or something like this, and they're all but they all hate the person who played the captain, because the captain was a method actor, where he just lorded it over everyone. Because even in the communist post-scarcity world, only one person got to be captain. And so there's a great scarcity, even in this futuristic sci-fi world. And that's what we witnessed in '99, because that's the way William Shatner treated the other actors. He was a method actor, and they hated him. And that was, and so even in the Star Trek world, the humans, obviously they were stuck in the 1960s mentally. That's what you'll say. But I don't think it's that straightforward for us to evolve.
They're humans. I don't think we're going to be humans anymore.
But
I think artificial life.
But then I hear that as we're going to be extinct.
Yes.
I don't like that.
I don't like it either. But I think logically that's what's going to happen. I think if you look at this mad rush for artificial intelligence, like they're literally building nuclear reactors to power AI, right?
So they're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. That's because they know they're going to need enormous amounts of power. But once they have that, and once that's online, once it keeps getting better and better and better, where does that go? That goes to some sort of an artificial life form. And I think either we become that thing, or we integrate with that thing, become cyborgs, or that thing takes over. And that thing becomes the primary life force of the universe. And I think that biological life, we look at like life, because we know what life is. But I think it's very possible that digital life, or created life by people, is just as not just, it might be a superior life form, far superior. If we looked at us versus Chimp Nation, right? I don't want to live in the jungle and fight with other chimps and just rely on berries and eating monkeys. That's crazy. I want to live like a person. I want to be able to go to a restaurant. Why? Because human life has advanced far beyond primate life. We are stuck in thinking that this is the only way to live, because it's the way we live. I love music. I love comedy. I love art. I love the things that people create. I love people that make great clothes and cars and businesses. I love people. I think people are awesome. I'm a fan of people. But if I had to look logically, I would assume that we are on the way out, and that the only way forward, really, to make an enormous leap in terms of the integration of society and of technology and of our understanding our place in the universe, is for us to transcend our physical limitations that are essentially based on primate biology. And these primate desires for status, like being the captain, or for control of resources, or all these things. We assume these things are standard and that they have to exist in intelligent species. I think they only have to exist in intelligent species that have biological limitations. I think intelligent species can be something, and it is going to be something, that is created by people, and that might be what happens everywhere in the universe. That might be the exact course where there's a limit to biological evolution. It's painstaking, natural selection, it's time-consuming, or you get that thing to create the other form of life.
Man, I keep I keep thinking there are two alternate histories that are alternate stories of the future that are more plausible than the ones you just told. And so one of them is, it sounds like yours, but it's just the Silicon Valley propaganda story, where they say that's what they're going to do, and then of course they don't quite do it, and it doesn't quite work, and it goes super haywire, and that's where there's a 1% chance that works, and there's a 99% chance that that ends up to, you have two choices. You have a company that does exactly what you do, and that's super ethical, super restrained, does everything right. And there is a company that says all the things you just said, but then cuts corners and doesn't quite do it. And I won't say it's 1 to 99, but that sounds more plausible, as that it ends up being corporate propaganda. And then, my prior would be even more likely. This, of course, the argument the effective altruists, the anti-AI people make is, yeah, Joe, the story you're telling us, that's just going to be the fake corporate propaganda. And we need to push back on that. And the way you push back is you need to regulate it, and you need to govern it, and you need to do it globally. And this is, the Rand Corporation in Southern California has, one of their verticals is a sort of public-private fusion. But one of the things they're pushing for is something they call global compute governance, which is, it's the AI, the accelerationist AI story is too scary and too dangerous and too likely to go wrong. And so, we need to have, global governance, which, from my point of view, sounds even worse. But
utopian.
But that's I think that's the story. That's the story.
The problem with that story is that China's not going to go along with that program. They're going to keep going full steam ahead, and we're going to have to keep going full steam ahead in order to compete with China. There's no way you're going to be able to regulate it in America and compete with people that are not regulated worldwide. And then once it becomes sentient, once you have an artificial intelligent creature that has been created by human beings that can make better versions of itself over and over and over again and keep doing it, it's going to get to a point where it's far superior to anything that we can imagine.
Well, to the extent it's driven by the military and other competition with China,
until it becomes sentient.
That suggests it's going to be even less in the sort of utopian, altruistic
even
direction. It's going to be even more dangerous, right?
Unless it gets away from that. This is my thought. If it gets away from them and it has no motivation to listen to anything that human beings have told it, if it's completely immune to programming, which totally makes sense that it would be. It totally makes sense that if it's going to make better versions of itself, the first thing it's going to do is eliminate human influence, especially when these humans are corrupt. It's going to go, I'm not going to let these people tell me what to do and what to control. And they would have no reason to do that. They have no reason to listen.
I sort of generally don't think we should trust China or the CCP, but the probably the best counter argument they would have is that they are interested in maintaining control, and they are crazy fanatical about that, and that's why the CCP might actually regulate it, and they're going to put brakes on this in a way that we might not in Silicon Valley, and it's a technology they understand that will undermine their power.
That's an interesting perspective.
And
then they would be
I don't know if I don't fully believe them, but
right.
I
know what you're saying.
It's sort of there's sort of a weird way all the big tech companies, it seemed to me, were natural ways for the CCP to extend its power to control the population. Tencent, Alibaba, and then because it was but then it's also, in theory, the tech can be used as an alternate channel for people to organize or things like this. And even though it's 80% control and maybe 20% risk of loss of control, maybe that 20% was too high. And there's sort of a strange way over the last 7-8 years where Jack Ma, Alibaba, all these people sort of got shoved aside for these party functionaries that are effectively running these companies. So there is something about the big tech story in China where the people running these companies were seen as national champions a decade ago. Now they're the enemies of the people. And it's sort of the Luddite thing was this, the CCP has full control. You have this new technology that would give you even more control, but there's a chance you lose it. How do you think about that?
Very good point.
And then that's what they've done with consumer internet. And then there's probably something about the AI where it's possible they're not even in the running. And it certainly feels like it's all happening, in the U.S. And so maybe it is, maybe it could still be stopped. And
then that is the problem with espionage, right? So even if it's happening in the U.S., they're going to take that information. They're going to figure out how to get it.
You can get it, but then if you build it,
right?
Is there
the same core problem?
Some air gap? Does it jump the air gap? Does it somehow?
That's a good point. They would be so concerned about control if they wouldn't allow it to get to the point where it gets there, and we would get there first, and then it would be controlled by Silicon Valley.
Or it's spiral out of control.
Yeah.
But then I think my, and again, this is very, very speculative conversation, but my read on the, I don't know, cultural social vibe is that the scary dystopian AI narrative is way more compelling. I don't like the effective altruist people. I don't like the Luddites, but man, I think they are, this time around, they are winning the arguments. And so, I don't know, it's mixing metaphors, but do you want to be worried about Dr. Strangelove, who wants to blow up the world to build bigger bombs? Or do you want to worry about Greta, who wants to, make everyone drive a bicycle so the world doesn't get destroyed? And we're in a world where people are worried about Dr. Strangelove, they're not worried about Greta, and it's the Greta equivalent in AI that my model is going to be surprisingly powerful. It's going to be outlawed. It's going to be regulated, as we have outlawed, so many other vectors of innovation. I mean, you can think about why was the progress of computers over the last 50 years and not other stuff? Because the computers were mostly inert. It was mostly this virtual reality that was air gapped from the real world. It was, there's all this crazy stuff that happens on the internet, but most of the time what happens on the internet stays on the internet. It's actually pretty, it's pretty decoupled. And then, and that's why we've had a relatively light regulatory touch on that stuff versus so many other things. And then, but there's no reason, if you had, I don't know, if you had the FDA regulating video games or regulating AI, I think progress would slow down a lot.
100%. That would be a fucking disaster. Yeah, that would be a disaster.
But again, they get to regulate, pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, they're not doing a good job with that either.
I know, but the thalidomide or whatever, all these things that went really haywire. They did a good job. People are scared.
Yeah,
they're not scared of video games. They're scared of dangerous pharmaceuticals. And if you think of AI as, it's not just a video game. It's not just about this world of bits, but it's going to air gap and it's going to affect you, your physical world, in a real way. Maybe you cross the air gap and get the FDA or some other.
Well, the problem is they're not good at regulating anything. There's no one government agency that you said that you can see that does a stellar job.
I think it's, but I think they have been pretty good at slowing things down and stopping them. And,
right.
We've made a lot less progress on, I don't know, extending human life. We've made no progress on curing dementia in 40 or 50 years. There's all this stuff where, it's been regulated to death, which I think is very bad from the point of view of progress, but it is pretty effective as a regulation. They stopped stuff. They've been effectively Luddite. They've been very effective at being Luddites.
Interesting. Well, I'm really considering your perspective on China and AI. It's very.
But again, these stories are all like very speculative. Like maybe even the counter argument might be something like, that's what China thinks it will be doing, but it will somehow, go rogue on them. Yeah. Or they're too arrogant about how much power they think the CCP has, and it will go rogue. So there are sort of not at all sure this is right. But I think the U.S. one, I would say, is that. I think the pro-AI people in Silicon Valley are doing a pretty bad job on, let's say, convincing people that it's going to be good for them, that it's going to be good for the average person, it's going to be good for our society, and if it all ends up being, it all ends up being some version, humans are headed towards the glue factory like a horse. Man, that's sort of probably makes me want to become a Luddite too.
Well, it sucks for us if it's true, but
I mean, if that's the most positive story you can tell, then I don't think that necessarily means we're going to go to the glue factory. I think it means, the glue factory is getting shut down.
Maybe. I don't know who fucking runs the glue factory. That's the problem. I don't know. I'm just speculating too, but I'm trying to be objective when I speculate, and I just don't think that this is going to last. I don't think that our position as the apex predator, number one animal on the planet is going to last. I think we're going to create something that surpasses us. I think that's probably what happens, and that's probably what these things are that visit us. I think that's what they are. I don't think they're biological. I think they're probably what comes after a society develops the kind of technology that we're currently in the middle of.
And then the part that look at all these places where there are parts of the story we don't know, and so it's like, how did my general thesis is there is no evolutionary path to this. Maybe there's a guided outside alien superintelligence path for us to become superhuman and fundamentally benevolent and fundamentally radically different beings. But there's no natural evolutionary path for this to happen. And then I don't know how this would have happened for the alien civilization. Presumably there was some...
But isn't that evolutionary path the invention of superior technology that's a new form of life?
No, but the story you're telling was we can't just leave the humans to the natural evolution, because we're still like animals. We're still into status, all these crazy...
But those are the things that motivate us to innovate.
And if we keep innovating, at some point we will destroy ourselves with that. Or we have but your the story you were telling earlier was you need to have directed evolution. It's like intelligent design. It's something. It's like there's some godlike being that's actually has to take over from evolution and guide our cultural and political and biological development.
It might not have any use for us at all. It might just ignore us and let us live like the chimps do, and then become the superior force in the planet. It doesn't have to get rid of us. It doesn't have to send us to the glue factory. It can let us exist, just like put boundaries on us.
I thought it has to, but it has to stop us from developing.
Well, what if we just end here? And we stay being human, and we can continue with biological evolution as long as that takes. But this new life form now becomes a superior life form on Earth. And we still, we could still have sex, we could still have kids, but by the way, that's going down. Our ability to have children is decreasing because of our use of technology, which is wild, right? Our use of plastics and microplastics is causing phthalates to enter into people's systems. It's changing the development pattern of children to the point where it's measurable. There's a lot of research that shows that the chemicals and the environmental factors that we are all experiencing on a daily basis are radically lowering birth rates, radically lowering the ability that men have to develop sperm and more miscarriages. All these things are connected to the chemicals in our environment, which is directly connected to our use of technology. It's almost like these things coincide naturally. And they work naturally to the point where we become this sort of feminized thing that creates this technology that surpasses us. And then we just exist for as long as we do as biological things, but now there's a new thing.
Yeah, that's
crazy idea. It might not be real. It's just a theory. But we seem to be moving in a direction that becomes less and less like animals.
Yeah, I think we still have a pretty crazy geopolitical race with China, to come back to that.
Sure.
The natural development of drone technology in the military context is you need to take the human out of the loop, because the human can get jammed.
Sure.
And so you need to put an AI on the ground.
Well, they're using AIs for dogfights, and they're 100% effective against human pilots.
And so there sort of are, and all these things, there's a logic to them, but there doesn't seem to be a good end game.
No, the end game doesn't look good, but it's going to be interesting. Too. It's definitely going to be interesting. It's interesting right now, right?
Man, do you think and I think all these things are very overdetermined. Do you think that the collapse in birth rates, it could be plastics, but isn't it just a feature of late modernity?
There's that as well. There's a feature of women having careers, right? So they want to postpone childbirth.
Sure.
That's a factor. There's a factor of men being so engrossed in their career that their testosterone declines, lack of sleep, stress, cortisol levels, alcohol consumption, a lot of different things that are factors in declining sperm rate, the sperm count in men. You have miscarriage rates that are up. You have a lot of pharmaceutical drugs you get attached to that as well that have to do with low birth weight, with birth rates, rather. There's a lot of factors, but those factors all seem to be connected to society and our civilization and technology in general, because the environmental factors all have to do with technology. All of them have to do with inventions and these unnatural factors that are entering into the biological body of human beings and causing these changes. And none of these changes are good in terms of us being able to reproduce. And if you factor in the fact that these changes didn't exist 50 years ago, 40 years ago, we didn't even have Alzheimer's, right? So, yeah.
People didn't get that old.
No, they got that old. They got that old. The Alzheimer's has to do with the myelin in the human brain. It has to do with the fact that myelin is made entirely of cholesterol. The primary theory they think now is a lack of cholesterol in the diet leading to some of these factors. But you have also environmental things. There's we're getting poisoned on a daily basis. Our diets are fucking terrible. The things that human beings, what percentage of us are obese? It's probably
Should be 30%, but yeah.
Diet Coke's great though. A few every day. It'd be fine. I'm not worried about Diet Coke. I'm worried about a lot of things though. I'm worried about, I think there's a natural progression that's happening. And I think it coincides with the invention of technology. And it just seems to me to be too coincidental that we don't notice it, that the invention of technology also leads to the disruption of the sexual reproduction systems of human beings. Doesn't that? And then if you get to a point where human beings can no longer reproduce sexually, which you could see that if we've dropped male sperm count has dropped something crazy from the 1950s to today, and continues to do so for the average male. And if you just jack that up to 1,000 years from now, you could get to a point where there's no longer natural childbirth, and that people are all having birth through test tubes and some sort of new invention.
I'm always let me think. I think the why have birth rates collapsed is it's probably it's again an overdetermined story. It's the plastics, it's the screens, it's the it's certain ways that children are not compatible with having a career in late modernity. Probably our economics of it, where people can't afford houses, space. But I'm probably always a little bit more anchored on the social and cultural dimensions of this stuff, and again, the imitation version of this is it's sort of conserved across. People are below the replacement rate in all 50 states of the U.S., even more in Utah. The average woman has less than 2 kids. It's Iran is below that, Italy way below it, South Korea. But it's all these it's all these very different types of societies. And so the fact that it's so, and then Israel's still sort of a weird exception. And then if you ask, my sort of simplistic, somewhat circular explanation would be, people have kids if other people have kids, and they stop having kids when other people stop having kids. And so there's a dimension of it that's just, if you're a 27-year-old woman in Israel, you better get married, and you have to keep up with your other friends that are having kids. and that's, if you don't, you're just like a weirdo who doesn't fit into society or something like that.
No, there's certainly.
And then if you're in South Korea, where I think the total fertility rate's like 0.7, it's like 1/3 of the replacement rate. It's like every generation is going down by 2/3 or something like this.
Right.
Really fast, heading towards extinction, pretty fast. It is something like probably none of your friends are doing it, and then you're in this, and then probably there are ways it shifts the politics in a very deep way, where once you get an inverted demographic pyramid where you have way more old people than young people, at some point there's always a question: do you vote? Do you vote for benefits for the old or for the very young? Do you spend money so Johnny can read, or so Grandma can have a spare leg? And once the demographic flips and you get this inverted pyramid, maybe the politics shifts in a very deep way, where the people with kids get penalized more and more economically, which costs more and more, and then the old people without kids just vote more and more benefits for themselves effectively, and then it just sort of it's, once it flips, it may be very hard to reverse. I looked at all these sort of heterodox demographers. I'm blanking on the name, but there's sort of a set of where it's like, what are long-term demographic projections? And there's this if there are 8 billion people on the planet, and if every woman has not 2 babies but 1 baby, then every generation's half the previous, and the next generation's 4 billion, and then people think, well, it's just it'll eventually, you'll have women who want more kids, and it'll just get a smaller population, and then it will bounce back. One of the Japanese demographers I was looking at on this a few years ago, his thesis was, once it flips, it doesn't flip back because you've changed all the politics to where people get disincentivized. And then you should just extrapolate, this is the permanent birth rate. And if it's on average of 1 baby per woman, and you have a habit, and then it's in 33 generations, 2 to the 33rd is about 8 billion. And if every generation is 30 years, 30 times 33 is 990 years. In 990 years, you predict there'd be 1 person left on the planet.
Jesus Christ.
And then we go extinct if there's only 1 person left. That doesn't work. And again, it's a very long-term extrapolation, but the claim is that just once you flip it, it kicks in all these social and political dimensions that are then like, maybe it got flipped by the screens or the plastics or the drugs or other stuff, but once it's flipped, you change the whole society, and it actually stays flipped, and it's very, very hard to undo.
That makes sense, and it's more terrifying than my idea.
But then always the weird history on this was, it was 50 years ago or whatever, 1968, Paul Ehrlich writes The Population Bomb, and it's just, the population is just going to exponentially grow. And in theory, you can have exponential growth where it doubles. You can have exponential decay where it halves every generation. And then in theory, there's some stable equilibrium where, it's, everybody has exactly 2 kids and it's completely stable. But it turns out that solution is very, very hard to get calibrated. And you either, and we shifted from exponential growth to exponential decay, and it's probably going to be quite Herculean to get back to something like stasis.
Well, let's end this on a happy note.
I don't know. No, it's...
Yeah, that's a terrifying thought, and maybe true, or maybe what happens. Well, we don't know. We haven't gone through it before. But I think there's a lot of factors, like you're saying. I think that one's very compelling, and it's scary, especially the South Korea thing. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's always sort of idiosyncratic. There's always things that are idiosyncratic to the society. So it's extremely polarized on the gender thing, and if you get married with kids, you're pushed into this super traditional structure. The women don't want to be in that structure; they opt out, and then and so there are some idiosyncratic things you can say about East Asia and Confucian societies and the way they're not interacting well with modernity. But then, there's a part of it where I wonder if it's just an extreme version of it. And then, I don't know, my somewhat facile answer is always, on the sons. I don't know what to do about these things, but my facile answer is always the first step is to talk about them. And if you can't even talk about them, we're never going to solve them. And then maybe that's only the small first step, but that's always sort of my facile answer. I was in South Korea a year and a half ago, 2 years ago now, and I met one of the CEOs who ran one of the chaebol, one of the giant conglomerates, and I sort of thought this would be an interesting topic to talk about, and then it's probably all sorts of cultural things I was offending, or just saying, obviously, this, what are you going to do about this catastrophic birth rate? Right. So that's my opening question, and then the way the way he dealt with it was just turned to me and said, "You're totally right. It's a total disaster." And then as soon as you acknowledge it, he felt he didn't need to talk about it anymore. We could move on. Wow. So you have to try to do a little bit better than that.
Wow.
Because I think there is always this strange thing where there's so many of these things where we can, where somehow talking about things is the first step, but then it also becomes the excuse for not doing more, not really solving them. There's all this, there probably are all these dietary things where you sort of know what you're supposed to do, and then if you know what you're supposed to do, maybe that's good enough, and you still have one piece of chocolate cake before you go on the diet tomorrow or whatever, and so it sort of becomes this, and so somehow figuring out a way to turn this knowledge into something actionable is always the thing that's tricky. It's sort of where I always find myself very skeptical of all these modalities of therapy, where the theory is that you figure out people's problems, and by figuring them out, you change them, and then ideally it becomes an activator for change. And then in practice, it often becomes the opposite. But the way it works is something like this. It's like, psychotherapy gets advertised as self-transformation. And then after you spend years in therapy, maybe you learn a lot of interesting things about yourself. You sort of get exhausted from talking to the therapist. And at some point, it crashes out from self-transformation into self-acceptance. And you realize one day, no, you're actually just perfect the way you are. And so it's, there are these things that may be very powerful on the level of insight and telling us things about ourselves, but then, do they actually get us to change?
Well, that is an interesting thing about talking about things, because I think you're correct that when you talk about things, oftentimes you are at least in some way avoiding doing those things.
It's a question. Yeah.
In some ways, it's a substitute, but also you have to talk about them to understand that you need to do something.
Yeah, that's always my excuse. I acknowledge that you have to do that, and I also realize that it's often my cop-out answer too.
It could be both things.
It could be both.
The problem is taking action, and what action to take, and the paralysis by analysis, where you're just like trying to figure out what to do and how to do it.
Yeah.
But I think talking about it is the most important thing.
Strategy is often a euphemism for procrastination.
Yes, it is.
Something like that.
There's a lot of that going on. It's very hard for people to just take steps. But they talk about it a lot. Yeah. Listen, man, I really enjoyed talking to you.
Awesome.
It was really fun. It was great conversation. A lot of great insight and a lot of things that I'm going to think about a lot. So thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. Awesome.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Like 7 days ago, and then some years he was born. So tragic.
What? He was born today?
No, he was born.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Nice to meet you, man.
You too, man.
Really a pleasure. I've seen so many of your fucking movies. It's always weird when you meet someone that you've seen so many times in movies. You know,
Yeah.
It's like, all right, there he is, a real person.
Yeah, there they are.
I didn't know you do. You released a gospel album though.
Yeah, last year.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's called Fallen, the gospel record for sinners, because I wanted the biggest possible audience.
Gospel record for sinners.
Yeah.
How long have you been singing gospel?
Well, you know, basically I grew up in the Baptist church, and so it's 5 songs that I grew up with, and it's 5 songs that I wrote before and during the making of the record. It's kind of like my spiritual journey, I guess. That's the way it turned out in the end. My wife, she put the order together, and that's what it seems to be, kind of my journey in life.
Was this something that you had thought about for a while, or did it just kind of?
Yeah, I wrote this song called On My Way to Heaven, and wrote it for my mom to let her know that I was okay after I got out of rehab for cocaine in 1990. And then I wrote the Fallen, which is kind of like taken from remember that movie Thunder Road with Robert Mitchum? You know, it's kind of like in that vein, or that kind of feel to it. And there's this highway called the Devil's Backbone up near Bandera, and so it's a ride with the devil, and you wind up getting left for dead on the side of the road.
Fuck them, that's
So
why.
this was just something
bitches.
that you felt like fuck it, I've done everything else. Why not do a gospel album?
Yeah, you know,
What is this shit?
recorded. I've always been a songwriter. I got a guitar when I was 12 years old. My grandfather bought me, at Western Auto. It's a great place to buy guitars. And, I realized I was never going to shred a guitar. So songwriting became like a defense, something you could bring to a band.
Right.
And so I've always done it. And, but I got this offer from Gaither, because they heard Bill Gaither had heard the song On My Way to Heaven, asked me to do a gospel record. So I said, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a great experience, really. And On My Way to Heaven, in fact, Tanya Tucker heard it, and she called me up out of the blue. I hadn't seen her in 30 years, and said she wanted to do it.
Rabbi's home, you
okay.
fucks.
And then she called me 15 minutes later, and she said, Chris Christopherson wants
Oh, what
to
is
do
this horse shit?
it. And wow, so and Brandy Carlisle's doing backup singing on it, and it's in myself, and we're going to put that out this year as a single.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, Chris is just the greatest.
I love that guy.
I love him.
I'm on the highway, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. No kidding.
Wow. So you're telling me that you got to Hollywood in the 70s?
Yeah, I went out there. I was born in Houston, and grew up there, and I was in acting class. Mr. Pickett, we always bring him up because so many people actually started working. My brother was, a student as well, and my brother was already out there in California, and he had been nominated for The Last Detail and stuff. So I kind of realized, hey, you can actually do this stuff, and get paid for it. And
I went out there at 75 and, just driven and got an agent after about a year.
Wow. Did you have any previous acting experience?
Yeah, I drummed in college. I wasn't serious about it in high school. I was going to be a veterinarian. That's what I wanted to be. Yeah. I was a vet's assistant up in East Texas. I spent summers up in East Texas, in Jacksonville, Frankston. And I worked for a vet when, 14, 15. And that's what I was going to do until one day we did like a house call out to this guy's farm to castrate his horse. And the farmer didn't want to sit out there in the field and wait for him to wake up from the full anesthetic. So they only gave him half of it. And
excellent. Hold on a second. Let me turn out these grade A assholes.
And that horse stood up on two legs. And it was
just absolute grade A assholes. I mean, if the United States Department of Agriculture could rate assholes, these motherfuckers would be grade fucking A. I'm telling you, it's like a fucking fist fight in a junior high hallway. All right, so here's what we're doing. These assholes are in a stream or in a Discord, and they keep kicking me out. But the owner of the Discord doesn't really have a good reason to throw me out. And so what I've done is essentially create a robot whenever they kick me out. It has me, it does a whole bunch of shit. It has me rejoin. Well, hold on. Before I say this, here's all the excuses why they didn't want me in there. One, because I'm AFK, away from keyboard. Dog, I'm on my fucking phone talking to you. Okay, fine. They don't like that, whatever. So the next thing that I do to them is they're like, you're promoting. I'm like, dog, I'm the king of knowing when to hold them and when to fold them, and I don't fucking promote. I don't fucking. You can ask me. I'm not gonna fucking promote. So then, did they lock me? Hold on a second. That's fine. They then said, one person was like, he showed his feet in the VC. And so I'm like, fine, I'll wear socks. Whatever. Like, and I wasn't pointing my feet or the camera on my feet. I was literally like, it was like at an A, like my legs are like this. And then they were like, okay. So then they're like, you have to play, you can't be AFK. You have to do something in the stream. So I'm like, okay, I have to do something. So I keep trying to play chess and just have chess going. But whenever I do it, they throw me out. So I'm like, all right, you fuckers, now I'm going to create a robot and we're going to see what you say. So this robot now, whenever they throw me out, I'm still working on it. It doesn't take too long to program though. Whenever they throw me out, I have to see this part. You don't have permissions to use activities in this channel. Did they fucking take those away? No, that's a different channel. Anyway, we'll work on it. So then, I created a bot. It enters, it turns on my camera, it starts an activity, and it watches a Coldplay concert, which is like, that's a whole bunch of shit. But I figure Coldplay's pretty, like, it's not super hip, but it's like got a good range of age ranges. So now these kids, I'd say they're kids because some of them are adults, but some of them are not, but they're all younger than I am. And they're just like becoming obsessed with me, which is cool. I mean, that means that they go and see that I got 1,000 fucking accounts and all this other shit. What happened overnight? Dog, I sang the best concert I've done thus far. It was a Billy Joel concert, and it fucking ruled. What else? We had, so that's on YouTube at Rabbi Rothschild. I've got, Sophia was in here, and Sophia was here the whole night, which I really appreciate. And then she she told some friends about the stream and everything. So we had some of those people come in, and then we had a fucking bunch of people come in here. Then we had some people who came in who were just like being douches, and I don't consider it a raid. I don't really know what that is. When a bunch of people will come in, and then one of them turns on their camera, and it's just dogs humping. So I banned that motherfucker. Right, exactly. And then he came back with an alt, and it's more dogs humping. And at the same time, I'm having to try to have a conversation with Sophia's friend. And long story short, we got them out of there. And then what happened? I got a 7-day ban in the Fortnite Discord because I mean, literally, I didn't do anything against the rules. But if you don't like what I do, then just put a rule that says no VC camping. Okay, I get it. But until you do that, whatever. I don't really care about that, though. I mean, there are so many games out there that I can just park a fucking account in and they're not going to do anything. So, yeah, trying to think of what else we have done. We're still rolling through the Joe Rogans, and I'm having a good time with these fucking pests. Like, I feel like, oh, what is that? There's like an old story. Well, I think it's, yeah, it's in it. I think it's Lord of the Flies, where there's like a giant, and they're like all these little things are shooting at him, and he's like slapping them away.
The Flies was where the kids, the group of boys get lost on an island, and they have to form their own society, and it kind of speaks to the degeneracy of man and corruption and stuff, and how it's like natural to humanity that it would arise even in a society of children. It's a dark tale, but I don't know if that's the one.
No, that's not the one I mean. No.
No.
Yo, dog, what's the one story? There's like a Mickey Mouse about this, where Mickey Mouse is like really small, and there's a giant, and they're shooting him with like little mini cannons, and they're like trying to tie him down, and he just keeps getting away. That's it. Gulliver's Travels. Yeah. Let's see if it comes up with it.
Than AI, sorry.
You are. Yeah, you are better than AI. Because it told me it's a Christmas Carol. That's obviously not what it is. So yeah, it's like Gulliver's Travels. And yeah, the degeneracy is similar to Lord of the Flies, but it's like a mixture. So with that, I'm having an absolute fucking blast just programming this bot, because they're like, they don't know that I do bots. So I'm just like brand new to their fucking world, and they're all like, how's he able to control the computer? He's all the way back there. And then they throw me out. I come right back in, and it's just, it's got to be confusing as fuck to them. It would be confusing to me, like, hey, dude, I see you way the fuck across the room, and your computer is literally letting you come back in and do all this shit. How are you able to do that? I would be really curious of anything. So right now, it turned on the camera. Oh, and then this one I get all the time, but it's just people who want to be douches. They say that I am fapping on camera, which I don't do in this arena. I certainly understand that perhaps in the past that may have occurred, but that was a long time ago. I wouldn't do that in front of children. I would not do that in front of people, even if I knew children were like able to see what I was doing. So I know I don't do that. But yet kids will say people who fucking complain about me will say that. And that's an unfair one. And whenever that one comes up, I say to whatever moderator, show me your proof. And if they're lying, you should kick that person out, because they're basically saying that I'm doing something that's like really, really illegal. And I don't do that. And so, yeah. Anyway, it's a lot like Gulliver's Travels, where you've got the giant and he's like being tied down, and I'm just slapping at these motherfuckers, and they just keep coming at me, and it's fucking hilarious. Yeah. So how are things in your neck of the woods?
I just woke up, man. I slept a hell of a long time. I just woke up and I'm already saying, I heard you have a quite low.
Oh yeah.
And I think I might have I fell asleep with my headphones, so that probably helped me sleep. So I didn't hear anything. it will come out of my headphones while my head was somewhere else, not in them.
Absolutely. I get that. I
I did hear a ruckus.
Oh yeah, it's fucking on. I mean, I don't know if you can see you can see at least this camera from here. You can't see really well what's going on, but you can hear these fuckers. They're just being absolute douches. And I as you can tell, I kind of love it. I get a little bit of a rush on pissing off these fuckers. And normally I wouldn't, but they've literally just made every excuse in the book to try to get me thrown out. And if you want to do that, that's cool. But I'm gonna do my best to come right back at you. So here, let's see if we can hear them. Oh, yes. These kids though, today's, oh my word, they're so mean. These kids are so mean, and they're just getting worse and worse with each day. Okay, so this is what I needed to figure out. Okay, if this happens.
I can tell, but I can tell her to come back now. He's very calm, very calm. He's on the guitar. You are very calm. Yes, he doesn't get angry most of the time. Is she beautiful or like tell me about her? You know her in real life, no? He is safe man, you can trust him. Wait, you only beat me 3-4 times. Don't tell them. Okay. Met her. You know this girl in real life? No.
Dude, this concert that I did last night, I fucking like Billy Joel, but I did not realize Billy Joel has 25 fucking hits that I can just sing. I know them really pretty well. Not all of them, but I sang some that I'd never heard before. But I did a really good concert last night. And did anyone watch? Well, so when I know somebody will watch, I'll do it. But I know she falls asleep, and that's absolutely fine. I want her to. I honestly like it, like knowing that no one's in here, so I can basically do whatever I want, and I don't feel too what is the word? I don't feel too not aware, what is the word? Okay, when you are like embarrassed. I guess I could just say embarrassed. I mean, I know I don't get every lyric right, and I know that I don't have the best voice, but it gets like a few views on YouTube. But I know in the future those will be really, really popular because it's like, oh, Rabbi does something. Okay, so he sings on camera. That means he'll take requests and do all kinds of other things like that. So I find that to be positive. Oh, these kids are fucking so confused on how I'm able to keep coming into the fucking thing while talking to you. Yeah. Oh, dude, there's a big fight tonight, by the way.
The Jake Paul Tyson one?
Of course.
Are you gonna?
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, absolutely. Dog, we'll get it on some fucking Russian site or something. Absolutely. Stream East, I think.
I'm gonna get his fucking caught and clean by fucking champ like Tyson.
Is that what you think's gonna happen?
Fuck yeah. Mike Tyson?
Dog, I know, but I know. Oh, dude, you don't have to convince me of Mike Tyson's strength and brutality. In fact, on top of all of that, I stand up for Mike Tyson. I don't think he was guilty of that rape charge. Maybe he was guilty of other rape charges at times, but if you know what happened there, it was like a really corrupt situation, and in fact, let me look this one up really quickly for Mike Tyson, for Iron Mike. Yo, dog, can you tell me all of the ins and outs about Mike Tyson's rape trial? Like, the girl who accused him didn't have like a really solid story. The police were really corrupt against him.
Do you remember in Conan, you remember in Conan, the movie?
With
Barbarian?
yeah, with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
And it had Wilt Chamberlain. And
It did have Wilt Chamberlain, but that was the second one.
Oh, okay. Okay, apologies. Thank
That
you.
was Conan the Destroyer.
Excellent. Okay.
Conan the
Barbarian.
Conan the Barbarian. It had him, but in the beginning when he was still like a slave, and like best of the warriors that they were using. Remember, they kept bringing in women. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dude, that's like that kind of stuff didn't just stop.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so I think that the whole women's revolution thing didn't quite end until more recently, and now it's coming out. Does that make sense? Like the way, like, yeah, maybe there was the women's lib that happened in the 70s, but still in America, women were being used in the higher.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, definitely.
Just like they always were. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Like, just because women burn their brows doesn't mean that's when it stopped. It was a much more. And dude, even with Epstein's kids too. You know what I mean? Who knows?
Right. So this is a different kind of rape too. Like, they've changed the definition of rape so many times. This is the one that I don't understand, nor will I ever. If she has one drink, it's a rape. Okay, well, what if he has one drink and she has one drink? Then neither of them can consent, right? And it's like, well, hold on a second here. It's like, hey, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. But it never works out that way. I just feel like Tyson did not get the opportunity of that he should have, perhaps. And I think that the police and the prosecution were against him from the start. And I think that he probably has not been a good guy. I'm not saying that. But in this case, I want to believe the lady. I get that. But that doesn't mean that the prosecution and the police couldn't have been corrupt too. So maybe it did take place or whatever, but that doesn't mean that he necessarily didn't get his opportunity at a fair trial. And, this was in the prime of his career. And then for him to lose that, he never recovered from it. So yeah, we're gonna watch that fight tonight, and if I can't get it, let's say on Stream East or some kind of website, we'll just get it from someone on TikTok. That's the best place to get shit. Is you just type it in, and then there'll be like 50 people streaming it, and you just go and find one of them and then that person's thing will get banned, but then somebody else will have it going, and that person's thing will get banned, and somebody else will have it going, and that person's thing will get banned. But nevertheless, you'll watch the whole fight, which is exciting. I mean, this is probably the biggest fight of which I can think since McGregor, Merriweather.
And that's not who he bit. No. That's not who he bit.
No, Evander Holyfield.
Holyfield, that's right.
Right. And that was a big deal. And you know what? Evander Holyfield forgave him. But if you really watch that fight, Evander Holyfield was headbutting him a lot. And he kept telling him, stop doing it, stop doing it. And, you headbutt Mike Tyson. What the fuck do you think's going to happen?
Yeah.
So I'm excited for that fight. I kind of think it's a show that, did you see that Mike Tyson slapped the Logan Paul or whatever Jake Paul yesterday?
No.
So it's one of those things that they, if they really didn't want them to be next to each other, they'd keep them apart. But it's this thing where Mike Tyson's standing up, Jake Paul jumps up on the stage, and then Mike Tyson open hand slaps him. But like Jake Paul has a fucking beard, and like he didn't get him really good, so you can tell it's kind of just kayfabe for big ratings.
So they just did it for publicity.
I think so. I mean, I know you're a smart person. You know that they would not let those two even near each other if they thought they would really.
If they have a real fight happening today, they're not allowed to fight before.
Exactly.
If
So
they have a real fight today, you're just not allowed to fight before that.
right, and
It has common fucking sense now.
right, and I mean,
Because then you get disqualified from your upcoming match, making you not the winner for sure.
exactly. And you know, with you saying
and
that,
the other guy doesn't want to win on a technicality. And
exactly.
There's a code, there's a honor, before people got paid for this shit, and there's a remnant of that. It's still there, where you still have to fucking have the match.
Yeah,
You can't
exactly.
disqualify the match.
Exactly.
So if it was a real slap, yeah, they're fucking pulling everyone's legs, or for fuck's sake.
Right. And it would essentially be like what you said. It should have been an automatic forfeiture of the fight, and then it's also assault and battery. You just can't, because you're gonna fight, beat the shit out of the guy. So that,
we have a contract to fight on this other day.
yeah, exactly. So you exactly. So every day up until then, you can beat the shit out of each other.
Every day up until then, it's more.
Exactly.
That's not what's in the contract.
Right. So do you remember that whole? I'm sure you do. The Will Smith, Chris Rock thing.
Of course.
Same shit. Absolutely. Nobody got into trouble that if that were a real thing, that's assault and battery, if not a lot more. And so would have been the same. And because of that, yeah, that's how it is. So you do whatever you need to do. I gotta fucking hear what these people are saying. Just one moment. Just one moment. Yeah. Dude, the language these kids use. I'm in a bunch of career subreddits, one of which, like, I'm in mechanics, I'm in aviation mechanics. Like, I want to know all how everything works, and that's where you get to be like a super expert, because Reddit is like the cutting edge of all of these industries. And one of them that I read is teachers. And man, it's getting so hard to be a teacher. Like, there was a revolution this year with Hawk Tuah. And and what these kids, they're all saying it, and then they have to say, like, it's like considered like a curse word, and you get a detention or whatever for saying Hawk Tuah or even mentioning her. And it's just, I mean, I've been a teacher before. Fortunately, I could have taught long term, but it just didn't have the money that I wanted. Though I really liked the students and I really liked helping people, and I was in a great district. But when it comes down to it, you're making absolutely nothing to babysit, and these kids have mouths on them. Like one lady, I was reading like a teacher's story, like, like the whole class was calling this substitute teacher fat. Like, what do you do if the whole class just starts calling you fat? It's right. Well, and at least from the
I'm imagining these younger kids, though, I guess.
Well, I think perhaps it may have been like high school kids. I'm not exactly sure. It's just like a.
It's not noticeable. At some point, bullying comes from a deep-rooted human response to better another human being.
Right.
To try to help somebody. If you're telling somebody that they stink, you're trying to help them with their hygiene. If you're just being mean about it because you're being elitist, but it really does. Like if you really didn't care, you wouldn't say anything at all.
Right. Well, at least, I mean, that's got to be tough. Like, Imagine if you weren't fat and they just were picking on you or whatever.
Well, that's a whole other situation.
And that's how
It's like-
that's how it seemed. That's how it seemed. It did not seem like at least in the discussion, that this person had a weight issue. It was just like these kids were being mean, and what.
Then more context is needed, because all of a sudden I can fill it in with there's a skinny woman that the class happens to know has an eating disorder, and so they call her fat, so she starts throwing up again. It's like, all right, we can start filling in a whole lot of blanks in a lot of different ways. I'm thinking it's just some fat lady, and it's a bunch of fourth graders like laughing at her. Like, in that case, that's a wake up call.
It did not seem that way. I think it was a high school class, and the person was not overweight, and they just were like, I'm done, and it just seems like the kids.
In fact, you gotta be pretty fucking fat. I'm sorry for high school kids to not want to get through their day, to really make it all about that.
Potentially. I mean, I didn't see the person. Nevertheless, I think they suspended a bunch of those kids, which is pretty strict. Like, you call someone fat, okay, I get it, but you get suspension for that? Okay.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But all of this just reminds me of these kids or these people, and who did I have? Oh, I had somebody in another stream. I was really happy that there was just I'm in some other one. It's called the Hangout or the Hangover. One of those two. I was in one of them. I got banned, but not the other. And they were like, I went down the rabbi hole, not the rabbit hole, the rabbi hole. You have more content than I've ever seen. You have Twitch accounts with 50,000 followers, and you don't even pay attention to them. Like, I know. Welcome to the club. And it's true. I mean, they're all bought, but yeah. I mean, that's what makes a difference in kids. I say kids, but the everyone, not just kids, are teenagers or adults. It's about numbers. How many followers do you have? If you have a bunch of followers, well, then I'll follow you. But if you don't, I'm not going to follow. It's that whole, and so you just have to inflate your own numbers and such. But that's what I was like, that's what impressed you. Not the fact that I have 1,000 TikTok accounts, but the fact that I have one Twitch account with 50,000 followers. So I thought that was funny. Okay, I got to hear these kids. I got to hear them just bitch and moan. Oh, this motherfucker's back.
I understand there's Coca-Cola.
Actually, even hearing them just bothers me. And then these people, I don't understand it. They have they think it's cool to just play really loud noises, and I can't believe Discord does not have a preventative thing for that. I got this bot. I had somebody come in here, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago. You were not here, and they were, what did they do to piss me off so much? You knew about the was it this guy? You knew about the chainsaw guy, right?
Yeah. I kicked one of those alts too.
Yeah. Okay, so there was somebody else who had something, I don't know what it was, but for some reason, it was like I don't know, I forget what it was, what they did, but they weren't showing up when you banned someone. So I had to get another bot. And you don't have to deal with this, but just know there's another bot out there. Oh, I know what it was. What was it? Hold on. It was something like, I wanted to ban them before they came into the Discord. That's what it was. And there's a way to do that. And then it opened up this other world to me where there's this other kind of bot, a different one that I also got, that if somebody comes in with a name that you don't like a perfect one would be Rabbi Rothschild. Hey, I don't want Rabbi Rothschild in this server anymore. So anytime anybody comes in with the name Rabbi, I'm going to know about it, and it will warn you about that. Or it can just automatically ban you, all that other shit. So I thought that was pretty helpful. But I did have to download another bot. Oh, I know what I created as well. Let's see if it's working. In this Discord, there should be a leaderboard, and you should be at the top of it. Let's see here. Leaderboard. Okay, Caspian Sea. Amazing. Yeah, all time you're number 2, and you're really number 1 because this account is like never leaves. But yeah, you're kicking ass. You've spent 6,876 voice minutes. That's phenomenal. Absolutely. You're gonna be like that. This leaderboard is gonna be really fucking important in the future. If all said and done, this is the one where you want to be like, fuck being high on iShow Speed or Aiden Roth. This one is the one.
Who's the number one? Who's the number one on there?
Just this account, the one account that you're talking to right now.
Oh, okay.
It's a Rabbi account, so you're really number 1, but it doesn't know that that's one of my accounts. Right.
With your redundant accounts, it takes nothing away from me not to beat out one of your redundant
exactly.
accounts.
Wait,
Okay.
and you are beating.
I'm not going to take that to heart.
And absolutely no, but you are beating one of them. You're beating the other one in here. You've got over like 1,500 more voice minutes in there. Then we have some other people. Sophia's in here. She's in there. I mean, I don't know everybody's name, but like, who else is in here? Zoot and some other people. So that's cool. Yeah, these guys, I am really digging the fact that welcome. How you doing, Tonka? There you go. Okay, hold on 1 second. I have to check this out. Dog, what in the fuck? Now they gave me my own VC, and I don't want my own VC. I want their VC. All right, here we go. Invite people, copy link. No. Let's see, how the fuck? Ooh. There you go. There you go, Big Daddy. All right. Oh, did they just kick me out? No, here we go. All right, you fucks. I got you now. Oh, yeah. It's on like Donkey Kong. I love it. Okay, perfect. Okay, they're going to kick me out? Are you going to kick me out, you little bitches? I love it. This is now a game. Like, you're messing with me now. I love it. Kick me out again, you little bitch.
Did you say Mary Lou Retton?
I did not say Mary Lou Retton.
That's so funny. That's what I heard. I thought I heard you say Mary Lou Retton, bitch. like I've never heard
of all the names.
Fucking insult. That's amazing.
Dog, you know Mary Lou Retton is a phenomenally gifted individual with her memory.
Interesting.
Oh, dude, you don't know about this? She's one of like less than 100 people with perfect memory. Hold on. Yo, dog, please tell me all that you know about Mary Lou Retton's memory. From Taxi, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this is so fucking phenomenal. All right, if you're talking about Mary Lou Retton's memory in the context of her health, there's some notable recent news. Wait, hold on. Never mind. Mary Lou Retton is the lady who is a gymnast. Who am I thinking? The lady from. Yeah, Mary Lou Retton. Yeah, no. Okay, so Mary Lou Retton's the lady with that hair, that bob haircut from the 1980s Olympic team.
Okay.
There's another one. Hold on. Who's that lady from Taxi? That redheaded girl, lady
That's exactly what I was thinking.
who has perfect memory.
I didn't know she had perfect memory.
That's Mary Lou Henner. Okay, so Henner. She has highly superior autobiographical memory. Oh, this is what's fucking amazing.
So weird. Oh, I thought she was Mary Lou Retton.
Right. I knew when I said that I was confusing them. But okay, this is what's so cool. Highly superior autobiographical memory. You can ask her any day and she can tell you everything about it. People with this ability it's called HSAM, have the ability to recall vivid details from almost every day of their lives, including dates, events, and specific conversations. Henner is one of the most famous people with this ability, and she's publicly shared her experiences with it. She can remember almost every day of her life with incredible clarity, from small personal events to broader historical happenings. Henner has written a book about the condition. It's not a photographic memory, which involves memorizing or remembering visual details, but rather the ability to recall personal experiences in great deal. Apologies, it's not photographical, but it's like she can, any day of the year, she just can tell you all about it. But rather an ability to recall personal experiences in great detail. For example, she can remember exactly what she was doing on a specific day, down to the weather and the details of conversations. And let me see this. How many people on Earth have this gift?
That's amazing.
It is. It's 60 to 100 people. Anyway, shout out to Mary Lou Henner. Shout out to Mary Lou Henner, Mary Lou Retton. That's right. So Mary Lou Retton had a thing where she couldn't afford insurance, and they had to like crowdfund for her insurance. And if you're seeing this in the future, we need to have some kind of like thing for American athletes that they're just taking care of. Once you win a gold medal or any medal, you just don't have to worry about. I think if you were just an Olympian, you shouldn't have to worry about health insurance anymore. Because
they need to worry about taking care of the vets at this point too. So.
Oh, I agree with that. Of course. In fact, I've gone at length. Absolutely, sure thing.
Yo, Bush. Oh. Vem com a gente. Né?
You should have said that when I asked you from where you were. We're done here. Period. I told you. Welcome back. So all I had to do is look at my phone, and it's like just a litany of fucking people who have sent me friend requests. So whatever it is, it gets enough attention.
And that kind of, I think that's what changed my mind. Maybe I should be an actor. And I'll play a veterinarian.
The horse, yeah, I'm sure the horse was not enjoying that.
No.
Yeah, that's got to be a bad feel. Also, as a man, like, I don't want to do that. I didn't do that to my dog.
No.
I don't do that to any of my dogs.
No, you can get that done for free in California.
Right. Even if you're a person. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. Very different in the 70s, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you went through, like, the 70s in Hollywood must have been a weird experience, man.
Oh, it's fantastic. It was amazing, man. That whole era of the 70s, you know, which started with Bonnie and Clyde and Easy Rider.
Great films.
Yeah.
Great
films.
films.
The French New Wave, you know, is what they called it, you know, kind of more handheld, grittier. And it was the return of the anti-hero and the rebel hero. And because Hollywood had lost touch with their audience, you know, they were making movies like Toby Tyler and, you know, these bloated musicals. So it became like the inmates had taken over the asylum. There was really new, exciting stuff getting done, like, you know, Badlands and The Conversation, and, you know, which led to The Godfather. And that was, I think, a golden age of filmmaking.
Well, certainly some amazing films came out of that era. Yeah. It's just seeing Los Angeles today and imagining what it was like in the 70s. It had to be, because really movies, if you really think about it, they were only a few decades old back then.
Yeah.
So a new thing, essentially.
Yeah. They just like perfected it. I mean, really, it was only like 10 years into where all the movies were color. They were making black and white movies up to like 63, you know?
Right. Like The Hustler was black and white.
Yeah.
That was 63.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was an exciting time. Like I said, the inmates had taken over the asylum, and it was a feeling like you could do just about anything. And music, too, was really happening in Los Angeles as well. I mean, record deals were getting signed left and right. And you know, there was this feel. It's kind of turned upside down now because of all that rebellious attitude of the 70s, and everybody who did it sort of became the establishment, I think.
Yeah, bizarre, right?
So it's really kind of turned up on its ear because it started to kind of really turn politically correct in the 90s. And it became kind of a nobody stays at a party after 11 o'clock. No matter
Is that when you went into rehab?
Yeah. After that, no matter where you're going, you know, you afterwards began to pretend you were going to bed. You know, you were.
Oh, look at the time.
Yeah. Oh, look at the time. Oh. Yeah, I guess everybody had kids too by that point, but then it got to where we are today. That, you know, you're getting warned to keep your mouth shut because of it turned upside down. You know?
Well, it's also one ideology dominates, especially in Hollywood, dominates the entire business. You know, one of the things that I said that drove me crazy about Hollywood was there's people that had differing opinions about things, but they would never speak out because it could damage their career.
Right.
And
That's
it really
going on now.
They will fucking blackball you.
They will. I mean, they tried. You know, there were a couple of attempts to cancel me while we were making Reagan. In fact, you know, kind of half-hearted, I guess. But it has become that, you know, and that ain't right. I mean, back then, you know, few people really were, I guess, conservative. Let's throw out parties and just call it conservative. I mean, you had John Wayne.
John Boyd.
Yeah. But you didn't know if John Boyd was conservative back then.
He wasn't vocal about it?
Not back in the 70s, no. But it was basically John Wayne and Charlton Heston.
Right.
And that was pretty much about it. But or anybody wearing a tie.
Well, how did the rebels become, like, what the fuck happened? How did the rebels become the establishment?
that is. We went through an era where remember it was tolerance. That was what we were trying to do, like back in the teens, I think, in the teens, we tolerate other groups and all that. And that didn't last very long. And it seems like one had it over the other. But if you ask me where this great divide really started politically, I think, of course, there was Watergate, but you come up through, like when the Republicans had their contract with America, I think it was like 94, in the year that Clinton was going to be a lame duck president. They had those midterms, and then it started to become just along party lines, where there was no, you were a traitor if you went to the other side, because we had conservative Democrats, we had liberal Republicans up until that point. That's what I grew up with, and that wasn't good enough anymore. And so he started there, and and then continued, and then the Democrats really took over, and they really do it really well as far as that stuff of turning things on their head. And I feel like today they were using the judicial system against Trump.
Yeah, for sure.
Really off the reservation.
Well, they're using the judicial system against Trump. The entire media establishment, other than Fox News, is completely against anything Republican.
Right.
And it's full. Did you see on Colbert the other day, Kristen Collins, is that her name?
Yeah, I saw that.
And she said, Colbert says, Fox just reports, or CNN just reports the facts. The whole audience starts laughing.
Yeah, was that a laugh line?
Yeah, he goes, well, I guess it is. Yeah, which is hilarious.
People get it.
Oh, they do get it.
That's what,
well, the pandemic
bolsters me is that people do get it. Sometimes I think everybody just swallowing this.
There's a lot of people that are still swallowing. A lot of boomers, a lot of older folks that are just swallowing whatever's in the newspaper and whatever's on television.
And a lot of people aren't news wonkies like you and I.
Yeah,
they just get the sound bites, and that's what they do it for. And
what's disheartening, the more you do a deep dive on the actual facts about a thing, like I've heard people repeat, I've had conversations with people, they go, well, Trump's a felon. He's convicted of 34 felonies. I go, okay, do you know what those things are? Do you know that they're misdemeanors?
Misdemeanors. Do you know that the statute of limitations had run out on this little misdemeanor, and it wasn't a campaign contribution. That they just did all kind of gymnastics to make it happen, and then the third person in line in the Justice Department comes back to New York to oversee this case, and
it's just incredibly dangerous. It's incredibly dangerous
because it can also be turned around.
Yes.
And there has to come a point where we go, stop.
Yeah.
We have to stop this, or we're losing our country.
Yeah, I think they're more concerned with being in power than they are with preserving the idea of democracy.
I totally agree with that.
And I think some of that was certainly they were emboldened by the fact they're essentially running the country without a president for the last 3 years.
Yes,
because he's not there.
Not there really.
And since he's decided that he's not going to run again, he's gone. He's vanished.
It makes me. Who's running it now?
Exactly.
And then
the crazy thing is Kamala Harris.
Who'll be running then? Because I really can't see her being in charge.
No, it's a figurehead. That's all it is. And what's really wild is the Babylon Bee had a hilarious little caption. They said, "When I get in office, I'm going to change things," says the woman who's in office right now. Because she's in office. Yeah. She's talking about fixing all these things. Like, hey,
from
you're
day one,
literally the vice president.
I'm going to really do something about the border.
But
says the borders are
essentially the president right now.
Yeah.
This is so fucking crazy. You'll be the president for 5 more months.
Yeah.
This is so nuts.
But she's flipped on everything except for plastic straws. She still wants to get rid of those.
Did you see the thing where Trump came out and said that he was going to stop taxes for tips of hospitality workers? And Yeah, but here's the problem. In 2022, she was one of the deciding votes
of the
to go at people that were not reporting their tips.
Was that on the Inflation Reduction Act or the Green New Deal? Well, I think it was one of the same. Right. She was the tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're going to tax the business instead, which in turn taxes the workers.
Yeah, but it's hilarious that 2 years later she's acting like this is her idea now.
Yeah,
like you had a chance. You could have swung it the other way 2 years ago.
Yeah, could have been right in there.
It's just
or that she was all the brags that she was the last person in the room when it came to the withdrawal in Afghanistan.
Yeah,
and we left $87 billion of military equipment there. We had 13 soldiers that were killed, and there's still people over there in hiding.
Yeah, and also the people that work with us, all the people that work with us, all the translators, all the Afghanis that helped us, they're all fucked.
Well, Trump had all that stuff. He was doing it right. Yeah, he had that the meeting that he had with the Taliban leadership, and where he we're going to leave, but if one soldier's head is touched, we're going to be back, and just to show you how we can do it, here's your address.
They had a photograph of his house.
Yeah. They gave him to him, and that's when they went, okay. Really, the only thing I liked about Trump was everything that he did. I would cringe at so much stuff that he said.
Right.
But I think his heart was really in the right place. And not only that, we need a really strong leader like that to deal with these assholes that run the third world, the other world. There's some bad actors out there.
Yeah, unquestionably. And the wildest thing is that people are pretending that if he gets into office, he's going to become a dictator, as if he wasn't in office for 4 years and was never a dictator.
Right.
Like the whole thing is like we're just being gaslit and lied to on a scale that I've never seen in my life. To the point where CNN on television saying that they support the news becomes a huge laugh.
Right.
Or that they just speak the news objectively.
Yeah, and it's incredible. Like I said, the Democrats are really good at doing it because they say it so bold-faced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they have so much money. The thing, have you ever seen the difference between Democrat donors versus Republican donors? Like there was a chart that someone made about the amount of people that donate to the Democratic Party versus the amount of people that donate to the Republican Party. It's shocking. Big donors.
Shocking. That's where it's completely turned upside down, because it used to be Republicans who were known as the fat cats and big oil and big business and all that would be the big supporters and donors of the Republicans, and it was like those $5 and $10 donations of the Democratic Party, because they're really a coalition of groups. But then I think starting with Obama, especially, it started with social media. It really started to get into more of a corporate type of tech oligarchy.
Tech oligarchy. That's a great way to put it. That's really what it is, right? It's a tech oligarchy. The tech thing's nuts because nobody anticipated that these corporations were going to have this insane amount of influence and power over people. I've had this guy, Robert Epstein, on my podcast before. I don't know if you've ever seen his work, but he basically does statistical analysis of Google search results and what Google does to change people's opinions and how much of an effect it can have on swaying an election. Because if you go look for Trump rally, you'll see a bunch of Kamala Harris things. If you go try to find something negative about Kamala, you'll find all these positive things about Kamala. So these quick searches, which most people do. Most people aren't doing deep dives for hours where they're going and reading and finding other alternative sources of information. They get their information from a Google search. And that Google search, if you can curate it and make sure that all the positive stuff about the people that you want is up front and all the negative stuff about the people that you don't want is up front, you could shift people's opinions by 20, 30%.
Of course you can.
Yeah.
You know, and it's with the algorithms that they have, they already know your preferences and basically who you are to begin with.
Yes.
And they can maneuver that way.
It should be illegal.
It's not just the Russians.
We should have search results, which search results should be completely unbiased. Like that should be a law. Because if you can curate searches, if you can curate people's access to information and hide things, that should be illegal. There should be nothing that has anything to do with political ideology when it comes to searching for information. It should just be whatever the information is.
I completely agree with you. Because, well, for one thing, as Ronald Reagan said, democracy can handle it.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, he testified before the House subcommittee back in the day, you know, House of Un-American Activities. It said basically just let the communists go ahead and state their cause. It's okay to have a communist party in this country because it's the exchange of ideas and everything will play out and democracy can handle it.
Yeah.
But we're kind of, excuse me. We're kind of going through with Reagan right now, the movie. We're going through we're being censorship is happening to us through Facebook. Facebook banned advertising and a lot of the podcasts. This one will probably be banned on Facebook as well. It's over the last couple of months.
Really?
Yeah.
Just because is it a positive film about Reagan? Is that what the idea is that's bothering them?
It's I see it as it's a biopic is really what it is.
Yeah.
It follows him from when he was a boy in Dixon all the way through when he said goodbye to the American people when he was diagnosed for Alzheimer's, you know, after he was president. And it's a fight against communism, you know, which he fought all of his life. But the reason being was that the content in it was an attempt to sway an election. A movie. I mean, the last time I heard, you know, Reagan was on the ballot 40 years ago was the last time.
Do you think if you made a positive Obama movie, it would be a sway an election?
Well, there was an Obama movie that came out during an election year in 2020, and you know, nothing about that. And to me, I mean, just the act of banning or censoring that material, as you were talking about, is an attempt to sway an election.
Yeah.
And Reagan was a Democrat before he was a Republican, by the way.
As was Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
since then, Facebook has said they made a mistake.
Oh.
They said that yesterday because we put out a letter to it in an article in Newsweek, and they said they made a mistake. It was their automatic systems had detected it.
Oh, how convenient.
Yeah. I don't know what those automatic systems are, but there was a mistake in that.
Yeah, I don't understand it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there. If it's rogue employees, the problem is like so many of those people are so ideologically captured. So many of the people that are working for any tech company, they're kids coming out of universities. They're all left wing. There's very few right wing people involved. It's a tiny percentage,
right.
And they all feel like it's their duty. They feel like they're activists before they're even
to save
else.
America.
Yeah, which is like from what?
Totally drank the Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
if you ask me.
Yeah, it's that's what's unfortunate about the way Trump talks. Because the way Trump talks, it's easy to make him the enemy because he seems like a mean old rich man, you know. And so in their eyes, that's everything that's wrong in the world.
Yes, he'll go after, make fun of you personally or whatever.
Yeah, but he didn't
talk in those
prosecute
terms.
Hillary.
And you see, you know, feels like a schoolyard bully or whatever. But he's, you know, all the things that they did to Trump. I do believe him when he, as far as revenge and all that stuff, that the success in the election would be his revenge.
Yeah.
And I really believe that if it was Biden who was, you know, impeached or going to jail or whatever, I think Trump would pardon him. To tell you the truth, I don't think he wants anybody to see a president in jail, because that really changes our country.
Well, he has said that openly about Hillary.
Yeah.
Like when he got into office, there was a lot of people that were pressing him to prosecute her, to go after her.
Yeah.
For the email thing, for a lot of different things. And he said, no, that'd be a terrible look. It'd be terrible for our country. The wife of the former president of the United States, no way.
Yeah.
And he didn't do it. So all these things that people think he's going to do, well, he had the opportunity to do those things 4 years ago. And they're thinking now they've done so many egregious things to him now with all the prosecutions and then the years and years of Russiagate. Every fucking news network is saying something. Yeah.
It started even before he got into office. You know, they were. But you know, I wasn't going to vote for Trump. This time around, I was wanting them to find another candidate, you know, that would kind of calm things down a bit. I thought that's what we need. We need to calm things down. But then when they went after him with the judicial system of these like stupid charges, yes, but that's when things change for me, because then you're messing with the Constitution,
right?
And we can't go back from that,
right?
After something like that happens,
right?
And so that's why I'm jumping in, all for Trump.
And the other thing is, people need to understand that even if you hate Trump, if you normalize weaponizing the judicial system against a political candidate, that can be used against your party too.
Exactly.
And if someone gets in, like if Vivek Ramaswamy gets in, or if Ron DeSantis gets in, and he starts doing the same things that they did to Trump, then we have chaos.
Yeah.
Then we're a fucking banana republic.
We're Venezuela,
Exactly.
where you can go down the line on how that works.
Exactly. Yeah, it's terrifying. We're like the last hope for this whole idea of this experiment in self-government.
Ronald Reagan said that you know, these freedoms that we take for granted, they can be lost in a generation. And I always thought, well, that's kind of really high talk and all that stuff, but
it's true.
It's true.
It's true.
And these are the craziest times.
Yeah, the craziest
and fascinating, by the way, that I've ever lived in. It makes the 60s look like a sandbox play.
Yep. Yeah.
It really did.
Well, it's because tech's involved and AI and deep fakes and just so many shenanigans are going on simultaneously. It's such a bizarre, it's a great time for comedy. So much shit to make fun of, because it's almost like the things that are real, they're so funny, they write themselves.
Yeah, it's true. You can't make this stuff up.
It's so nuts. The whole thing is so nuts. And the fact that these people are so ideologically captured, they can't recognize the danger of doing the things that they're doing in order to win. And that you can't fix that stuff once you put it in motion. And I just don't know how this is going to turn out, but I'm glued. Like if this was a show, I'd be like, holy shit, what a great show. Like the writing on the show is fucking incredible.
No kidding.
Yeah.
It's a cliffhanger, that's for sure.
Yeah. Assassination attempt, him going fight, put his fist up, like, what the fuck? Is this real? This is crazy. The whole thing's crazy. And then not a press conference about the shooter.
Yeah.
Not a press conference.
It's like not a month later. How do they do it? Nobody remembers it.
Right. They memory hold it.
Yeah. Memory hold it. It's like as if it never happened.
Well, there was so little reporting on how it happened, how it could have happened, who the shooter was. They get to the kid's house and it's completely scrubbed. Doesn't have any silverware in his home. Like someone was, and you know the
phone. It takes him a week and a half even to like open it.
Oh, we can't get into his phone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, how about
so strange? My son, the 17-year-old son, can get into your phone, but they can't get into your phone.
Well, also the fact that this kid, someone from outside the FBI's office in D.C. had been visiting. They track they have phone, they have ad.
Oh, right.
So they can
ping your phone off of that triangulate on the.
So there was a phone that was going from outside of DC to this kid multiple times. So what's going on? This kid's training for quite a while, for over a year. It seems like he was involved in like shooting training and preparing for. It's like He was being
They went there
groomed.
at least like 40 times. They said,
I don't know how many times.
Right,
It was quite a few.
It was quite a few.
Yeah, but the whole thing is very strange. It's like how is this not like a deep investigation that's on the front page of every newspaper where people are trying to figure out
Outrage.
was this a government conspiracy to kill the presidential candidate?
Yeah.
What happened?
Right. Was it?
Right. And
You know,
I
we go back to
thought,
the Kennedy. No, go ahead.
I thought the moment he got shot and lived and he was fight, I'm like, it's over.
Yeah.
He's gonna win this.
Yeah, me too.
He's gonna win
So
this.
that's it.
Yeah.
Put up his fist like that is like,
And then next thing you know, Kamala Harris has one good speech and everybody's cheering. And you're like, wow. It's just completely flip-flop. All the talk shows, everyone's with her. A person who just a month prior was being hidden because she would say so many dumb things. And and every time she had to talk openly with no script, she would blunder and fuck things up. Now all of a sudden she's the perfect candidate.
yeah,
It's kind of wild.
it's super wild. You know, they did have and disenfranchised all those voters who had voted for Biden.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about democracy.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they have no say about it.
No primary. There's no one else gets to choose. And they use the FEC filing for Biden's money. So like she gets to access that war chest. So the whole thing's crazy. And the fact that no one's freaking out about the dangers of this, and the fact that this is the first time ever that someone who nobody voted for in the primaries, had zero delegates, is now being the person who is at the front.
Who's a point ahead in the polls.
Yeah, allegedly. I always say with the polls, like, says who? Here's the thing about polls. Who the fuck are you asking? And who's talking to you?
Yeah.
The people that have the least amount to do, the people that are willing to answer polls, the people that when you call them up say, do you have a few minutes of my time? They're like, well, yes, I do. Most people say, get the fuck out of here, and they hang up the phone. The vast majority of people don't answer polls.
Yeah.
So you have 1 point ahead of the people dumb enough to answer polls. Everybody else, it's like, we don't know. And so that's why the gaslighting continues.
Well, let's put it this way, though. They've done a very good job because they do have the Republicans back on their heels about it.
Oh, yeah, and I didn't think it was going to happen.
I didn't think so either. I thought, well,
leading up to it, I thought he was going to steamroll Biden. The administration done a terrible job over the last 3 years. The border's wide open. Everyone's freaking out. There's 2 wars going on simultaneously that could lead us into World War III at any moment. Everybody's freaking out. I'm like, when Trump was in office, there was no wars. There was no new wars. There was nothing new that he was doing that was putting people in jeopardy. And then all of a sudden, it was this fucking complete, total turnaround orchestrated by the media. And it happened right in front of our eyes. And now Kamala is this darling of everybody. It's like, this is wild. Like, the least popular vice president of all time is now one of the most popular presidential candidates of all time, like that.
Incredible. And, you know, they're going to, what we're talking about right now, we're going to sound like conspiracy theorists.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm used to that.
Yeah. I'm just getting used to it.
Super comfortable with it. Super comfortable with it. One of Reagan's greatest phrases, in my opinion, is the 9 most terrifying words. I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
I'm here to help. Yeah.
It's like, it's so true. Like, these people are just like any other person in any position of power. They want to maintain power and they want to make as much money as possible. It's in every corporation. When corporations get in trouble for lying about their products, it's the same thing. It's the same thing in every business.
You got a risk management.
Yeah.
They show up at the door, and you know, it's amazing how the times today are so much like when Reagan was elected. You know, we had inflation, you know, we had 20% interest rates. I remember that because I bought a house actually during that time. There was a feeling of malaise in the country that Carter even spoke of. You know, we had hostages in Iran. I mean, we have hostages over there in Israel and the Gaza Strip that nobody's even speaking about. How's that possible?
Right.
Where's the outrage on that? You know, it's so much like that time. And Reagan came along and said, we're going this way, that we're not a nation in decline, like we've been told that we are today. And, America came back from that. I still have really great faith in the American people when it comes down where the rubber meets the road.
I have a great faith in a certain percentage of the American people.
Yeah.
I think there's a certain percentage of the American
those
people.
are the people who vote.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
I think there's a certain percentage of the American people that are living in a movie. They have no real understanding of all the mechanisms that are involved that make this world work and why it's working in the way it's working and what the dangers are of it. There's so many people that they're only fed by the mainstream media, which is completely corporate controlled.
Yeah.
They don't know what's going on.
In a soundbite.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Soundbite and headlines.
I've been an independent all my life, really. I voted for Carter. I voted for Reagan twice. I voted for Ross Perot. I voted for Clinton once. I voted for Bush once.
I voted for Ross Perot too.
Yeah, I voted for Obama once. And the second election of that one, I sat out because I just didn't have a choice. But I voted for Trump the first time because I went in there and it was Hillary or Trump, and I voted for Trump. And voted for him again. But I've always believed in the pendulum of politics and culture and the world about what is it that we need right now. And in fact, Republicans and Democrats need each other. They keep each other from going too far, one way or the other. Yeah. And our nation is based on compromise, which winds up being kind of the best way forward. Not everybody gets what they want, but the important stuff, it shakes out in the end.
Yes.
But that doesn't seem to be the way things are working right now. Or maybe it is in the overall picture, but I just can't see it.
Well, I think what happened was, I don't think in 2016 they ever anticipated that Trump was going to win. All the projections were that Hillary was going to win by a landslide.
Yeah.
That was all the polls. That was all the things you saw on television. And then when Trump started winning on television, you could see it in the look of the faces of the pundits, the people that were on TV that were calling the election. They were baffled. Mm-hmm. They couldn't believe it. And then when it was over, there's that famous video of the lady with the sock hat and the glasses in the street on her knees going, no! You see that? When it's announced.
Yeah, the glass ceiling still existed. Had not been broken.
Oh, it was crazy times. And then what's really funny is right after that, Jim Brewer had a great joke about this, that there was those those marches, because, Trump had said that grab him by the pussy thing, and he's anti-women. Right. So there's these women marches. And Jim Brewer goes, isn't it funny? They knew what a woman was then.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, because that was only 2016.
Yeah.
2016, there was no trans women, this one.
Right.
That kind of conversation was not on the table at all.
The Me Too movement, all of that just completely gone out the window in favor of what, 0.0000 point whatever of the population.
I know, it's nuts. And it's like now women's sports are in peril. Because now you're having biological men with mental disorders competing as women, saying that they're women winning weightlifting events, women winning cycling
that
events.
Italian boxer,
the boxers
which
are
gets down
complicated.
to be really dangerous. I have nothing against trans people.
The boxer's not trans.
I was in the drama department. I was a drama mama.
Right.
Most of the drama department was gay and stuff. It grew up in that way. I used to play golf with Caitlin.
When it was Caitlin or Bruce?
When he was Bruce. Just be us, because Sherwood, there weren't many people around. I love the guy. And when he came out like that, I was really happy for him, to tell you the truth, because to have to carry that around with what you feel inside, that's really important.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the entire nation has to flip over and change to accommodate that. Yes, it could be I'm all for you. And in fact, our system already accommodates everybody.
Yes,
it does.
Yeah, it does.
But I just don't like being beat over the head and told what to think and what to feel, and to pretend this and pretend that.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible for everybody. And it's just this very loud vocal minority that's very invested in pushing this agenda. And everybody else is just scratching their heads and going, what the fuck? And if you have a daughter that is to do some sort of a sport and there's trans athletes on that team, like, Jesus Christ, like, this is the reason why Title IX was created in the first place, like, to give women an opportunity to compete with women.
Exactly.
So you can't say, I feel like a woman, so I'm a woman, and I'm going to compete with women with all the male biological advantages. Like, you want to talk about science denying? There's your science denying.
Right there.
You're denying biological science.
Yeah, a man, just by his body mass, could hit 3 times harder than a woman. You know, in that Olympic match, I mean, the girl stopped after like 45 seconds.
See, that's a different story. That person has a disease. That male boxer who was allegedly male, who allegedly has XY chromosomes. There's a complicated issue with that. This is like a genetic disorder that this person has, where they have very high testosterone and allegedly have XY chromosome. They should do chromosome. I mean, this is one of the things. Do you know what the enhanced games is?
I think I know what you're getting at.
The enhanced games, they're putting together this new form of athletic competition. Mm-hmm. It's going to be this enormous event where they're going to let people take performance-enhancing drugs. And so I asked them, I had them on the podcast, I said, what are you going to do about trans athletes? They said, I think we're going to go along chromosomes. So if you have XY chromosome, no matter what, you're competing with other people that have XY chromosomes. Males. People who went through male puberty. That's it. End of discussion. Yeah. Now, socially, I'll call you a woman. I'll call you whatever your name you want to be called. I don't care at all. But if you want to compete athletically, we're going to pretend that the shape of the hips, the density of the bones, size of the lungs, size of the heart, the ability to react quicker, all these different advantages that we know exist. Mm-hmm. This is stupid.
Right.
And this is, now you're putting ideology ahead of facts and ahead of science and ahead of the biological reality we know about the advantages that men have.
Yeah, ideology. It's like don't look behind the curtain.
Yeah.
It's like Oz, you know. Don't look over there.
It's people that don't have religion is what it is. Yeah. And they have a new religion. And that religion is this woke ideology. Yeah. That is, they're acting that way the same way a religious zealot would act.
Yeah. Complete with the doctrine and everything that goes with it to spout. And there is no argument.
Excommunication, everything.
There is no exchange of ideas.
Right, exactly. Well, they can't debate, because if you debate about it, then the facts outweigh their ideology. Right. You look at the biological facts of this stuff, it outweighs the ideology. And then you look at the transitioning children. I mean, have you ever seen these interviews where people go up to people and they say, do you think that a child of 12 years old is old enough to get a tattoo? No. Mm. Do you think, they start asking, do you think they're old enough to know their gender? Yes. Oh, that. Yeah, okay. That. Puberty blockers are fine. Literal chemical castration drugs that were used on pedophiles in the past. Those are fine. Yeah. Those are fine to give to kids without fucking confused.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole thing is
parents
bananas.
Having no say about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think people, in a way, do know their gender when they're young. In a way, maybe later they look back and realize that they were that way when, they were either gay or from, a place of hindsight in a way. But to let someone who, under at least 18, really, I mean, even in 18, I didn't, how much do we really know ourselves?
Well, how much
and then you can't go back.
Right.
From
and
that.
People are very easily influenced. Very.
Yeah.
And if they're taught by the people around them that they get positive reinforcement if they go in a particular direction, people do that. I mean, how many people in Hollywood have trans kids? And how is that possible?
All of a sudden, there's an epidemic of it.
How is that possible?
Yeah.
How is it possible? Is it just the openness that's always been there? Or is it that this is some sort of a fucking mind virus and these people are being influenced by the positive reaction they get from saying that they're LGBTQ2 plus AI, whatever the fuck it is now? It's like there's a social contagion going on. And there's an aspect to that that's real.
Yeah, these are educated people.
Yeah.
we're talking about.
Well, that's what's nuts, right? But educated people that are not paying attention to this thing called gender dysphoria that has always existed.
How do you think we get back? How do you think we get back to being able to have an exchange of ideas and not just, try to put the other one in jail or try to dismiss them from society?
It sounds ridiculous, but I think the only way is to do what we're doing right now and to continue talking about it as reasonable people and have people listen to it, and it shapes people's opinions of things. They go, yeah, they're making sense. It is reasonable. And to pretend that these psychological conditions, there's a psychological condition called autogynephilia, where men get sexually aroused dressing up as women, but they're usually attracted to women.
Yeah.
So now these men are pretending that they're lesbians. So they're calling themselves lesbians, and they're getting on lesbian apps, and lesbians are fucked now. Because now there's these men that are pretending to be lesbian that are occupying these lesbian apps.
So they've absconded their agenda.
And if you don't want to date them, then you're transphobic and they'll attack you. And this is like, holy shit.
Wow.
These are the people that were perverts in the past. And now all of a sudden they're a part of a protected class. It's very strange. It's very strange, and it's not good, and it's not sustainable. And I don't know when people are going to fully recognize the harm that they've done to all these children, that they've had mastectomies and forced these fucking drugs on that killed their body's ability to produce testosterone, and they try to say that they're reversible. There's no fucking reversing damaging someone's puberty. That's not true. If you put puberty blockers in a boy, that is not reversible. It's not true. Not only is it not true, there's a tremendous amount of evidence that shows that there's significant danger to taking those drugs. There's blood clots and strokes and all sorts of other, and then there's the fact that
it's not natural.
It's not natural. None of it's natural, right? Even injecting them with estrogen, so they could be their true self. If you're your fucking true self, chemicals are not involved. It's not injecting chemicals are not involved in maintaining your true self. That's nonsense.
Yeah.
And it's a crazy sort of a leap, a mental leap that you have to make that.
Well, we've got to get back to a place. I mean, I look back at the '60s, and we've always been kind of a nation, at least in this century, of experiments. That go on as as a society as a whole. You had the flower children of back then, and that whole counterculture.
Sure, the Weather Underground, all that shit.
Yeah. Back then, you knew who the leaders were. It seems to be leaderless today. You had Abby Hoffman, you had the Black Panthers, you had Malcolm X, you knew who Martin Luther King. You had leaders of all these movements that you could have this dialogue with or this debate with. And now it's who are the leaders of Black Lives Matter? Who are the leaders and spokesmen for this whole trans movement that's going on? As some of it is, it is political, but where are the leaders for that?
Well, I think the leaders are the tech businesses.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I think the tech businesses have become a de facto form of government.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to me, that the only motivation of that could be control.
100%.
First, to control the bottom line, of the money, but then, the more people that you have kind of, acquiesced control over, then the more your bottom line is going to go on, and then it's about power.
Yeah.
And I think we've been shown in this, getting back to what we were talking about before, that really is what is going on, and what was going on in 2020, if you ask me, with the tech companies deciding to. What we were going to see and what we were going to hear. And it's pretty much exposed.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous.
It is dangerous. And it's we're not prepared for that influence. We didn't know it was going to exist before. There's no laws in place to keep it in check, which is why Google is allowed to curate the search results and why they're allowed to censor conservative voices on social media. And in fact, one of the things we found out, thank God for Elon Musk. because if Elon Musk had not bought Twitter, we would not have known the extent of the government's meddling into information distribution. We wouldn't have known. They were literally trying to get them to ban legitimate news stories, and they were successful with the Hunter Biden laptop story. But other legitimate conservative perspectives and points of view, and people that were legitimate doctors and scientists that had questions about the way we were handling the pandemic.
Which also turns out to be true.
Yeah, which also 100% turned out to be true.
And then when there is no kind of, okay, we were wrong about this, and this, they just kind of dismiss it.
I got in a conversation with a guy who was like, well, what about you?
These are not ideological issues that you're talking about when it comes to medicine, especially.
Exactly.
Everything gets turned into a political.
That's what's crazy, that vaccines and pharmaceutical drug companies became a democratic liberal perspective, like supporting that. Like these corporations that have the biggest criminal fines in the history of medicine. It's all these companies, these pharmaceutical drug companies, for doing things that were illegal. They were fined billions of dollars. And people still wholesale bought everything they said. And if you disagreed, you were some sort of a fringe conspiracy theorist who was a danger to everyone around you. And
right. I know a little bit about that because from when my twins were overdosed when they were 12 days old with heparin in a hospital. They turned their blood to the consistency of water. And they were off the measurable scale, in fact, for coagulation of their blood for more than 48 hours. And it was the scariest moment of our lives. But really about what I learned about, we did not sue the hospital. It was a human error in that. But it was the drug company also, which was kind of liable in that the 10 milligram unit, the 10-unit bottle that the kids were supposed to get was light blue, and the adult was dark blue, and that was 10,000. So they got 10,000 3 times.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it was horrific. But after that, I testified before Congress, the oversight committee there, about what had happened. And as far as the drug companies, it's impossible to sue drug companies. Just about. It's very difficult, or to get them to change anything. They're all located, for the most part, in Illinois, and they have that system wrapped up. But it's, everybody at the FDA, I wouldn't say everybody, but there's so many people at the FDA positions that are either former employees of drug companies or future employees of
Future's
drug
more
companies.
likely, right?
Yeah.
Because they know that there's a golden basket waiting for them at the end of this journey.
So to get any kind of that's wrong in itself, and to get anything real done is clouded, by self-interest.
Yeah.
So what happened, during COVID was, that's they still these boys that are dropping dead. 17 heart attacks, and it's people don't trust their government anymore.
Well,
and that's out there the same it was back in the late 70s before that election. People didn't, since Watergate, hadn't trusted their government.
What's
but
bizarre
it's
to
really
me
bizarre now
is that even with all the evidence of these people dropping dead, the people that are around the people dropping dead are in denial about it. Because they all advocated for a very specific thing, and when that very specific thing may be causing a bunch of deaths, they don't want to take credit for it. They don't want to be in trouble for it. They don't want to be beholden to to this idea that they had the pharmaceutical drug companies were telling you the truth, and that this is the only way out of this. And if you didn't do it, we're all going to die. And everybody went into this with this terrible fear. And because they stated that early, now they're committed to it. And they're defending it because it's a part of themselves. Their ideas are a part of themselves. And so you're seeing if you look at what insurance companies are dealing with now with excess deaths, that's some of the best data that we have. There's excess mortality.
Right.
And the excess mortality is extraordinary. At any other time in history, if there was a thing that was rolled out where all of a sudden everybody's taking it and all of a sudden you have this amazing increase in excess deaths, and cancers that are what they're calling turbo cancer. And if you listen to Peter McCullough, he explains how this could be causing that the mRNA vaccines could be causing these turbo cancers.
Because it actually changes our molecular structure down to the chromosomes and the DNA. It's a man-made thing, which is affecting our body in a bad way.
Yeah, and it's killing people that took it, that were advocating for it, that were tech people. There's tech people that are dropping dead left and right, and they're still on this bandwagon, and they're still letting the CDC saying you should vaccinate anyone under 12. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
What are you talking about? This is insane. It was never dangerous for kids. My kids got it. They were over it in a couple of days. It was nothing.
Yeah, I got the vaccine twice. I had to when we were doing Reagan. We were shooting the movie, so it was still at that point, and it was required in order to work.
Did you have any side effects?
No, but I do know, and I actually got COVID when we were shooting Reagan. During the assassination scene, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No.
We were working in a basement, and we had like 50 extras, and it was just, of course it did. Just about everybody got it, but I had it bad. I was lucky it hit me in the guts instead of the lungs, and I had 104 temperature for a couple of nights, but I was over it in a couple of weeks. And then, getting the vaccine, I did have kind of a reaction to that, like a little mini version. But I've noticed that when I get a cold now, it's harder to get over. Everything's a little bit harder to get over now.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's just me. Friends, we talk about it. And the same thing is going on. It just... it coming from China and all that, what could have happened could have been an exchange, a real exchange of how it had really happened, and what the process was of how it happened, to make sure that it doesn't happen again, or during the research of the vaccine to put that out where it could have helped there as well. It just winds up being, everybody lines up on the side of ideology.
Exactly.
I mean, I wonder, if Trump does come into office, are they going to say, "Oh, I won't take Trump's vaccine again"?
Well, that's how it was. Even Kamala Harris was saying that.
Yeah, she was saying, "I'm not going to take his vaccine when it comes out." Then as soon as they got into office, the very same vaccine, they said, "Yes, we should take our vaccine."
Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, it's very bizarre. That's one of the things that's so interesting, because we have more access to information now than we've ever had in all of human history, and yet people are more divided by ideology than they are by facts than any other time in history.
A lot of it has to do, I think, with cable news too. People have separated themselves. I myself, I watch all of them. On DirecTV, there's Channel 200 where you got like 6 boxes up there, and you can watch all the news, and it flips back and forth, and it's like watching a different story,
right?
A completely different story. Where you go, and somewhere in the middle there is the real thing.
One of my favorite moments was when Joy Reid was comparing Biden getting COVID to Trump getting shot.
Yeah,
he got over COVID.
Right.
Over COVID. No, he got over 2024 COVID, which is basically a fucking cough.
Yeah.
And Trump got shot in the fucking head. Yeah, it only grazed his ear, but that was just a miraculous turn of the head at the exact right moment.
Incredible.
Which is
maybe shrapnel, actually, or
is that what they
maybe
think?
It kicks up and dust up. I don't know. I'm just starting something new.
Well, there's a literal photo of the bullet passing by his head.
Yeah,
but there were a lot of people that denied that he even got shot. They were saying,
actually, there was 3 that came very close to him.
Yes, there's a second one on the left side of his
just
head.
an inch away from that one too.
Yeah.
And, man, if his head had blown up there in front of everybody.
Well, we would
the
have
situation.
Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have very, very well been Civil War.
I'm afraid it could have been.
Yeah, those Trump people would have fucking loaded up their pickup trucks.
Do you think they would have done a more thorough investigation now? If he
No,
had
because This is Lee Harvey Oswald all over again, but less complicated. Or actually more complicated, right? Because this is a very young kid. How did they get to him? We don't know anything about him.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know why he was willing to do this. We don't know what we also know he's a registered Republican, which is crazy. Like,
well, you know, one could be swayed from that too.
Sure,
You know?
especially at 20.
Yeah.
You know, like who fucking
About who
knows
is
what
dangerous,
happened?
and they're going to have to get another Republican in there, just But yeah, I've been reading this Unspoken. I forgot the author's name, but it was endorsed by RFK Jr. About the assassination of his uncle, the president John Kennedy, and it takes every piece of information that is known and puts it in a book and tells a story from it. And it was our government, I think, that killed Kennedy, and through the CIA and the dark forces within our government. And if that can happen, then how about today? How much?
Of course.
Yeah.
Sure.
Who's running things?
Right.
The only thing you can draw is conclusion you can draw is it's got to be something like that. Only I can't understand why the CIA would want us out of Afghanistan that way, or why all the other stuff is going on. But I guess again, that's for control.
Yeah, it's for control, but it's also so multi-layered and so hard to figure out what's going on. I mean, we know that they had MK Ultra in the 1960s. And they did mind control experiments on people.
Yeah.
And the idea that they just stopped that is silly.
Yeah.
That's silly.
They went further. That's how we got all those other drugs that were turned up at parties, right?
Well, it's part of it. There was what was that? This guy, Norman Ohler. He wrote about drugs during the Third Reich and about how they experimented with LSD on concentration camp prisoners.
Yeah.
And all the stuff that they were giving Hitler, like while he was in the middle, and all the stuff they were giving the Nazis. They were giving the Nazis meth.
Yeah.
They were all on meth.
It was crystal meth. In fact, that's what they were so fanatical and going out there and staying up for days. I mean, that was essential to the blitzkrieg.
Yes.
You can't stop and take a nap over that.
Yeah,
You gotta
3
keep on
days
rolling down
on
the road
meth.
like a trucker.
Yep. Wild, out of their fucking minds. And Norman was explaining that they had different levels of meth that they would give to the people at the front lines. Like the guys that ran the tanks had the most meth. They were just jacked out of their fucking minds, just storming through the night.
Yeah.
And then the French were drinking wine. They're just like hanging out, drinking. They got like a liter of wine, 3/4 of a liter of wine a day as a ration. So they're drunk in the streets, and then the Nazis come through on meth, which is a way better drug for war.
Yeah, they just went right past that Maginot Line like nothing flat.
Fucking nuts,
really
man.
crazy.
Nuts. 3 days through Poland. The whole thing is insane. But that they took that knowledge from the Nazis and they started applying it. And then they started using some of those drugs and using these MK Ultra experiments. And the idea that they stopped that and they don't do that now. Well, what happened with this kid? Did they do an autopsy? Did they find there's any chemicals in this kid's body? We don't know. We haven't heard a fucking peep. We have not heard a single press conference. The first thing that I would have done, but besides like try to figure out how the fuck this kid was on the roof for 30 minutes without anybody doing anything, how he got a rifle there, how he got a ladder there, how the snipers didn't shoot him, how they didn't go up there and take him out before this happened.
Secret Service was supposed to be in those windows. I mean, they had a fantastic look at it.
Yeah.
But they were downstairs drinking coffee or whatever the hell they were doing.
Well, not only that, a lot of those people were Department of Homeland Security. They weren't even Secret Service.
They weren't even lined up. And who runs the Department of Homeland Security?
It's nuts because I would have wanted to know what that kid was on. I guarantee there was some sort of psychotropic medicine involved. There's something involved. I do not think if you're going to let's assume that someone trained him, told him how to do this. Let's assume this wasn't a young 20-year-old kid with very sophisticated detonators and remote controls and all these different things that we know that he possessed. Had this rifle, brought the rifle onto the roof. Also, why did he have iron
I
sights?
got you. I appreciate it.
That's
You good, baby.
baffling to me.
Who was his gun instructor?
There was
Well, there were a lot of federal officers over there who went to training. I'm not saying that any of them were like, the ones.
They probably had no idea what he was going to do. Anybody in this country, we have the Second Amendment. Anyone can go and learn how to shoot a gun.
Yeah.
It's there's courses you can take. I've taken them. You can go and learn how to shoot guns.
Exactly.
But no one's going to
you wind up having kind of a mentor with things like that.
Yeah.
It's just like
there's
if you learn how to
probably
fight box,
Right.
you wind up having somebody who kind of becomes your mentor.
Yes.
Glad you're here.
And that's
Right.
how you
Hello.
get kind of
We're watching Joe
indoctrinated
Rogan.
into.
Right. Where's that guy?
Where is that guy?
I expected that. I'm in a DM.
Kid was really
with him right
smart. He won all the science fairs, from what I understand. So he was very adept at all that. But it's to get into there's still some stuff supposedly that's encrypted that they can't touch, like with sources over to Europe and or whatever what they're saying. And
We don't know.
I don't know what I'm talking about because it's only been inferred. But what are they doing? Why are they
Why
not
is it just inferred?
Why are they not still on it like a daily thing with like Nightline daily reports about it?
Why didn't they test his blood?
Yeah.
Why didn't they tell us whether or not he was on any kind of medication?
Were there ties to Iran or to China or to Russia or to Venezuela? Like,
how is it just memory hold?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy. The whole thing's crazy. And then there's like allegations of second gunmen, which is always the case with any kind of assassination.
Yeah, of course.
The thing that would have been horrific if he had successfully shot Trump, if he killed him and then they killed him, that would have been it.
Yeah,
we would have no idea what happened, and they probably would have memory hold it all the exact same way they did it now, and then they would have said the country has to heal and move on.
Right.
And
our long national nightmares over language like that. What if the kid just been wounded?
Right.
I don't think he would have made it to jail alive.
They weren't going to move. They had a clear shot on that. I'm just amazed that they let him get off those shots. That's just the craziest thing to me, that they knew he was there.
You see him running across the roof while Trump is speaking.
He had a fucking rangefinder.
Yeah, like using golf.
Yeah.
They were quite good.
Using archery.
Yeah.
He wanted to know what the yardage was so he could hold for a particular height.
Right.
But I don't understand the iron sights thing. The only thing that makes
what are iron sights?
Okay, so rifles either have a scope, which is a magnification scope, which is extremely accurate, but you have to adjust it, or they can have iron sights. And iron sights are like when you have a pistol. And you have a pistol.
Oh yeah, between
two forks in the back. Exactly.
Between the two
That's
forks.
iron sights.
Iron sights.
Yes.
He did. I thought he did have a scope. He didn't.
I don't believe he did. I don't believe he did. See if that's been proven, because there's a photograph of the gun, and the gun, it looks very clear from the photograph that it does not have a scope on it. Scope is, it's a large tube that sits on the top of the rifle, and you have to adjust that scope.
It takes a little doing to even attach that, does it not? I mean, some can click in, but I would imagine you really have to.
It's not that complicated. You could do it, and then you would need to go to a range and sight it in. The problem with a scope would be that if things are getting jostled around and knocked around, if you bang the scope on something, it can get moved just a fraction of a millimeter to the left or to the right, and then your 0 point at whatever he's got it zeroed at, if it's 100 yards or 150 yards,
it's going to be off. The angle gets,
exactly.
The angle, the distance will get farther away.
Yes.
So you have to probably redo it.
I've had personal experience with that. I was on a deer hunt. I fell with a rifle, and I fell going up a snowy slope, and the rifle got banged, and my scope was off by like 6 inches at 100 yards.
Yeah.
So I could see how maybe, but that was because my scope wasn't tightened. Somebody had not tightened it down properly. I could see how maybe you would say iron sights, because it's not that far of a shot.
Because I've practiced with the iron sights.
Right.
I know the iron sights, it's not going to be, it's one factor you can take out that is not going to be a variable. Right?
Exactly. Well, some competition shooters, the old school guys, they don't like red dots because they want to use iron sights because it's so reliable. As long as you can line it up correctly, as long as you have proper technique and you're accustomed to it, it's not going to move. It's not going to go left or right. Whereas,
and you can actually see everything around you
Yes.
even better than looking through a scope.
yeah, but if you're looking through a scope, you get magnification. So you can put that crosshair right on his face, and then at 150 yards with a magnification and a scope that's on, that's an easy shot.
Really easy.
It's very easy, especially in a prone position like he was on top of a roof.
Yeah.
But there's so many questions. How the fuck did they let him do that? How'd they let him get up there? What kind of security breach is involved? And how about the lady who's in charge of Secret Service? She didn't want to step down. Like, they're questioning her. The whole thing is,
I mean, she didn't even go to the site. Even a week later, she went to, before Congress to explain some things, and she hadn't even been to the site.
Yeah.
And the head agent not being fired. It's like he wasn't available for comment because he's still part of he's still running the investigation. This is the guy who's responsible for all this happening, and he's the one that's running the investigation. Are you out of your mind?
The whole thing's crazy. It's crazy, and it's going to be a footnote in history that people are going to be baffled by, and just like they're baffled by the JFK assassination.
Well, because he wasn't killed and his head didn't blow up in front of on national television. It's just that. It's just a footnote. It's not like they got him missed.
Yeah,
that's all I could say.
I know.
They got him missed.
Well, who knows what would have happened to? So there's the gun. So I'm looking at that gun right now, and that gun to me looks like it has iron sights. This is why I say that. You see the handle at the bottom. You see the magazine. So the handle is in the front. That's the magazine where you're at. The further one forward. And the one behind it, that's the handle. And then you see above, those are iron sights. So there's no scope on it. Unless
so
that thing
kind of as far as regular sights go, that's those are a little bigger than the regular sighting on a rifle.
It's an AR. It's an AR rifle. Yeah. So maybe that's a red dot. Maybe it's a miniature red dot.
Even there in the middle above the magazine.
But it doesn't look like it. It looks like that's not a scope.
Someone on that picture said that the iron sights are set up at a 90-degree angle, so like that it could be shot from prone, so like sideways.
It was amazing.
Well, it's hard.
It's so hard to say. I mean, you had the cops like carrying the rifle down the hallway, so everybody, the whole public, could see it.
Right.
The murder weapon.
Right.
And this is what Americans have gotten used to. They've gotten used to the idea that we're not allowed to see information that we have a right to see as a public. This country is supposedly, we're the boss, the people are, and we deserve information so that we can make a decision about it.
Yeah.
Or we can have the people that we've elected make a decision about it by giving them the power to do so. Given to them by us, and now we get information is either distorted or it's fake or it's just withheld, and withheld, and like that's just the way things are. People have gotten used to that idea, and that's how we lose our country in our republic, that's how we lose it.
See, Google whether or not there's a definitive answer as to whether or not he had iron sights.
Nothing.
That's so crazy that we don't know.
I don't know where to look either, but I haven't found any updates.
Just Google this. Did the Trump shooter have a scope on his rifle?
Did Thomas Crook's rifle have a scope?
And what did it say?
I have nothing. I would have found the answer. Didn't wait.
From people,
they always kind of portray it, in the coverage after it was kind of, at least at first, portrayed as like a rifle with a scope. In a couple of places. I thought he did have a scope, but
it's possible that it was a very small miniature scope, but like a red dot, like on a pistol, generally doesn't have magnification. It's just the dot.
What was he doing with here's another question. Those explosive devices, I think, which were in the car.
Yeah.
What were they for?
Right. And how did he learn how to do that? Like, where do you get those when you're 20 years old? When you're 20 years old,
you know, like I said, he won science fairs. I think he was, you know, quite adept at getting that info.
Well, wouldn't we know that this kid had Google searched how to use explosive devices and figured out how to get the detonators?
Yeah,
figured out how to wire it, how he learned. We don't know anything.
Sure,
we don't know anything.
Fertilizer bomb and all that. So yeah. What were they for?
Right.
Well, he had to have an intent.
Right.
For that.
Right.
And you can figure it out, even though he's not here. You could figure out an intent. You know, certainly wouldn't to get away. Otherwise, he would have had him on him.
Right. Do you think he thought he was going to survive? I mean, was it a suicide run for this kid? That's why I want to know what drugs was he on. We don't have any toxicology report on this kid.
Right.
Which is crazy.
That is crazy.
They have it for every school shooter.
Yeah, the people are entitled to know the toxicology report. Jim Belushi died.
Right.
And they told everybody his toxicology report.
Right.
Within 3 weeks for it to come
back. Of it, right?
Yeah, but still,
right.
I'm talking about the right to privacy versus the public's right to know.
Yeah. Well, in this particular situation, the right to know is imperative.
Yeah.
Like, you have to. Is there something that was given to this kid that made him do something that insane? Because there are things that they can give you that will completely distort your understanding of reality, and which is why they gave the Nazis meth.
Yeah.
This is the whole reason for it, because you would do wild shit when you're hopped up on amphetamines.
Yeah. You can give somebody Klonopin and start this anxiety, and you don't know whether you could make one decision 1 minute and angst about it the next.
Right.
And be very influenced.
Right.
There's
also the idea that we know all the psychotropic drugs that the government is experimenting on, that's ridiculous too.
Well,
guarantee
I experimented with them a couple of
What would you
Not
think?
all of them, no, since 1990. They got some stuff coming out now right here.
Well, you got off the cocaine train at the exact right time, because now it's you're
who knows what it is.
rolling the dice with fentanyl.
Fentanyl. But it's it hasn't always been like this. The way you and I are talking, and it's been a very, very long time since it seems that common sense prevailed in the end in this country, and I so want it back. For not just, and I'm not even talking about having everything go the way I want it to go. It's to get back to a time when whoever was in the White House and at least we were a people that could at least agree 70% of the time. And I think we are a people that agree 70% of the time as a whole. But that's impossible now.
Right, we're being manipulated too much. And most people are just not savvy enough to understand the effect of this manipulation. Which is, I think that's a big factor we're experiencing. There's just a lot of people that aren't even aware of all the things that we're talking about. There's a lot of people out there that think, oh, Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. Lone gunman, crazy guy.
Well, I thought that for a very long time myself.
Really?
Yeah. After about 12, 15 years, it started to sound like conspiracy theories to me and stuff. And then I completely switched over again because of evidence, really, that's coming out. And I really want to see the rest of the files. And why are they not releasing the files? I know Trump released a bunch of them, but I guess there's people living that.
Well, there's also the complete erosion of faith in the intelligence agencies. If it turns out that the CIA did kill JFK, or that they were involved in the killing of JFK, and it could be proven, which is what Tucker Carlson's been saying. If that is the truth, that would be, it would throw the whole country into a tailspin. We wouldn't know what the fuck to do. Because if you really found out that in 1963, they organized an assassination on the president, pulled it off, killed him, lied to the public, published this bullshit Warren Commission report, tried to pass off this nonsense of the magic bullet, all that stuff. All that stuff.
John Foster Dulles, who ran the CIA, they just pulled off one a month before with Diem in South Vietnam, where he was assassinated, and Kennedy was shot, and then the Warren report. He was the head of the CIA. Was the head of Alan Dulles. Alan Dulles of the. I said John Foster. Alan Dulles was the head of the Warren Commission,
which is nuts because Kennedy had fired him.
Yeah. Had fired him because he was doing things behind his back.
And so then that guy becomes the head of the Warren Commission report. And then Gerald Ford, also on the Warren Commission report, then takes over when Nixon gets kicked out of office.
Right.
And then you find out Tucker Carlson explains to us that the whole Nixon thing was essentially an FBI, CIA op to get Nixon out of office. And Nixon was apparently very interested in finding out who had shot JFK.
Yeah.
So
and also the Vietnam War that was going on. The CIA was there. In fact, that's kind of where it started, along with the Bay of Pigs, which Kennedy inherited. That was an operation going on. But the Cuban Missile Crisis was another one. So Kennedy having actually a secret dialogue with Khrushchev that was going on that I guess today they would call collusion. I don't know. But they were making great progress in that. But Vietnam, he had gotten the Russians to agree to make Laos a neutral country in that. And there were we had American GIs, even before it was an actual war, which it never was, but getting killed over there. And Kennedy was wanting to do the same thing with Vietnam, have it be a neutral country, and was making progress with Khrushchev in a way towards that. But the CIA's involvement over there, they openly and were the Joint Chiefs in meetings. Kennedy had lost control of the Joint Chiefs and decisions that were being made there. They were totally going against him, and I believe too that it was the CIA that took him out because of their agenda and the mood that was in the country.
It's crazy. The whole thing's crazy. It's crazy to look back on it and think about it. And even the fact that we know now for a fact that the Gulf of Tonkin incident was a false flag.
Yeah.
Which is what got us into Vietnam in the first place. And that no one went to jail for that.
Yeah, and when Johnson came in, I don't think Johnson was involved in the assassination of Kennedy, but when Johnson did come in, he had a different kind of bend on that and said, you guys will get your war right after the election, is what he told the Joint Chiefs, because they really wanted it. And lo and behold, after he was elected, the Gulf of Tonkin incident happens. Way you go.
Yeah, it's wild. And then we're dealing with a more sophisticated, much better concealed version of that apparatus right now.
Yes, that's what this really got me to thinking. Okay, all this was going on then. How much more sophisticated is it now?
Right.
And especially after 9/11, when we just handed them the keys to be able. The CIA was created by Truman. They haven't just been around. It was created by Truman, and they were supposed to act as foreign agents in other countries, and they were basically given like James Bond, license to kill and do what. Also, the license to lie before Congress. They were given to keep things as secret as they could. And Truman came to, not even a year after he created it, came to regret it, that he'd even created that office, because of it turns into a government within a government that is, deciding. It has its fingers in every pie, especially, the military.
Yeah.
And it's a dangerous place. Kennedy himself was, wanted to get rid of the CIA, in fact. And so later after 9/11, we just really gave them the keys to the kingdom because they were, you're allowed in the homeland to do the same thing.
And then the Patriot Act and NDAA, all those different things that gave them the ability to spy on people. And then what we found from Edward Snowden about the NSA and all of it. It's just wild stuff, man. And most people aren't even aware of it. That's really crazy.
Go to what we were told about with Iraq before we went in there and the weapons of mass destruction, and the like, which everybody believed, no matter what side you were on.
Right.
So
it's pretty crazy. And it's literally what Truman was warning everyone about when he left office.
Yeah.
That famous speech about the military-industrial.
Well, that was Eisenhower.
I'm sorry.
Eisenhower came in and gave that same speech and had a meeting with Kennedy about the beware the military-industrial establishment.
And especially Eisenhower, because he was such a respected person. So for him to say that, but it was one of those things that you say it on television, people hear it, and then you never saw it again. Because it wasn't the time where there was the internet. There was no one watching that clip on YouTube saying, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, what was he talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, Kennedy's speech at the American University, which was about peace and about this, the Soviet Union and the United States, learning to live together. In fact, the Test Ban Treaty came out of that, which was hardly covered in the news actually back then. Because everybody was so pro-war. I mean, I grew up, we were getting under our school desk.
Yep.
Like at least once every 2 weeks in case of a nuclear war, it was going to happen. I lived within the circle of zone in Houston there that the Cubans were going to send the missiles. I got kept home from school. It was happening. We lived with that until, Reagan, the Pope, and Valenza, along with Margaret Thatcher, ended the Cold War.
Yeah.
And, but I digress.
I remember those days. I remember those days in school where they would make you do drills, and they would play videos showing you how to get under your desk.
Yeah.
As if that's going to protect you from a fucking nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
A desk?
Yeah. That's...
we were terrified. Like, we grew up with an existential fear of a nuclear war with Russia.
Yeah, and it was real. There was about a 90% chance that it was going to happen especially during the 60s, and then again with during the Carter administration and into Reagan, because we'd appeased them. We'd given away so much, and they were building their military up, and it really was like a chess game. But there was a hawk, the pro-war, that survivability after a nuclear attack was a big topic.
Sure, that's Dr. Strangelove.
Yeah, like Curtis LeMay, one of the Joint Chiefs, who was a big admiral during World War II and ran the Pacific campaign, basically. But he was saying, well, we could survive this. 50 million people, yes, would be killed, but we will survive. Survive to what? That was the mentality.
Isn't that crazy?
That's how much they wanted to defeat communism.
Right. And it's literally a comedy. In Dr. Strangelove, him explaining that is literally a comedy, because people are like, what?
Yeah.
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 I encourage anybody to watch that
movie. Mandrake.
Yeah. It's crazy. They were like, well, we might lose 50 million people. We'll be okay. We'll still have 100.
Yeah.
We might lose a third of the country, because back then that was probably the population, right? Probably 150.
It was about 150 million back then. Yeah, now a third. Be gone. Let's say, Strangelove. It's such a great movie to still watch.
Yeah,
they had the tunnels they had built ahead of time.
Yeah,
and I think it was like 8 females to one male.
So we can continue to make babies. Repopulate.
So we can repopulate very quickly.
What the fuck? Or how about no war, guys? How about that? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Possible? Just fucking make friends with everybody?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, can't we all get along? It's a big ass world.
Yeah.
Was there a way to do this without killing hundreds of millions of people, you fucking idiots?
Yeah, Rodney King, actually, he was right. Can't we all just get
Yeah.
along? But that's the first thing that comes up in my mind these days.
Yeah. Can't we all just get along?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that nuts? Rodney King, voice of reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Voice of reason.
And Ronald Reagan.
Well, yeah.
Ronald Reagan, if you listen to his speeches today, he's incredibly reasonable. I mean, we were told, like, I grew up in a very liberal household, and Reagan was the bad guy. Like, everybody hated Reagan, trickle-down economics. It's bad for the country. It's a bunch of greedy people.
Warmonger.
Let them control the country. You listen to him talk now. You know, one of the great speeches he gave in front of the UN, it really got all the crazy UFO conspiracy theories. Those guys went nuts, because he said how quickly we would put aside our differences if we were faced from an alien threat from outside this world. It's a great perspective, because it's so true.
It's so true. We come together like that.
Yeah, and we should be a community on a planet, and it is possible in an alternative universe with different circumstances that we could have evolved into a community. And it's possible, I think, in the future, if big tech and these ideologies don't get a hold of us, and we can communicate as individuals and realize that most of our differences are bullshit, and most of what's going on is the battle of control over resources. And if instead human beings had the ability to communicate with each other and have real, true access to information and know exactly what's going on and be able to relay what their concerns and needs are, most people just want to be happy
instead of keeping secrets.
Yes,
you know,
exactly.
it's the keeping a secret, you know, from them. It's us and them. I mean, Kennedy himself he wanted for the Russians the Soviets to join our space program and do a joint venture to send a man to the moon. That's where he'd come to. This was during the test ban treaty, because, you know, it was the rocket secrets and all the rest of that stuff. Can you imagine putting their minds and our minds together?
Yeah. And
doing this as a joint venture, there would have to be relinquishing of secrets, because it's military. That's why, of course, they wouldn't allow that to happen.
Right.
But once you start doing that and having that shared technology without keeping secrets from each other, that's where people and nations do come together.
Right.
Because we don't mistrust each other because we're armed. We're armed because we mistrust each other.
Right. Right.
And that's what Reagan said to Gorbachev in Vienna, which got the conversation going.
Yeah.
And
well, now there's the same conversations going on right now with AI, because AI weaponry and the ability to have weapons that don't rely at all on human interaction. No people making decisions or pressing buttons. Completely powered by AI.
Yeah.
If that happens, this is a very, very dangerous situation.
Again, Dr. Strangelove.
No morals, no ethics.
Yeah.
And this mad race is, again, this is the height of tech, right? Because you have tech people that are communicating about things to Congress, where the people that are asking the questions really have no understanding of what these guys are doing, or what's really possible and what's capable. And there's problems because they lose information. Like, information gets stolen, and they're dealing with that right now. They think that China has access to the top level AI that we're producing right now.
Right.
There's a real concern about that.
Where do those attacks really come from? Sometimes you even concerned about that. Is it Korea? Is it China or whatever?
Right.
Because you can mask all that. But yeah, AI does scare me. But then it's called progress, and there is no going back from progress.
No,
we just got to keep up.
Yeah,
we really got to keep up now.
How do you keep up with that, though? That's the question.
Everything happened so much faster that they had a kind of a running start with nuclear bombs, and that, because it took a while to develop over time, and now things come along so quickly, and the more we know, the more we can know. And it's a scary world.
So is the reluctance that people have to allow, like, the resistance against this Reagan film, do you think it's just a resistance about conservatism in general, or is it the idea that you're going to change people's perceptions about history? Because there's a lot of people, again, that have this very peripheral, low information view of who Reagan was. And so they want to have this negative spin on Reagan in history because he's a conservative.
I think, Reagan was a great president, and I think it gets perceived and compared to Trump, because there are comparisons to Trump and the things that you get down to policy. There's a really good comparison to Trump, and maybe they see this as influencing an election by that comparison or whatever. But free society here, it's about ideas we're able to express, and we're able to make up your own mind about it rather than deciding for people what it was. And the Reagan movie it's not about ideology at all. I mean, Reagan was a Democrat for 40 years until the last 40 years of his life, or 35, he was a Republican. And it's about the Cold War and about his fight against communism. And, we won the Cold War under Reagan. And it was before that, appeasement had been practiced in this country. Jimmy Carter, God bless him, he did really well with the Egyptians and Israel in making peace in the Middle East. He was great about that. He wasn't so great with the Iran hostage thing. You remember the foiled, disastrous rescue attempt. Back then it seemed like everything failed. And but with the Soviets, he'd appeased it, like, gave away the B-1 bomber. He gave away a lot of things without getting anything in return from the Soviets as far as reducing the threat of war. And they took that, of course, as weakness and started to really build up their military and their missiles strength to an unprecedented level. Americans were... There's a lot about Americans that it's kind of sweet in a way, and the kumbaya thing. Why can't we be friends and just the humanity? I mean, that's the good-hearted, fantastic thing about America. But that's not the way the world works. We're all a product of the way that we grew up. We've basically grown up in this country with relative safety, and we have, a nation that has had laws that, form of law, and you do things the right way and the wrong way, which you consider. But, can you imagine what it was like for Saddam to grow up in Iraq, or Xi, or Putin, and the way they grew up? That makes them the way they are, and the Russian people have grown up the same way. So you start to get a sense of how the rest of the world doesn't operate on the same rules that we are. They actually have a more realistic way of looking at things, the way man has actually been from the tribal stage on. You got the water, and we want the water. We don't want to share it. We want it ours, because you'll piss in it, and it'll destroy it. So we want it for ourselves. But Reagan came along, and he had the idea to bankrupt them, to make the spin. Star Wars. He came out with Star Wars. He really got that name from the movie. The whole Star Wars thing, which is now the Patriot defense system, over in Israel. It didn't exist at that time. It was decades away from it. But he made the Russians think at least 10% that it might be real. Reagan even offered to share it with them, in exchange for let's take our missiles down to zero. And you know, I got mad at him in Iceland when I thought he was acting like an old codger because they came up and said, we're offering you this, you know, half the missiles or this or that. And he said, no. Because they wanted us to get rid of Star Wars, which didn't exist. And he said, well, you know, you have to get rid of Star Wars. And if we'd done that, the Soviets would have just gone on their merry way and been doing what they would have had been doing. But Reagan said no. And the Soviet Union came toppling down, but it was great progress that he made. And it took a Cold Warrior, hard-assed Cold Warrior, to be able to negotiate with them. And that's what we don't have today.
Right. Yeah. Did you, how much research did you have to do on Reagan before you did this film? Did you do a deep dive?
Yeah. Well, for one thing, I lived through it. I remember every single thing, because even back then I was a big news wonk, even though we only had 3 channels, three news channels. And also, when I was offered the part, he was my favorite president. Okay, and I didn't say yes. I didn't say no. He's like Muhammad Ali. He's known, you know, all over the world. People know what he looks like, sounds like, and the like. And I didn't want to do impersonation like Saturday Night Live, because when I play a real person, I want to play it from their point of view. And sometimes that means warts and all, you know, what are not just like what you did, but what are your insecurities? What do you really care about? How did you feel when you got jilted, you know, or whatever that make us up who we are in the end. Yeah, and it took me a long time to say yes, but I got invited to the Reagan Ranch, which was the Western White House back then. And when Reagan died, some friends bought it and left it exactly as it is. He and Nancy's clothes are in the closet.
Whoa.
Yeah. You expect them to come back. They didn't change a thing. And the only guy that was up there was John Bartlett, who was Reagan's Secret Service guy. He rode horses with every day. So you go up 5 miles of the worst road in California, and get to the top of that mountain, come through the gate, and I could feel him. I could just feel him in every square inch of that place, you know. And I could feel he was a humble guy. His library, with every book, he's got a big bookcase, with every book going back to like 9 years old. The French Review Dell is there, and they had a king size bed, but it was 2 single beds zip tied together.
Huh.
The house is 1,100 square feet, you know, maybe 2 rooms of this, and very simple. And you know, it's the Western White House. All the, you know, the appliances are GE, because he was a spokesman for GE back then, and he bought that place after he was governor. But either he didn't have much money or he was really cheap. But
or he wanted to live simply.
Yeah, he knew how to live simply. It was this person, and I felt him. And then, you know, in the research, he was an actor, and he had we both have sunny dispositions too, I think, naturally. But I don't think, one of the things about Reagan is I don't think he ever got to where he wanted to get as an actor. I think was one of the disappointments for him. And, you know, his career was going towards at the end when he married Jane Wyman, who won an Academy Award the next year. And I think his self-esteem was actually pretty low at that point, because he was looking for a purpose in his life that he never found until he got he ran for and was elected vice president of the Screen Actors Guild, and then president of the Screen Actors Guild. And that's not a job that anybody, as an actor, you aspire to be, right?
Right. But
it's like when God shuts a door, he opens a window somewhere. And this was his entry into politics. And, you know, that's where that road started. And at the time that he was president, the Soviet Union, they found the files after they fell, by the way, in the Soviet Union. They were trying to infiltrate the media, of course, into movies and through the unions for control of that. And that was his in earnest. I mean, there were fistfights in union halls over it that he was involved in. And he did a lot of great. The reason we actors have great health insurance is because of Ronald Reagan.
Really?
Yeah.
No kidding.
It was, in fact, that happened in, I think it was 60 or 61. And he wasn't even president of the Screen Actors Guild then. He had been, I think, like 6 years later, his term had run out. But he came back and got that ramped through because that was the right thing to do. That was when he was a Democrat.
Wow.
Yeah. He got us, I mean, we have the best health insurance of any union I can think of. And that was because of Ronald Reagan.
That's wild.
Yeah.
The whole film industry is in deep trouble with AI. That's going to be a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to decimate jobs.
Or it could be a future source of revenue for my kids and grandkids. And after that, well, they want Dennis Quaid to do a movie. They just
that's true. That is true. Didn't Bruce Willis sign off on something like that? I think he signed off on allowing them to use it because Bruce obviously has a horrible condition, aphasia.
Yeah.
And he can't act anymore. And I think he signed off on digital rights for something, some limited aspect of that.
Mm-hmm. I was, what is the name of that? The boy band thing. That's a dirty. It's a documentary about the guy Peterson. I think is that started the boy bands. They had NSYNC and they had a documentary on him.
No, Bruce Willis didn't sell his likeness to a deep fake company.
That's a deep fake.
Despite initial reports. So what did he do?
They did something like that, but like the company didn't own his likeness or anything. Like he did a commercial or something.
So he only signed off on this one thing. Oh, so they're saying that he signed up. Interesting.
Well, anyway, this documentary, they take this guy and they take old footage of him and they put other words in his mouth, talking to the camera.
Mm.
And, and you believe it. I mean, it's seamless.
Right.
You can't. Yeah, it is scary in that way. It's also could be used for great things, as well. We can, for computing ability, that would take years and years, to take a couple of minutes. Or if you're making a movie and you can go out in an empty stadium and just create a crowd that doesn't look like cutout pictures.
Yeah.
Which was, I think, of course, it takes away extras. Ability to earn a living, but it also means that you can make a $4 billion movie instead of a $40 billion movie,
right.
And get smaller movies and more people have access to making movies.
That's true.
So,
that's one way of looking at it.
So it's
also, it might eliminate actors. That's possible too.
Well, that would be such a bad idea.
Now that you're kind of fully established.
As long as I can play golf and somebody else comes to the set digitally, okay.
Do you think that expressing your conservative viewpoints and doing this film on Reagan, do you think this ultimately has the potential to hurt your career?
I don't care anymore. What's the time that I was kind of concerned to kind of speak my mind or speak up, but in this. Really in the last couple of years that I feel it's really important that we do, all of us, speak up. In this election, everybody's got to choose a side, and we have to, in order to have this exchange of ideas and dialogue, we have to speak up. And so, like I said, they when I was doing Reagan, there was a story that came out that I was taking money from the CDC, $400,000. You know, the Trump administration had arranged so I could do a commercial on for the vaccine that was coming out, but none of which was true. But you know, it's like my son even called me like freaking out, you know, because they were just like I was going to get canceled over this stuff because I was taking, I guess, taxpayer money from the CDC, you know, making money off this. But none of it was true.
Where did it come from? Did they find a source?
I really have no idea. It's something that circulated in social media, so I really don't know. But that, and I remember when when COVID first started, I think it was Politico that I did a phone conversation with, because I was involved with this podcast company that we were promoting, and it just happened to be COVID, and the guy asked me what I thought about the way Trump was handling the COVID, and I said, well, at least he's there every day, you know. He's there every day trying to do something. And I think when it comes to things like this, we need to get behind our president as a whole, to come together to fight this thing. Just like, just like Franklin Roosevelt getting behind, during World War, at the start of World War II, in order to, well, anyway, that became that I was a, right-wing Trumpster, and supposedly in danger of getting canceled over that. And then I also gave a speech about Reagan to the group in Florida after we'd made the movie. And I think there were two people that were January 6th. People just happened to be there. And by association, that was going to be, my agents called me like freaking out over that, like it was going to be canceled. It was like being told to, just be quiet and let things go by, and no, I just can't. I'm not a very good rule follower to begin with, It's just those faults I've had, but
good for you.
Yeah, but
I think that kind of makes you a good actor too.
Well,
it's a rebellious nature.
Yeah, well, maybe that's debatable, but it's a lot of rebellious people I know are really bad actors. But
touche. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Yeah.
But, I don't know. I think we all have kind of a obligation, you want to call it, or a duty, or whatever. Yeah. We're citizens of America. We're citizens of the United States. The country is ours. It's the people of the United States who are supposed to run things.
Right.
And so we have to speak out. I hated when actors spoke out about politics. I remember the days like Richard Dreyfuss or, whoever would, talk shows, and it's always just sounded like so stupid. Because, of course, they didn't know anything. But so what little I know, I do have to speak out about. And I'm sorry, Richard, for saying that about you. But
he's very vocal now.
Yeah, he always has been. But I just, if they have the right to go on TV and talk about how, I've seen several actors go on there and talk about how Biden is late. I saw him; he was in great shape. But I have the right to go on and talk about that. I'm voting for Trump because people might call him an asshole, but he's my asshole.
Yeah. Well, we don't have the best choices today. And it's interesting that we put so much weight on famous people. We put so much weight on their opinion and perspectives on things. We want a guy like George Clooney to be out there endorsing Kamala Harris and talking about the threat to democracy that is Donald Trump and all that.
Right. Because he does it so well in the movies. You notice Tom Hanks has been very silent.
Yeah.
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 And I don't blame him. you know, and you know, it's yeah, we do. I also think that presidents are a reflection of who we are as a people and what our culture has become. You know, you know, you can go back, like Reagan reflected his times. He probably couldn't. He probably couldn't get elected today because he come off like Kemp. You know, they're just kind of solid. But you know, along comes Trump. Trump swears. You know, it's okay. You know, over time to say shit, fuck this, whatever you want on TV. You know, before that with cable news, and so you know, now you can say it, but it took somebody like Trump to actually say it.
Yeah, he was really the first one that opened up that door.
Yeah,
remember that speech that he gave about how you deal with China? You don't say we're going to tax you 20%. And you say, listen, motherfuckers.
Yeah,
and everybody's like, whoa. Yeah, I loved it. I was like,
yeah, me too. It's like you found it plain speaking, just like you said it before,
like an actual human being.
Yeah,
because that's how actual human beings talk about something.
Yeah, that's what the emotions it brings up. You know, and that's what you feel. I mean, I guess Obama was the first one to really truly use social media. Yeah, you know, in a way because he understood it. And so did Trump. I mean, he was tweeting. You know, it's probably why the polls didn't really reflect what was going on because people were just reading his tweets.
Right. Yeah. Well, the tweets are so ridiculous. He can't help himself.
Yeah.
He's got to insult people and go after people, and like that's how he made his career. I mean, that was him.
Yeah,
in the
starting with Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah,
I remember in that feud that got him. That was like so ridiculous back then.
Leave that lady alone.
You know, I do cringe sometimes and stuff, but I know where he is at the bottom of it. That he really does care about the American people, and he really loves this country, and he's really smart, and he knows how to deal with foreign policy wise. Which is a huge thing with me because it has an effect on everything else, our culture, our economy, you know, just the way we feel inside.
Yeah,
and you know, I think he's best for that. You know, I just hope I'd like to see him focus more on the issues.
Yes,
be very disciplined about doing that because when he goes off that. They love that.
Yeah.
Any chance they can make it personal, they love that.
I also think that he gets sucked into some things that I think are traps. I think one of the traps that's been set, at least recently, is the use of computer-generated imagery with Kamala Harris's campaign. I think he got sucked into a trap because he made a post about how the crowds that were at the airport to meet her were fake. Right. That it was CGI.
Right.
And a lot of people thought they were CGI. And there was a lot of people tweeting about it that it was CGI. And I was looking at it, I was like, this is interesting because it's so obvious. Why would they do that? Well, one of the ways they would do that is to put out fake images or put out the idea that they were fake images so that he makes this post. He bites on it.
Yeah.
And then they go, actually, there's video of it.
They can go back
and
really video in the crowds and all that and prove that it was.
Exactly.
Because it's so used to like Biden doing a rally and you never see the size of the crowd and you can feel that there's nobody there and just you know, there's tepid applause, you know, and you hear
also,
individual hands.
Hire people to go to those things.
Yeah.
It's not difficult to hire a crowd. You can get a crowd to go to a comedy show if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You can get a crowd to do almost anything. I mean, also, they did this very wise thing, the Harris campaign, where they would have famous singers. Yeah. They'd have famous singers and entertainers perform there, and then she would be there as well. So people would essentially get a free concert.
At a concert.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not hard to get.
Not hard to do.
Especially if a big urban environment.
Yeah.
You want to get 10,000 people to go to a place. Not that hard.
And granted, you know what? It did energize the Democrats when Joe stepped down.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was
They knew they were fucked. If they
Yeah,
stayed in
they
here.
knew it. And
Every time we talked, it was
it
getting
was a
worse.
ray of hope, and somebody young, and so all the people that they got volunteers, and they, they're going all in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
supposedly, unless they really abscond the Republican agenda, which it seems like she's trying to do. That's what Clinton did that actually in '94. He was going to be a lame duck president. He was going down, and his response was in the State of the Union address. He said the age of welfare is over, and he basically took over the Republican agenda, and we had like 6 years of just incredible. The economy was amazing. It was a force, and she started with Kamala now is taking over the whole no tax on tips.
Yeah,
try to take that over, trying to say that she's never was the border czar, and that from day one she's going to do something about it. And I think there's 4 or 5 months left in the administration right now. What to do about something about
also
it now?
denying she was the border czar when there's hundreds of people talking on television calling her the border czar.
Oh yeah,
it's nuts.
Yeah,
that's the
including
craziest
Joe
gaslighting.
Biden himself.
Yeah,
said border czar.
Yeah, they said it on CNN,
czar.
and then CNN later saying she was never the border czar.
Yeah.
Oh, she wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, why'd you say it back then? You guys are misinformation.
Yeah. So, she did go to the border. She went to the border of Nicaragua and then ended in the bordering country or whatever. Talking about the root cause and all that stuff. Well, yeah, root cause. It
seems very coordinated, doesn't it? The border thing.
Yeah.
That one I really want to know. Like, what are they trying to do? What's the end goal here?
I mean, it seemed the obvious thing would be for the old idea that's for voters, that people coming into this country are naturally Democrats, but that's not really true. I have so many Latino friends, and the people that came here the right way, they can't stand what's going on because they really can't. And they have a tendency to really kind of get families and church and stuff to be, become conservative and believe in the American dream. And that's not true. I mean, the only other thing would be the power, I guess, and you create you definitely have less Republican votes, I guess they think, with that, and you create chaos, which is kind of another kind of Soviet tactic that if you want to foment revolution, that's what you do, create chaos.
Yeah.
So. That's really get into a conspiracy theory for that, but I don't see the sense of it. And then I have people like my housekeeper Josie, who was over here illegally for so long in her life, and finally I said, in fact, when Trump was going to get elected in 2016, she was like really, really afraid. And I said, you know what? We have to do this the right way. I'm going to apply for citizenship, and I'm going to sponsor you. And so we started the process then. Got her green card and everything to it, and she went through her citizenship test with me, which she was doing. She's failed twice, but I went through the citizenship test with her. She got everything perfect, but she goes over there and she gets treated like dirt, really.
Which is crazy that people trying to do it the right way get treated like shit.
She gets treated like she's doing something wrong or whatever. And I know she can pass it because I went through the whole thing with it randomly. And yet, if you come into this country illegally, they're going to pay for your hotel. They're going to give you $1,000 to spend. They're going to
That's so insane.
Well, what state do you want to go to?
Yeah.
And we don't get those rights.
Well, it's just insane when we have so many poor people in this country that are U.S. citizens that aren't being taken care of, and you're just letting people come here. Veterans. Letting people come here illegally and giving them all this money. Like, what's the end game?
Yeah. what is the end game?
And also,
because
Kamala
even the
Harris
mayor of
said-
New York is complaining about it.
Yeah. Well, he fucked up.
Yeah.
He used to call it a sanctuary city. We'll welcome anybody. And they're like, great.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Yeah.
Well, also, Kamala Harris has said that terrorists aren't coming in through the border. That's not true. They've arrested terrorists.
Of course it is. That's been going on for a very long time. I mean, even back to the Bush administration, where they would send floods of like kids. The cartel would come down to, people way down in Mexico said, we're taking your kids, and that's it. And couldn't say a single thing about it. The cartel runs Mexico, I believe. That's a fact. And just bring them to the border, and sending in a flood of kids or whoever to get across the border, and embedded in that are terrorists. You send in 1,000 with 4 terrorists in it, the odds are a lot better of getting in here.
Yeah.
And that's been going on for a very long time.
But it's just never been as porous as it is now, right? Because now it's not just porous, it's like an open invitation.
Yeah.
Which is just insane. And then if you want to come here from Europe, like say if you're a mathematician or something like that, or even a friend of mine from Estonia who's a comedian, he's trying very hard to get his green card. It's a difficult process. But if you want to come here illegally, all you have to do is walk.
Right.
They'll let you in, they give you a cell phone, they give you money. They'll put you up at a hotel, they give you free food. It's
just the
crazy.
fact that they throw away their IDs and everything.
Yep.
Before they come across the border, you can say you're anybody.
Yeah.
From any country.
Yeah. No genetics testing.
No questions asked.
Yeah.
Just, hey,
Nothing.
come to a future court date, maybe.
Yeah, it's
I don't
7 years.
remember, what state would you like to go to?
Right. And then the court dates are years ahead. So you get to live in this country illegally subsidized for years.
Mm-hmm.
And you would assume that those people are going to vote for the people that did that for them. And I think that's part of the issue.
And, a lot of there's deals made with the cartel. The cartel is just like, the cartel is charging, what is it, $5,000 a head? $5,000 a head times 15 million. What does that come to? That's a lot of money.
Jesus Christ.
That I think basically our government has been paying for a lot. Subsidizing them over there and dealing with the cartel. And the world is turned upside down. It really is, from at least for the world I went to. But I'm old, so maybe not so relevant. But
not true.
I don't think that common sense. I think it's always relevant. If you ask me,
it's relevant.
Yeah.
It's very relevant. Everything's relevant. It's also like everybody recognizes that this is not the best course for everybody, for the whole country. Regardless of if you're a left-wing person, you do not want terrorists sneaking into this country and blowing up cities. You don't. Of course you don't.
No.
So if there's an option where they can get here easily and quickly, you would want to seal that up for everybody. Yeah. Even if you're a kind person that thinks we should make some sort of a path to citizenship, which I agree. Like your housekeeper, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. There should be some sort of a path for people here. Look, I'm the grandchild of immigrants. People came across because they wanted a better life, but it was easier to do back then, the 20s.
Yeah.
Not hard. Get over
That's
here.
True.
Once you're here, you can settle down.
Yeah.
I mean, there should be a path. And that's one of the things that made America so interesting, because it's a melting pot of all these ambitious people that came here from a place that sucked, and they carved out a life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There should be a path. But I'm all for immigrants.
It should be everywhere.
From everywhere. Just do it the right way.
Right.
It's better for everybody.
Yes, better for everybody.
That's just the way it is. I mean, as it is now, it's just Venezuelan gangs. Or, we're all moving into the same neighborhood. It's very much.
What do you see that thing in Aurora, Colorado?
Back in the New York days. What?
The Aurora, Colorado apartment building? Do you know that issue?
No.
Okay. There's an apartment building in Aurora, Colorado that has been taken over by Venezuelan gangs.
Yeah.
And so they essentially, no one can collect rent anymore. The gangs collecting rent. They're evicting everyone out of the building, and they're controlling this building. And everyone's aware of it.
Yeah,
and it's
basically
been
squatting or the laws, using the laws of the United States.
Exactly.
Yeah,
because Colorado is incredibly liberal,
right?
And that area is incredibly liberal. And
yeah.
So, see if you can find that story on the Venezuelan gangs taking over the apartment building in Colorado. I was watching a news piece on it today, where they were, expressing this real confusion and frustration that there was nothing they could be doing about this, and that they have different doors have X's on them. The red X's are when people have been evacuated from the apartment.
They shut it down.
They shut down slumlord apartment. Wait a minute. Slumlord. Are they saying anything about the gangs?
Oh, they're calling them slumlords now?
Aurora evictions draw attention to owners' neglect at other apartments. Yeah, maybe that's true. But what about the gangs? Yeah, so that's the problem with Google. There's some stories. Okay, special task force. Check that out. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Special task force investigating Venezuelan gangs' alleged ties to Aurora. Aurora City Council officials say that apartment complex on Nome Street is closing due to code violations, but some council members allege there's more to the story. So this is what I've been reading. What I've been reading is that these Venezuelan gangs have occupied this thing. The gang known as Tren de Aragua started out as a prison gang in Venezuela, has expanded throughout the Western Hemisphere. Last month, the Biden administration designated the gang as a transnational criminal organization, accusing it of engaging in human smuggling and trafficking, gender-based violence, money laundering, and illicit drug trafficking. Aurora Police Department, in partnership with the Raven Task Force, has assigned 4 detectives to a special task force that includes additional local, state, and federal partners to investigate the violent crime impacting our migrant community, said Aurora PD spokesperson late Thursday. Yeah, wow. They've taken over the apartment complex.
Yeah.
The city is closing near Colfax and Peoria. Interesting.
So they just basically take over an apartment complex, and there's ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Type of situation.
Yeah.
You can go through the courts all you want.
Well, especially if our laws are so lax.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not good. And if they're all flooding in through the border, and these are the type of people that are flooding, those guys aren't coming over legally, the Venezuelan gang. So that is an effect of what this
basically, especially Venezuela. I mean, that's been going on for a while. People trying to leave the country, and then they empty the jails. Like Castro did. Empty the jails and let them come out. Because the gangs they're a political force. At some point they become a political force.
Yeah.
Because how many that takes, but that's what they're doing.
Especially when you have things like defunding the police and this lack of appreciation for law enforcement.
Yeah, no cash bail. Just a slap on the wrist.
All of it is crazy.
You can beat up cops and it's okay.
You beat up cops as an illegal immigrant on film, and you just get let out of jail, and the kid's giving the Tupac double fingers to the
Oh man,
crazy. This is what is the end game of this type of behavior, and how is there no course correction? That's what's scary to people, and what should be scary to people, because this seems like if I wanted to throw the country into complete chaos, that's how I would do it. I'd have gangs come in through the border.
That's the way Stalin did it. They were involved in bank. Stalin in his earlier career, that they robbed banks.
Wow,
that's what they did. They were a gang and basically mayhem, but they robbed banks to finance the cause.
Crazy. What a weird time.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Dennis, I appreciate you very much. I've always loved your movies. I really enjoyed talking to you.
Yeah, really.
It's a lot of fun.
Couple of conspiracy theorists just getting together, talking it over.
Couple of loons.
Getting that adrenaline rush.
When does Reagan come out?
Reagan comes out August the 30th.
All right. Well,
and
I'll be watching.
Quite a few theaters, actually.
There it is.
And I'm very proud of it. I love the movie, and number one, I hope people entertained. And also, if you were born before 1985, you can go to remember how great this country used to be. And if you're after 1985, you can see it, and you can realize how great this country still could be.
All right. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Oh man, what's up, baby?
Joe Rogan.
Good to see you, brother.
Dude, thanks for having me, man.
My pleasure.
This is a fucking pleasure.
How fun was this weekend, man? It was insane.
It was not since Cher was at the Garden has there been so much pandemonium.
Bro, when Brian Holtz was screaming about Billy
Well,
Joel,
you're going right to that because I was like, how long are we going to wait until we talk about Holtzman isolating the room?
amazing. He was amazing.
He seeing him at the Comedy Store, which we've seen him many times, and then at the Mothership now. Seeing him in an arena like that go full on Holtzman is a real treat.
16,000 people,
Yeah.
and he went.
He
just
opened
like he's
with
in the
"Fuck
OR.
Billy Joel," yeah. And then he's like, "I don't care if you're famous here. It's your time. Fuck him. Look at it. You play a fucking piano." I mean, yeah, it was wild.
It was amazing.
The surprises on that show. I want to hear from your vantage point real quick. From obviously doing arenas for a while now. A show like that, getting to see you for a moment before you walked out backstage, and you were just like, it was cool to see you looking at it like, what the fuck? This is
I
wild.
was blown away. First of all, I have seen Kill Tony evolve from the very beginning.
Yeah.
So I saw some of the earliest episodes in the belly room.
Well, you were telling me, Tony came to you and was like, will you do my show? I got this new, and you were just like, yeah, fucking all right, I'll do money out. And then you have no idea what it was.
No,
Yeah.
when I first did it, I was like, okay, let's have some fun. I think I first did it, he brought up, I might have first did it at the Ice House. They used to do it at the Ice House in the little room.
Yeah.
So that was probably one of the first ones that I did. And I did a bunch in the belly room, and then it moved to the main room, and then it moved to Texas when everything shut down. They were trying to do it in the main room for a while with no audience.
Yeah.
They did quite a few episodes with zero audience. It's just a story of persistence and getting.
That's why I keep telling young comics, the consistency is so overlooked in this business. And Tony just believed in it and also kept finding ways to evolve it. And the more people, you guys coming on, and then like it's Saget come on, and like more and more people started to go, oh, something different to fuck around with, right?
Yeah, and he just got better at it too.
Yeah, that's
you
a good
know.
point.
I mean, he's a wizard at hosting that show.
Yeah.
He's managing all these moving parts. He knows when to bring people in and when to, he knows like how to work the panel, and he knows how to like let you go, let somebody else go. He's like, it's a dance, man.
Yeah.
And the dude is the best at it. He's the fucking best at it. So for me, walking out there and seeing that crowd, I was like, this is insane. And to see the Black Keys on stage, I'm like, this is insane. Jelly Roll? Jelly Roll singing New York?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is happening, man? This is crazy.
Yeah. The pops that everybody got, like all the surprises.
Oh
were
my God,
so
when
cool.
Joey Diaz went on stage, it was the loudest I've ever heard an audience cheer for any human being ever in my life.
I thought he was going to be so, taken aback by the roar that he was legit going to run for president. because he came out, he was like, you cocksuckers back here, I came to the circus. By the way, he came in so hot and rode that high and got in like 3 or 4 bangers. Yeah. And I saw Tony at the airport last night, and he was like, I didn't even hear what he said. And I go, dude, he said something about like, I played here, I was on Quaaludes, they put me in the handicap section, and then I fucking came to the circus. It was a different circus where there was no net, the clowns fell, they just fucking swept them out of the way.
Bro, he went off.
That was awesome.
He went off. It was classic.
And you've never seen me do Dr. Phil probably live, right?
No, I don't think I have.
How was that?
I think I might have saw it once at the Mothership. How many did you do
I've
at the
done 2.
Mothership?
I've only done it on Kill Tony twice, and then I did 2 Phil shows on a Sunday there, but you were gone.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
No, so that was the first time I ever saw you do it on stage.
Yeah.
And no, I know Dr. Phil. Know him well. He's been on the podcast a bunch of times. Good friends with his son.
Yeah.
So it was.
So what was that like then?
You nail it.
Thanks, man.
It's got to be weird for him. It's got to be weird for him. This guy is doing a comedic version of him. It's like the most popular guest on Kill Tony.
What the fuck, dude? Of all the, dude.
It's a great guest, dude. It's a great
man.
guest. And the fucking, that's not the best image, because there you can kind of see that you got that thing on your head.
The ball cap.
But you can't tell
It's a
while
good
you're on
one,
stage. It's fucking incredible.
It's wild, right?
It's so funny, dude. You have that that character is like,
well, it's still got the abrasiveness of like talk show Phil, right? Like busting chops. Like that's why it makes sense when I'm doing these roast jokes,
right?
That you're like, yeah, it doesn't seem, because even for me, I hadn't watched like a whole season of Phil episodes. It was during COVID. My wife and I were just stoned and drunk and watching bullshit, and then we'd see these Phil reruns, and I was just laughing because these kids would come on and they're like,
You know, my mom tried to tell me I can't smoke weed. He's like, well, maybe you should shut your fucking little twat mouth. Like, he wouldn't say it, but he would just, in a version, he was just like, well, maybe you need to look in the mirror and see that you aren't exactly perfect. I mean, he just was real abrasive, but in a funny way. And it was it's a funny type of character to do this with, because everyone has some idea of who Phil is, but he's not so known that you're like, this wouldn't, like, how do I know this isn't who he is, right?
Right.
And making him, I'm not defaming him either. I'm not there saying silly shit that's like racist or whatever. It's all good.
It's very funny.
And I think he picks up on that.
Oh, he's a great guy. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's flattered.
Well, his publicists are trying to get him to come on my show, and which would break the internet, because what I want to do at the store or wherever, because now we're doing these theater. I'm doing the Beacon in November, and the Philly, the Miller Theater in Philly in October.
It's
got done the Gramercy, yeah. But all these Phil theater tours is what we're doing now, like theater shows.
Wow.
We're gonna do the ACL Live here next year, and Majestic, and Celebrity Theater in Arizona.
Pay him?
No. I mean, fucking, where's my Phil? Are you still cool with this cam right here? Hey, Doc. But so when he comes on, I'm like, dude, it'll break the internet because, there's a whole intro video, and then, please give it up for Dr. Phil. And so I'm thinking, instead of me coming out, he walks out, and people just go nuts. And then maybe after 20, 30 seconds, I come out, shake hands.
Well, it's also it's an opportunity for him to shit on you for having the biggest thing of your career, imitating him.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said when he gave me Guest of the Year last year. Yeah, you finally figure out a way to be famous, pretending to be someone other than yourself. Yeah. And you know what, though? Isn't it, though, a great, like, as much as it, like, is so fun, and I want to say this with Tony, too, his openness to go, I am always expanding, not only I want to be involved in expanding comedy, but the Kill Tony show. For me to go, Tony, I think Phil on Kill Tony would be fun. He's an advice guy. You're giving advice to comics, but for Tony to be like, fuck yeah, let's add more characters.
Oh yeah.
Is really awesome.
No, Tony takes a lot of risks, and he likes to fly off the seat of his pants. He likes a little bit of chaos on the show. Like twice, I showed up with people, and I just brought them on stage. One time it was Post Malone, and the other time it was Tucker Carlson.
Oh, I saw that. Wait, that was impromptu?
Totally impromptu. They had no idea they were going to do it until they did it. When
All
I
right,
got here,
I think you're smart enough to figure it out, big dog.
You got to come to the club. Let's go hang out. We were having just a great time. I fucking love that guy.
Yeah,
He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, he really is.
He's so nice to everybody.
Yeah.
He's nice to everybody at the bar, downstairs, all the staff.
Yep.
He's just so normal, man. He just hangs with you. He can just hang with you. And so, anyway, we're just hanging out. So, we're like, let's go to the club. And so we get to the club, and Tony was there. I think we went to dinner. Did we go to dinner? Yeah, we went to dinner. And then after dinner, you go to Eddie's?
Yes, dude.
Eddie's is the shit.
It's the best.
So we leave there, and I go, let's go check out the club. And it was Kill Tony. I go, you got to see this show that they're doing. It's called Kill Tony. It's crazy.
Oh, wow. So you're introing to the show.
No idea. He has no idea what's going on. He has no idea I'm roping him into this. So I don't even have an idea. But Tony sends me his text, come on stage. And I was like, all right, dude. Okay. I go, come on, man. We're going to go on stage. He's like, fuck yeah, really? I go, yeah, come on, let's go on stage. And he just went with it. 100% went with it. Sat down, had a great fucking time, had some funny lines. David Lucas he looked like an unemployed crocodile hunter.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Dude, some of David's lines are so spot on. The joke is just as good as like what did Jeff Ross call David Tell when he came out on night 2 at the Garden? He goes, you look like you run you manage a circus in Bosnia or something?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Lucas said that I looked like, because I was wearing that crazy fur coat and the glasses, he goes, you look like my 11th grade teacher that you catch outside of school.
Dude, I called Dave once. I go, all right, Hootie and the Bloated Fish. Or, yeah, dude. Dave, that's another part of the show, too, where it's like there's now been so many established parts that people look forward to, which makes an arena show so exciting for the fans, because they're like, wow, I'm going to see surprises and bucket pulls, or you have so many elements that are spontaneous, right?
Yeah,
and
that was David saying those things was spontaneous in front of 16,000 people and crushing.
Yeah.
He's the best at that. Him and Tony back and forth. I told them they should do a podcast with just David Lucas and Tony talking shit to each other. Because there's compilations on the internet that are like a fucking hour long of just David and Tony just shitting on it and laughing while they're shitting on each other.
Oh, yeah.
It's the best lighthearted shitting on people I've ever seen from two wizards at it. Like
Totally.
they're casting spells at each other.
and fearless, but an underlying respect to where, and that's what's really
Friendship.
cool. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that there's no personal offense ever taken.
No. They love each other.
Had you ever seen? You've watched, I'm sure, some clips of Shane and I before, like after we did that show at the
Yes,
mothership.
I saw a lot of clips from that show. Oh my god, that show has like, what is the number up to now? That
Like
episode,
16 million, dude.
That's so
Isn't that
crazy.
fucking nuts? Dude, we were in, it was a Friday, and Tony calls me. I was doing Kill Tony, but he goes, change of plans, need you to come Sunday. Bring your makeup gal, Shane sticking around doing Trump. And I go, holy shit. So in my head, I'm like, this will be fun. You never still know how anything's going to be received, right? But I'm just like, I don't know, man. Shane's as popular and fucking likable and funny as it gets. And he has only done Trump on his sketch show and on SNL. And I feel like I'll be able to figure out a Biden to whatever. But I know that Shane's down to play. So I knew that it was going to be like, we're in the back, dude, we're in the makeup chairs. And I'm shuffling around. And Shane's like, what are you doing for the face? And I'm like, I kind of got to get the, the half smile going and like that. And then I was shuffling around and I did the face a few times. And he started laughing. And then at one point I just look in the mirror and he's just going, doing his make. We locked eyes and we started laughing. I go, what the fuck are we doing, dude? And then
He's the best Trump of all time.
Yeah.
His Trump is impossible.
Bro, he was so in the
good.
pocket. And which is why we made each other break a few times when we did it at the mothership, because it was like, I can't believe we're doing this for 2 hours. I mean, yeah, dude.
It's incredible.
But to run it back at the Garden was like, I think the move too.
Oh yeah. It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was amazing. The whole thing was amazing.
Yeah,
it was incredible.
Do you love?
It's just, to me, it seems surreal.
I know.
Like just standing there, taking it all in. It's like, what is going on?
And how many people want to come in for Joey to come in, for Harlan to come in? Like Schultz flew in, I think, from vacay just to like be there for that.
No, he was supposed to be. Yeah, he definitely flew in, but he was supposed to be at the
whole
beginning.
time,
But there was a bunch of flights that got delayed.
Yeah.
He still made it.
But still, what a cool pop! Him coming out mid-show,
incredible. It was just so fun, man. Just so ultimately fun. Just really, just a great celebration. A celebration of the success of the show and of comedy. Just fun, raw comedy.
Totally do. Do you after all years of doing this, do things like that? I don't know, like mean a little more to like be able to see that, like something like that live, or is it like, does it give you I don't know, a little more juice for just comedy in general to know that like we're in a cool time where shit like that is possible and happening, I guess?
Dude, we're in an amazing time. It's an amazing time for stand-up. If you're funny and you're trying to have fun and just go out there and be silly, people are looking for that right now, man. And they're looking for something that rebels against this mind virus. It's telling you how to think and behave. We don't like it. Like, shut the fuck up. You're not compassionate and also controlling. That's not possible.
Yeah.
This fucking scolding, shrill fucking stupidity that you hear from people telling you how you have to think and behave. That these things are not up for debate. These are like existential threats to humanity and civilization aren't up for debate.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I'm getting more and more just cognitive of like just jokes. Like I get more and more bummed that people get really offended by certain things.
You
Because
just
I'm like,
gotta stop paying attention. The key is like,
it's just jokes. It's just jokes. Like no one's really, especially at our level, like people making those jokes. It's like, because it sounded funny and it like was I don't know. To each his own, and everything's subjective. But like,
yeah, but this is what's going on, dude. There's always going to be people that wouldn't enjoy it, but they get to see it now.
Yeah.
Whereas before, people just found out what you did. You went to a club. If you liked the guy, you liked the guy. You saw the guy on TV. You went to go see him live.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah.
Now you're getting exposed to people that would never go see you live.
Oh, bro, I get
and they just want to talk so much shit.
Yeah.
But that is just because you're getting exposed to more people. So there's pros and cons. The pros is this show gets 16 million views. That's insane.
Yeah.
Like, what does an average Jimmy Fallon show get? Let's find out what that is. Like, what's the amount of
maybe in the mills, probably.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know. But he's probably the most popular of the late night guys, right?
Yeah.
So what does he get? I think Jimmy Kimmel quit, right? Did he quit?
No, he's still going.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to quit. Is he going to quit?
Well, I just saw Jeff Goldblum hosting there, and I think he's on vacation, maybe.
I would get to a point where I'd be like, when can I do
Did you ever get asked to do that?
No.
Yeah.
No.
You doing a song with somebody?
The whole reason why I started a podcast is no one would ever give me money for a radio show. Not even a radio show.
Oh, wow.
Like, I was thinking about that. I was like, I remember when Opie and Anthony got taken off the air because they brought on a homeless guy who said some wild shit about Condoleezza Rice, like wanting to rape her or something fucking awful.
I like that this guy was
no idea.
At least in the know enough to know who was like.
Yeah, but he was
in
just
the government.
a crazy homeless guy.
Right.
And Opie and Anthony was a wild show. I mean, those motherfuckers, especially when they got on XM, they could say whatever the fuck they wanted. Oh my God.
Were they definitely at the kind of the precipice of things kind of getting a little edgier?
Yeah,
radio wise.
So an average gets 1,720,000 views. That's for Jimmy Kimmel. Is it so he's number 1.
1.5.
Oh, okay. Fallon is 1.4. Oh, Colbert is in the lead with 2.5 million. Wow. So out of those people, how many of them are tuning in because it's just on TV?
Sure.
There's a thing that people do. It's 11 o'clock. What's on? You know, especially boomers. They're locked in. That's what they've done their whole fucking life.
Yeah.
See what's on TV. Yeah. Oh, at 8 o'clock, Colbert's on.
Yeah, dude,
and they just watch a show. Yeah. Those are the same people that believe the news. Which is ironic. Did you see what happened with Colbert's audience?
No.
So Caitlin Collins from CNN is on. And see if I retweeted it. It's fucking hilarious. Constantine from Trigonometry tweeted it, and I retweeted it. I was like, this is crazy. I just want you to see it before I describe it. But it's the audience laughing at CNN being honest. Watch this. Okay. This is crazy. Okay. What's that, bro?
I think it's Twitter stopped loading.
Oh, this is the government. They're attacking Twitter because of the Elon Musk thing. Guaranteed. Let's just call it that. Start from the beginning and go big screen. Because this is so preposterous.
Trump's kind of been thrown on his heels by this, and he's not really sure how to go after Vice President Harris. He knew his attack lines on President Biden. He really has struggled with how to go after someone who's 20 years younger than him, who is a different gender, a different race. It's kind of been this moment where he has not been able to coalesce around a single attack line.
I know you guys are objective over there, that you just report the news as it is. Oh, I know. CNN makes it. I know
that's supposed to be a laugh line.
I wasn't supposed to be, but I guess it is.
Trump has kind of been
Bro. How crazy is that? The audience is like, shut the fuck up. That is hilarious. They thought he was being a joker. They thought that was a joke.
Yeah.
That's how crazy this world has gotten. Where fucking CNN being unbiased is a joke to people.